The Man Who Never Left. When the past walks among us. Time is no longer linear. By Arthur Blackwood. Copyright 2025 Arthur Blackwood. All rights reserved. Prologue. The night was charged with a fever that only men of invention could name. Inside the narrow brick workshop on South Fifth Avenue, wires hung from the rafters like vines of copper, trembling under the breath of something unseen. Coils turned, magnets hummed, and a blue pulse ran along the wall, alive, searching for its shape. Jonathan Hale stood at the center of it, a man too refined for the chaos that surrounded him. His waistcoat was buttoned, his collar sharp, his eyes steady with a mixture of curiosity and terror that defines discovery. On the long oak table lay pages covered with diagrams in a hand he could barely decipher, arcs of light, currents without engines, symbols borrowed from a future that had not yet arrived. In the far corner, the inventor moved among his instruments like a priest preparing a sacrament. "Electricity," he murmured, "is not power, it is memory." Jonathan wasn't sure he understood, but he nodded, because he wanted to believe that memory could have form. Outside, winter clawed at the city. Inside, the air rippled with invisible storms. The lamps flickered. The needle on a voltmeter trembled, as if aware the threshold it was about to cross. "Are you ready?" the inventor asked. Jonathan hesitated. He thought of his mother's house on 14th Street, of the girl he was to marry in spring, of the street lamps newly wired along Broadway that promised to turn night into eternity. Then he straightened his shoulders and said, "Begin!" A sound like the shattering of the sky filled the room. The coil burst into light, pure, silent, blinding. For an instant, the air folded in on itself, and the space Jonathan occupied ceased to have a name. The men at the periphery shielded their faces. One shouted his name. Another reached into the blaze and found nothing but cold. When the light receded, there was no body, only the smell of ozone, a pocket watch lying open on the floor, and a single word burned into the table's varnish as if by a careful hand. Return. Outside, the city went on breathing. Horses stamped in their traces. Snow began to fall, covering the workshop windows in silence. And somewhere between one century and the next, Jonathan Hale took his first step into forever. Chapter 1. The Arrival. He did not so much arrive as surface. Like a diver breaking through the skin of a lake into air both colder and louder than the world he remembered. The street rose under him, seamless, black and gleaming as though polished with oil. Light towered on every side in geometry he could not name, a sky of rectangles that burned without flame and changed without smoke. Words he did not recognize rippled in colors that belonged to no sunset. The air tasted of steel and some tense, bright bitterness that stung his tongue. He was in the middle of the city he had only imagined by gaslight, and it roared back at him. Jonathan Hale steadied himself with the old habit of a man who had learned not to fall in public. He placed his gloved hand, kid leather, finely stitched, on a metal post as smooth and cold as an instrument, and let his breath order itself. The coat on his shoulders was a 3/4 frock, charcoal wool that had once held a good line. He had pressed it flat himself that morning, which did not seem to belong to this evening. His boots, which had never trembled under the clatter of horse-drawn traffic, quivered now against the thunder of engines. Engines, he thought, but there were no horseflesh in wheels, only iron carriages that ran without rails, some low and shining, some square and blunt as stoves, gliding as if drawn by a force poured into the street itself. Their eyes, bright white and thin, then narrowing to a hot blue, slid over him and away. Music escaped from somewhere, a beat that did not know restraint, and the crowd surged to it as water answers the moon. He had known crowds on Broadway in his day. Theater nights when top hats bobbed and parasols fluttered, when voices rose at the very audacity of electric light extending the day like a gold chain. But this was that idea made into a god. Light stacked upon light, until it felt like daylight made permanent. Images moved on the faces of buildings. Faces themselves, larger than life, blinking and smiling, a shoe turning in slow, impossible space, a bottle sparkling as if it contained a star. He recognized one word on a distant sign, new, and another that followed, York, and felt both relief and vertigo. New York, but not his. Nice outfit, bro. The voice came at him from the side, attached to a young man with hair arranged to appear as if the wind had combed it by accident. The young man wore a jacket that looked like it had been cut by a machine to fit his shoulders exactly. He raised one small black rectangle and held it toward Jonathan's face. The rectangle blinked. The young man smiled. "Can I get a pic? You look insane." Jonathan blinked back. "I beg your pardon?" "Do, Victorian? Gilded Age? Method actor? Broadway? Whatever it is, it's sick." Jonathan swallowed. He wanted to ask what year is it, but something in his upbringing, his aunt's training, his father's moderation, resisted the nakedness of that question in public. Instead, he inclined his head with the reflex of a gentleman confronted by impertinence. "You are very kind," he said. "Say cheese." The young man laughed, and a little rectangle flashed like a captured piece of lightning. The young man thanked him without waiting for a response, turned, and was absorbed again into the flow. Jonathan stared after him. The device he had held, thin as a pocket mirror and yet lit from within, had behaved exactly like a tiny camera plate ready at hand. The thought came cold and certain. Someone had taught glass to keep an image without chemicals. Another group approached, a trio of women with coats that hugged their forms and boots that climbed their calves. One of them touched Jonathan's sleeve lightly with a fingertip, as if to test whether he was solid. "You're really committing to the bit," she said, her accent local, brisk. "Where's the show?" "I am not," he began, and then realized he had no phrase to carry him safely out of the sentence. "The show is Beyond Your Present Street," he offered weakly. They laughed, not cruelly, but with the easy delight of people who feel absolutely at home. "Welcome to Times Square," one said, and they went on. Times Square. So the small square of ragged lots, nascent theaters, and the office of the New York Times had grown into an empire of light that bore its name in letters high enough to be seen from the river. He remembered the first evening the Times lit the tower on Longacre, the shock of the electric brilliance. What must those men think if they could see this? A horn cried out behind him. He flinched. A carriage without horses slid past with the impatience of something alive. A man inside spoke to no one, his lips moving, a wire nowhere in sight. Jonathan caught a glimpse of a small glowing pane propped beside him with moving colors. He steadied himself with a hand against his chest, felt the crisp rectangle of paper against his ribs, the letter, and exhaled. He chose a direction and walked. The crowd thinned a fraction as he left the center of the square, the noise rearranging itself into layers. A vendor's cry flattened into a metallic hum, a siren far off curving like a blade in air, the endlessness of wheels on wet black stone. He found a narrower street whose lights were closer to human scale. On its corner stood a door open to a warm, amber atmosphere. Music in 4/4 time, the kind that plants a foot on each beat and refuses to be hurried. He read the sign above as if decoding a foreign script. The Violet Finch. Below, painted in a playful hand, kitchen till midnight, happy hour till 8. He had a sudden, almost desperate intuition that inside there would be chairs. He had been on his feet a very long time. The door yielded to his gloved palm. Warmth leaned toward him, touched his face. He entered a room of brick and wood, the brick painted white and scrubbed to look like the interior of an old bakery. The wood scarred in a manner that suggested it had been distressed deliberately. Bottles stood in regiments behind the counter, their necks lit from underneath, so that the glass glowed like captive honey. The clientele divided itself into small circles, each its own little republic. Two men bent toward one another over a low table, a woman with headphones and a shining watch working at a laptop, a quartet laughing too loud in the booth as though laughter itself were the point. Conversation slowed by a heartbeat at his entrance. He felt it without seeing it. The small suction of attention, the whispers turned into private air currents. Then the music reasserted itself, and people returned to being themselves, which is to say, curated versions of the selves they wished to be. He stood at the bar. The bartender was a woman with sleeves rolled to the elbow and a tattoo of a small bird that appeared to be leaving her wrist for the air. Her hair was gathered as if by a black silk ribbon. She appraised in a measure, 1 beat, 2, and then smiled as though she had decided he posed no threat. "Evening," she said. "What can I get you?" He thought of the names that would make him less conspicuous: Ale, Porter, Rye, and found that his mind had slid under the weight of everything else. Whiskey, he said. His tongue wanted to say whiskey, and the compromise made him feel he had betrayed someone. Neat rocks. I beg your... Ice, she translated gently. With ice or without? Without, he said, relief loosening his shoulders. That word had not changed its meaning. She poured from a bottle whose label looked like a piece of graphic design more than a proclamation of content. Stark white, black letters without serif, a small red emblem. The whiskey settled in the glass with a color that made him think of varnish on a violin. He reached into his coat for his wallet, felt the familiar leather, the small ache of pride at how long it had lasted. He opened it. Inside were notes with faces of men who no longer governed, and coins that remembered another century. The coins he chose by heft and habit. The dollar gold, the $50 from a year of his mother's birth. He stacked them on the bar with the ordinary motion of a man among men. The bartender reached out, and the ease left her face almost immediately. She held one coin to the light, and then smiled in a manner that was more thoughtful than amused. "These are cool," she said. "You don't see this every day." Jonathan's mouth went dry. "They are legal tender," he said, and heard the brittle pride in his own voice. "They were legal tender," she corrected, not unkindly. "They're old. Antique, actually. Might be worth more than the drink. I can't take them." He felt the floor shift under him, though nothing in the room moved. "I have notes," he said, perhaps more to himself than to her. He fumbled for paper and found a 20 with a face he did not recognize, the paper too crisp, the green too green, the printing both modern and counterfeit to his eye. He put it down as if laying a card in a game he did not know the rules of. The bartender blinked, then grinned. "There we go." She took the note, did something with it beneath the bar that made it chirp faintly, and returned his glass to the space in front of him as a ritual completed. "On the house, if you tell me which show you're in," she added, gesture wryly toward his coat. "I am not in a show," Jonathan said. He tasted the whiskey, and it brought a brief shelter of familiarity. Oak, heat, a small suggestion of smoke. He let it spread in him like news that did not have to be shared. When he lowered the glass, the bartender was still considering him. "You look like you stepped out of daguerreotype," she said. "Halloween was last week." He debated the question that lived behind his ribs. "What year is this?" He tried to carve it into a more acceptable inquiry. "Would you be so kind," he said carefully, "as to tell me the date?" She lifted an eyebrow. "Big night, huh?" She leaned toward a glowing rectangle set into the bar. Numbers shone there as if painted with light, and said, "It's Tuesday, November 4th. Of what year?" He heard the nakedness, after all, like someone who had been careful not to cough and then could not help it. She paused. Something in his tone made her search his face for the joke. She didn't find it. 2025, she said. He put his glass down with exactness, though it took the sound like a small dome over his hand. He did not trust his breath to come and go without making a spectacle of it. 2025. The numbers lay next to each other on the table of his mind and did not touch anything that had been there before. "Hey," the bartender said, softening. "You okay?" He realized that he was clutching the glass as if it were rung on a ladder over water. He made his fingers remember formality and released it. "Your kindness is appreciated," he managed. He took another measured swallow and let the world sharpen around the edges again. A party entered. Laughter, cold air, a cloud of perfumes that were not exactly flowers and not exactly spices. The room contracted and expanded to accommodate them. The bartender moved away to tend to orders, and he drifted a little along the bar to an end where the brick had been allowed to remain brick. A mirror hung there, the kind designed to make a room feel larger by inventing an identical one. He saw himself with the same dispassionate accuracy with which he had once studied strangers. High collar, neat tie, hair smoothed back, the inevitable fatigue around the eyes. He had always looked older when he was tired. Tonight he looked, to himself, like someone who had been left behind by a train and was deciding whether to pretend he meant to stay. A stool nearby scraped backward. A man in a wool cap and a jacket with a courier company's logo on the breast offered him a nod. "Vintage game is strong," the man said. "Where'd you get the coat?" "It belonged to me," Jonathan said, and inclined his head as if that answered more than the question asked. "Respect." The man twisted off the cap of a beer with his thumb, which did not seem possible until Jonathan saw the metal ring crumble neatly. The man noticed him noticing. "Cans have tabs, bottles have caps," he explained, lifting the beer as if in a small toast. "Modern miracles." Jonathan could not help himself. "Among others," he said. The man grinned. "You from out of town?" the courier asked. "Yes," Jonathan said, and then decided against a further truth. "I am looking for someone." The sentence fit in his mouth, like something he had rehearsed. The courier shrugged his shoulder in a way that suggested the city's largeness was not a problem to be solved, but an element like weather. "Everybody is," he said. "Welcome to New York." He let the word sit there. Welcome. He tried to imagine the map from his days stretched transparently over the map of this one. Perhaps, like all good maps, it would both reveal and deceive. He finished the whiskey and felt steadier. If not, well, then at least they would move without appearing to have been struck on the head. He signaled for the check, because that seemed to be what men did in this century. A small rectangle arrived with digits printed on it. The total was more than he would have paid for a bottle in 1890, and less than he would have paid for another kind of miracle tonight. He placed another 10 onto the bar and saw the bartender's glance flick to the paper, to him, and back, measuring, approving. "Stay warm out there," she said. "It drops fast." "It does," he said, as if he had known this all his life. Outside, the air had a thin blade in it. The trees and metal cages along the sidewalk clung to their last yellow leaves, which looked more like a decision than a season. He turned his collar up against the wind, and the motion summoned the ghost of his father walking home along Fifth Avenue with cinnamon on his breath and a newspaper beneath his arm. It was an ache, and then it was gone. He walked without choosing, taken by the city the way rivers take a man who steps into them. He learned quickly the rhythms of crossing, when the people began to press forward, when the cars yielded or pretended to, the low chime that urged obedience and the small white figure that sanctioned movement. He learned to ignore the red hand that said not yet, because everyone else did. He learned that to look up for too long was to be marked as a tourist or a fool. He forced his eyes lower. Let architecture become simply the weather under which he moved. Between two glass towers, he found a smaller street with buildings that remembered that bricks could be laid by hand. A neon sign buzzed softly above a shop window and wrote the word pawn in pink script on the face of the night. Beyond the glass, instruments slept upright. Guitars with lacquered bellies, a trumpet with its mouth open, a violin with a crack near the shoulder that made Jonathan's chest hurt for reasons that had nothing to do with time. He stood a moment longer than he meant to. In the next block, a church threaded itself between buildings that had forgotten God. Its doors were shut, but the stone around them carried the soot of 100 winter candles. He stood in the hush of its small courtyard and read the names carved shallow in stone. Some of them belonged to people who might have been his neighbors, if they had all agreed on a year. He removed his hat, not because there was anyone to see, but because he had once promised himself he would always do certain things even when no one was looking. On a bench beneath a skeletal tree sat a man with a dog, whose coat had learned how to be two colors at once. The man held a cardboard sign that said anything helps in letters made with a thick black marker. He looked up as Jonathan paused and nodded, as if they were part of the same brotherhood, the fraternity of those who did not belong to this evening. Jonathan put his hand into his pocket and found a quarter he recognized by both weight and edge. He knelt, placed in the man's cup, and said, "Good night." The man glanced at the coin, then at Jonathan, then smiled, not pitying, not grateful, but amused, in a way that felt like kindness. "This one's real old," he said. "Like you." "I am not old," Jonathan said before he could stop himself, and the man laughed gently, a laugh that said he had once been young. Jonathan walked on, down a flight of iron stairs with perforated treads. He had seen their like on the sides of factories. He discovered another door with glass filmed by the breath of many people. He could hear music inside that was not quite jazz and not yet silence. The guitar's fingers finding the seam between two chords, the soft exhalation of a crowd that wants to be surprised. He considered going in and imagined the warmth like a hand at the small of the back, guiding him toward a table. But a sound arrested him. A siren somewhere near. Not the way he knew it from fire wagons, but something more insistent. A high wail traveling through the grid of streets like a rumor. He was not being pursued. He told himself this as one tells a child of a storm that sounds like something with teeth. He stood for a moment at the bottom of the stairs, and then went up again, back to the level where the city believed itself invulnerable. He realized only when he reached the corner that his feet had brought him not randomly, but according to an old magnetic pull. He was headed toward Broadway. He knew the old Broadway by the way it bent like a river toward the Battery, taking with it theaters and hotels and men with plans. This Broadway was a version drawn with a sharper pencil. The theaters had more glass and less florid plaster. Posters clung to them that moved without anyone turning a crank. He paused before one that showed a man in a suit falling through an array of clocks, the letters of the title sliding around him like pieces of a complicated game. He looked down at his own cuffs, clean but of another grammar, and realized that he had not yet asked a single question that mattered because to ask it would make it real. He reached inside his coat and brought out the letter. The paper smelled faintly of cedar. The seal was unbroken. He had sealed it himself with the signet that had passed from his grandfather's ring to his own. The name on the front had seemed a conjecture when he wrote it. Now it felt like an address to which his life had been mailed. Miss Claire Anderson, Brooklyn, New York. Below, in the lower left corner, he had written an address in a neighborhood whose name he might not have dared to speak in his own time in certain company. Prospect Heights. He could find it. If the world still ran east and west, north and south, if men had not decided to reinvent the compass, he could find it. A group of teenagers passed him, moving as a single many-limbed animal, their voices stitching in and out of one another's with slang that danced just out his reach. One of them glanced at the letter. "Handwritten," she said, with the tone of an explorer. "That's classy." He slipped the letter back into his coat with an absurd flush of shyness. It felt indecent to be seen with something so private. He turned down a street where the shops began to close their eyes, metal grates descending like careful eyelids, and followed a sign that led toward a station engraved with the letter B in a circle the color of pressed oranges. Beneath it, smaller letters cohabited in other colors. Q-R-W, as if the alphabet had learned how to run trains. He hesitated at the top of the stairs. The station breathed up a smell like wet stone, iron, and the old faint tang of electricity. The crowd that descended did not consult itself. It simply did what it had been taught, a smart, silent choreography. He followed them. A broad-shouldered man in a coat made of material that seemed to have been designed to repel rain stepped aside half an inch, and thereby saved Jonathan from being knocked by a woman's tote bag filled with celery and paper. "My bad," she said to no one in particular, and it felt to him like a prayer. Underground, the city revealed its skeleton. Long tiled corridors where advertisements bloomed like tropical flowers and were then replaced by other flowers a moment later, stairways that bent into one another like intestines. He bought a card from a machine because the man in front of him did it, and he had learned, as a boy, that imitation is a kind of literacy. The machine urged him in 3 languages to choose an amount. He chose a small one that felt both prudent and absurd. The turnstile yielded when he showed it the card like a passport, and he felt a small, ridiculous triumph as it clicked. On the platform, a wind was generated by nothing he could see, and then revealed its engine as a train arrived, a silver bullet scored with blue. The doors opened as if cutting themselves, and he entered a car where a woman slept with her mouth slightly open and a man in a suit watched a film in his hand. A teenager near the door rapped quietly to himself, practicing the architecture of a rhyme he would not show anyone until it had learned to stand. The car smelled of detergent and rain and a perfume that he could not name. He did not sit. He stood with one hand on a pole and let his body learn the grammar of the train's movement. The lurch that said departure, the sway that said speed, the subtle forward lean that announced a stop. He watched the names of stations unscroll on an illuminated panel and learned them like an incantation. 34th Street, Harold SQ, 14th Street, Union SQ, Canal Street, DeKalb Avenue. The names were familiar and utterly new, like hearing an old friend speak in a language he hadn't known she possessed. At Atlantic AV, Barclays CTR, he followed the river of people up into winter again. Brooklyn greeted him with a different cadence. Buildings close to the height of human ambition. Shops with lives in their windows. A bakery that exhaled butter into the dark. He walked along Vanderbilt Avenue without meaning to, then cut across on a street whose brownstones wore their stoops like jewelry. The trees here made a roof more modest than Manhattan's, and the sky between the branches was a precise color of tin. He stopped at a corner where a lamppost hummed softly, and he took the letter out once more as if to verify that the address had not moved. He counted numbers like prayers on a rosary. 613, 615, 617. The stoops rose before him in a series of small, elegant climbs. He mounted one as quietly as a thief, and then told himself he was not a thief because he had written the address on the envelope with his own hand. At the door, a small black rectangle sat like a beetle on the lintel. He reached a knock, and the rectangle woke up, lit from within, a fisheye lens capturing him, his hat, the fear in his pupils. He froze, hand raised. The rectangle made a low sound that might have been a bell in another life. He lowered his hand and raised again, because ritual is the only anchor in a storm. From within, footsteps approached. He stood there, the letter in one hand, the past clutched under his ribs, the city at his back breathing like something alive. The lock clicked. The door began to open. The light from inside fell across his boots and climbed his coat toward his face, and he thought of the last time he had knocked on a door at night, and how that had turned out, and he promised himself that if a woman named Claire Anderson opened this door, he would not say the thing a fool says, which is, I come from your grandmother's century to collect a debt of love. He promised himself he would say only, good evening, as a man of his time would say to a lady at her threshold. The door opened wider. Hello, a voice said. It was a woman's, wary and steady, the voice of someone who lives alone in a city and has learned that the world is both miracle and hazard. Jonathan removed his hat. Good evening, he said, keeping his promise. The woman, dark hair pulled back, eyes quick and intelligent, looked at him in a way that said she knew costumes and men and had decided he was neither entirely. Her gaze dropped to the envelope in his hand. She read the name on it. He watched her read herself. I think, he said, and was astonished to hear his voice steady, that I have something that belongs to you. She opened the door a fraction more, not enough to invite, enough to listen. Do you? She said. He extended the letter, and in the second before she took it, he felt the entire city poise, as if the lights and the rails and the endless electricity were a single animal holding its breath. Outside, a siren rose and fell like an old prayer softened by new instruments. Inside the house, a dog barked once in a distant room, and then decided against it. Between those two decisions, the cities and the dogs, Claire Anderson took the letter from Jonathan Hale's hand, and the future moved 1 inch closer to the past. Chapter 2. Midtown Ghosts. Morning broke reluctantly over Brooklyn, spilling its light in thin, metallic ribbons that threaded through the blinds of Claire Anderson's apartment. She had not truly slept. Each time she closed her eyes, she saw the man again, the stranger at her door, the faint steam of his breath in the cold air, the careful, courtly tilt of his hat as he handed her the letter. There had been something terrifyingly certain about him, as if he had rehearsed that gesture for more than a century. The letter now lay open on her kitchen table beside a cold cup of coffee and a pile of student essays she was supposed to grade. Claire taught art history at Columbia, 19th century American realism, specifically, which meant she had spent a great portion of her professional life inside the very world that man claimed to have come from. And yet, nothing in her academic training had prepared her for the texture of that paper, for the precise and confident ink strokes, or for the scent that rose from it. Faintly metallic, faintly old. At first light, she had gone through the usual motions of disbelief. She checked the letter under her desk lamp, thinking it might be an elaborate reproduction, the kind of period hoax that art students occasionally tried for attention. But the ink had bled slightly into the fibers, and the paper fibers themselves were not machine-made. She had examined 1,000 similar sheets in the university archive. This one was real. Then she'd searched the name Jonathan Hale online, expecting to find an actor, a prank, a viral marketing campaign. There were hundreds of Jonathan Hales, of course, lawyers, accountants, musicians, one retired dentist, but none who looked like the man she'd seen, none who could possibly have written this. And yet, the letter mentioned streets that had existed before the turn of the century, details too specific to fake. Even the phrasing, "Should this reach you beyond my understanding, forgive the intrusion of an earlier soul," had the ring of a mind untouched by irony. Claire rose from the table and crossed to the living room, where morning light slanted over bookshelves lined with art monographs and museum catalogs. On the wall hung a single photograph, her family's heirloom portrait, the one she had glanced at last night after the stranger left. She had framed it years ago without much thought. Now it pulled at her like a wound. Her great-grandmother, Eliza Hale, stood rigidly in the center, a faint smile stitched to her lips. Next to her, one hand on a cane, was a man of 30 or so, face calm, eyes direct. The photograph had been taken in 1892, according to the note on the back, and the man, impossibly, was the same one who had stood at her door last night. Claire touched the glass with her fingertips. "What are you?" she whispered. The city answered with silence. Outside, a garbage truck growled along the street. She looked again at the letter, then at the envelope. The address written in graceful script was her own. No postmark, no return address. She sat down heavily, the chair scraping the floor, and told herself she would call the police after breakfast. That was a logical thing to do. But logic, she realized, was already failing her. Across the river, sunlight crashed against glass and steel. Jonathan Hale walked slowly along Fifth Avenue, his breath curling into mist that hung briefly before vanishing into the exhaust of passing cars. The city at daybreak was no less extraordinary than it had been under its canopy of electric night, only more merciless in its detail. He had imagined, in his first minutes of clarity, that daylight might reveal the dream's edges, that would show him where imagination ended. Instead, it only deepened the illusion. Everything gleamed. Everything moved with purpose. Even the pigeons seemed mechanized, responding to unseen commands. He had slept nowhere after leaving the house in Brooklyn. He had walked until his legs ached, until the city changed accents and shapes, until the bridges behind him were just lines of light. He had crossed back into Manhattan by dawn, following the instinct that cities never sleep near their hearts. Now, standing at the corner of 42nd Street, he could feel the hum of the subway beneath his boots, a steady, subterranean pulse that reminded him of thunder restrained. He watched people pour from the mouth of a station, men in dark coats, women in bright sneakers, faces illuminated by the small blue glow devices in their hands. They spoke to no one, and yet were always speaking. A child tugged at his mother's coat, pointing up at him. "Mom, look, a magician!" The mother smiled, hurried, and dragged the child away without a glance. Jonathan adjusted his hat and tried to look less conspicuous, though his every stitch screamed of another age. At a street vendor's cart, he paused. The smell was astonishing, something fried, sweet, and alive with cinnamon. He realized, to his embarrassment, that he was hungry. The vendor, a man with a knitted cap and a paper name tag that read Ravi, grinned. "Morning, boss. Pretzel? Coffee." Jonathan hesitated, drawn by the steam rising from the small metal urn. "Yes, a coffee," he said carefully. "Regular or decaf?" "I beg your pardon?" "Regular it is." The man poured the drink into a paper cup and held out a napkin. Jonathan reached for his wallet and produced a few folded bills, crumpled, faded, their ink now a century too dark. Ravi blinked, uncertain. "Where'd you get this, man?" "Museum." "It's all I have," Jonathan said softly. The vendor studied him for a long second, then shrugged. "You know what? First one's on the house. You got style." Jonathan bowed his head slightly. "You are generous." Yeah. Stay warm out there, time traveler." The phrase hung between them like prophecy. He found a bench near Bryant Park and sat, hands wrapped around the cup, watching the human river pass. A boy fed pigeons. A woman in a red scarf laughed into her phone. A jogger passed with the steady rhythm of a metronome. He tried to imagine explaining all this to the men of his own time. Men who had believed the future would belong to reason. They had not foreseen this new kingdom of noise. The coffee was too bitter, but he drank it anyway. It reminded him faintly of burnt sugar and smoke, the flavors of a world that moved too fast to taste itself. Across the street, a large screen on a building facade flashed an image that caught his breath. The skyline of New York as it had been, sepia, smaller, slower. The commercial was for a museum exhibit, Gilded New York, 1890 to 1910. Beneath it, a line of text scrolled. See the age of innovation, the birth of modern dreams. He rose, drawn forward by a strange compulsion, crossing the street amid the blur of cars and horns. Inside the museum, everything was quiet, almost reverent. Glass cases displayed pocket watches, silk gloves, and sepia photographs of men and women whose faces looked like his. He moved among them as one might walk through mirrors. At the end of the gallery, an older man in a blazer approached him, smiling. "Good morning. Are you here for the reenactment group? You're remarkably authentic." Jonathan blinked. "Reenactment?" "Yes. The Historical Society is hosting a walking tour later. If you're part of the cast, check in at the front desk." Jonathan smiled faintly, the only defense left to him. "No, sir. I am merely visiting." The man nodded, amused. "Well, if you ever want to join, you're halfway there." Jonathan turned away, unsettled. For a moment he had believed he had found sanctuary, a pocket of the world that still spoke his language. But even here he was a novelty, a relic wearing its own shadow. By late afternoon, he drifted north towards Central Park. The city's edge softened there. The towers gave way to trees, their bare branches tangled against the sky like sketches of veins. He followed the winding path, the sound of children echoing faintly from the playgrounds, the low rumble of distant traffic like an organ note beneath everything. He passed a street performer playing the violin, a melody Jonathan recognized. Schubert. He stopped, astonished. For a moment, the centuries between them dissolved. The young musician caught his gaze and smiled, unaware that he was playing a song that had never yet stopped haunting time. Jonathan left a coin in the open case, a silver dollar from 1889. The violinist stared at it, confused, as Jonathan walked away. The light dimmed. The lamps flickered on, halos in the mist. A wind off the reservoir carried the chill of December through his coat. Somewhere behind him, a voice shouted. He turned and saw a man with a camera raised, one of those handheld rectangles again, its eye unblinking. "Sir, can I take your picture? It's for my vintage blog." Jonathan hesitated, then shook his head and walked faster. The man snapped anyway. Within seconds, Jonathan's image was captured, compressed, and sent spiraling into a digital ether he could not imagine. The first step of his legend. At the park's edge, he saw the glint of a police car idling by the curb. The officer inside leaned forward, eyes narrowing as they met Jonathan's silhouette. Jonathan turned his collar up and kept walking. He could feel the weight of the gaze on the back of his neck. He thought again of the word burned into that table 35 years ago, return, and wondered, not for the first time, if he had misunderstood what it meant. The city's hum rose behind him, electric, eternal. He vanished into it like a note swallowed by its own echo. Chapter 3. The Interrogation. Night had folded itself over the city like a black sheet speckled with electric stars. Jonathan Hale walked aimlessly through the narrow veins of Midtown, the cold pressing deeper into his bones with every step. His reflection followed him in the glass of darkened storefronts. Same coat, same hat, same expression of disbelief. He had been walking for hours, and the hunger that had started as a whisper was now a dull ache in his chest. He turned into a smaller street, where neon signs pulsed in red and violet above shuttered bars. The city here smelled different. Fried food, cigarette smoke, rain on asphalt. A siren flared somewhere in the distance, its cry curving through the air like a blade. He paused beneath a flickering streetlight, trying to decide whether to keep walking or rest. Then he saw it. A bakery still open, its window fogged with warmth. Behind the glass, shells of golden bread glowed under the light. His stomach tightened. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The woman behind the counter looked up, startled but not unkind. "Hi there. We're about to close." Jonathan removed his hat. "I apologize." His throat tightened. "I would be grateful for a piece of bread." She hesitated, eyes flicking over his clothes. "You're in costume?" He forced a small smile. In a manner of speaking. Well, you've missed a Halloween party by a week, she said, cutting a piece of loaf and wrapping it in paper. Here. He reached into his coat, pulled out a silver dollar, and placed it on the counter. The woman picked it up, turning it under the light. You kidding me? This is real silver. Where'd you get this? It is currency, he said simply. She frowned. From when exactly? Before he could answer, the bell above the door jingled. 2 uniformed officers stepped in, one young and tired, the other older, his belt heavy with the casual weight of authority. Evening, ma'am, the older officer said. Everything all right? The baker gestured vaguely toward Jonathan. Yeah, just a weird night. This guy's paying with pirate coins. Jonathan stiffened. They are not, sir, interrupted the younger officer. Can we see some ID? Identification? Jonathan echoed, uncertain. Driver's license. Passport. Anything with your name. He reached slowly into his breast pocket and produced a small leather wallet. From it, he withdrew a folded document. Parchment, aged but pristine. He laid it on the counter like an offering. The older officer unfolded it and blinked. This is City of New York, 1890. Yes, Jonathan said. That is correct. The 2 men exchanged a look. The younger one's hand hovered near his radio. Sir, have you been drinking tonight? I do not drink to excess, Jonathan replied evenly. Do you have an address? I reside on East 14th Street near Union Square, he said with quiet certainty. Though, perhaps not any longer. The officers looked at each other again. The older one sighed. Okay, let's take a walk. Just to clear a few things up. I assure you, I have committed no offense. Then you've got nothing to worry about. Come on. Jonathan hesitated. Glancing back at the woman behind the counter, she looked at him with uneasy sympathy, then turned away. He placed his hat back on his head and followed them out into the night. The police car's interior was a box of humming light. He sat in the back seat, separated from the front by a metal mesh, watching the city slide past through the window. The streets blurred, flashes of red and blue, shop signs, the faces of strangers. He tried to understand the logic of it, this century's obsession with light, with proof, with control. Name? Asked the younger officer from the passenger seat, typing into a small glowing screen. Jonathan Hale. Date of birth. March 2nd, 1859. The officer chuckled. Right, and I'm George Washington. Jonathan said nothing. His silence filled the car like fog. They drove for several minutes before pulling up in front of a building that looked more like a hospital than a place of law. Inside, the air smelled of coffee and disinfectant. Fluorescent lights hummed above white walls. Jonathan was guided through a corridor and into a small room with a metal table and 2 chairs. The door clicked shut behind him. He studied the room, the camera above the door, the mirror glass on one wall, the faint buzz of electricity in the ceiling. It reminded him, absurdly, of that workshop so many years ago, moments before the coil erupted. The hum of power was the same. After several minutes, the older officer entered, carrying a file. He sat opposite Jonathan. All right, Mr. Hale. Let's start again. You've got no ID, no phone, no address, and you're carrying documents that look like they belong in a museum. Care to tell me what's going on? I am not certain that I can, Jonathan said truthfully. You from some reenactment group? Movie shoot? You get lost from a set? No. So where are you from? He hesitated. New York. Uh-huh. And what year would that be? 1890. The officer sighed, leaning back in his chair. Okay, let's do it this way. You're dressed like a ghost from a history book. You hand out antique coins. And you got a death certificate dated before my grandfather was born. You expect me to believe you just walked here from 1890. Jonathan met his gaze. Believe what you will, sir, but that is the truth. The man studied him for a moment longer, then rubbed his temples. All right, look, we're going to keep you here until we figure out who you are. You could be suffering from some kind of mental episode. We've got a doctor on call. I am not ill, Jonathan said, his voice suddenly sharp. The hum and the lights grew louder. The officer raised a hand. Okay. Let's keep it calm." Jonathan looked down at his hands. The skin seemed both too old and too new. He could feel time pressing against him like a tide, trying to decide which century to return him to. "Is there anyone we can contact for you?" The officer asked after a moment. "Family? Friends?" Jonathan hesitated, then said softly, "Yes." "Great. Who?" He lifted his eyes. "Miss Claire Anderson. She resides in Brooklyn, near Prospect Heights." The officer froze mid-note. "You know her address?" "Yes." "How?" "I wrote it." The silence in the room deepened. The officer exchanged a glance with someone behind the mirror glass, a signal, subtle but clear. "All right," he said finally, standing. "We'll look into that." He left the room. Jonathan sat alone, listening to hum of the lights, the faint echo of voices beyond the wall. Somewhere in the building, a printer whirred to life, spitting out paper. Somewhere else, a phone rang twice and stopped. He folded his hands and whispered a word that had been carved into his memory like a brand. "Return." Behind the glass, Sergeant Lopez rubbed his chin. "Run that name, Claire Anderson, Brooklyn. Let's see if she knows our time traveler." His partner frowned. "You think she's real?" Lopez glanced back at Jonathan, sitting still and upright, like a portrait that refused to fade. "Oh, she's real," he said quietly. "Question is, what the hell is he?" Chapter 4. The Connection. The phone rang just after 8. Claire Anderson was still in her robe, coffee in hand, the television murmuring morning headlines that seemed irrelevant to any world she recognized. She almost didn't answer, assuming it was another spam call, until she saw the number, NYPD, 12th Precinct. She hesitated, then pressed accept. "Ms. Anderson?" "Yes." "This is Sergeant Lopez, New York Police Department. We have someone here who mentioned you by name, said you're a relative." Claire frowned. "A relative?" "Yes, ma'am. He gave us your address. Says his name is Jonathan Hale." The coffee cup slipped from her fingers, hit the counter, and shattered. "Ms. Anderson? I'm here," she said, pressing a hand to her mouth. "Did you say Jonathan Hale?" "That's right. He was detained last night near Midtown. He's not under arrest. We're just trying to verify his identity. We'd appreciate if you could come down and confirm you know him." Claire swallowed. Her pulse hammered in her ears. "I'll be there," she said, and hung up before the officer could add anything more. The precinct was a cube of pale light and tired faces. Fluorescent tubes hummed overhead, casting everything in the same unforgiving shade of white. People sat on plastic chairs in various stages of irritation or despair. Phones rang. A printer stuttered in the background like a nervous cough. Claire hesitated at the front desk. "I'm here to see Sergeant Lopez. He called me about someone named Jonathan Hale." The officer behind the counter scanned her quickly, then nodded. "One moment." Minutes later, Lopez appeared, a broad-shouldered man in his 40s, with kind eyes that looked as though they'd seen too much. "Ms. Anderson, thanks for coming." He led her through a maze of corridors into a small office that smelled of old coffee and printer toner. "Can I ask what this is about?" she said. Lopez opened a folder on his desk and turned it toward her. "This man was brought in last night. No ID, no phone, nothing modern on him. Says he's from 1890. Claire stared. The photo paper was glossy, but the image felt like something from another age. Jonathan sat at the metal table, hands folded neatly before him, posture straight, expression calm. His eyes, steady, intelligent, almost defiant, were exactly as she remembered them. "That's him," she whispered. "You know him?" "I met him last night. He came to my house and gave me a letter. It was dated 1890. Lopez's pen stopped moving. "You serious? I teach 19th century art history. I know what period documents look like. This one was real." Lopez leaned back, studying her. "Well, that's something. He keeps repeating your name. Said you're the only person he knows in this city." Claire rubbed her temples. "He shouldn't know me at all. Would you like to talk to him?" Lopez asked gently. "Might help us figure this out." She hesitated. "Yes," she said finally. "I think I should." They led her to a small observation room, behind mirror glass. Through it, she could see Jonathan sitting at the metal table where the photo had been taken. He hadn't moved. His hat rested neatly beside him, his posture unbent despite the harsh light. He looked impossibly out of place, like a portrait come to life in the wrong century. Lopez stood beside her. He's been calm. Polite, actually. Says he won't leave until he's spoken to you. What did he tell you? She asked. Not much. That he lived here once. That he was part of an experiment. He talked about a letter and about someone named Tesla. Claire turned to him sharply. Tesla? As in Nikola Tesla? That's what he said. You know the name? Everyone knows the name, she murmured. But he talked about him as if he knew him? Lopez nodded. Pretty much. You can see why we thought maybe he's off his meds. Claire frowned. He doesn't look delusional. Looks can be deceiving. Lopez said quietly, Ready? The door opened with a mechanical click. Jonathan turned at the sound, and for a heartbeat he looked almost relieved, as though time had finally sent him a familiar face. Claire stepped inside, pulse unsteady. She half expected him to vanish, to dissolve into the air like a dream exposed to daylight. Good morning, Miss Anderson, he said, standing politely. I am grateful you came. His voice, low, measured, unmistakably sincere, struck her like a memory from a place she'd never been. Mr. Hale, she managed. Do you know why you're here? They believe I am displaced, he said carefully. And perhaps they are right. Lopez motioned toward the chair opposite. Have a seat, Miss Anderson. Claire sat, keeping her gaze on Jonathan. You said you knew me. He nodded. I know your name. It was given to me, or perhaps I gave it to myself. I cannot be certain which came first. You gave me a letter, she said, opening her bag. She placed a folded parchment on the table between them. This one. Jonathan's eyes softened. Yes, that is mine. It's dated December 3rd, 1890. It should be, he said simply. Lopez exhaled through his nose. Sir, you're saying you wrote this 135 years ago? Yes. And then what exactly? I disappeared, Jonathan said. There was an experiment. Electricity. Light. When I opened my eyes, I was standing in your city, as it is now. Claire's heart pounded. He sounded insane, but there was no tremor in his voice, no hesitation, no performance. He spoke as a man describing the weather. Why me? She asked finally. Why my name, my address? Jonathan studied her face for a long moment, because I knew it would lead me home. The words hung in the sterile air. Even Lopez, who had heard every kind of confession the city could produce, seemed briefly uncertain how to continue. Mr. Hale, he said, clearing his throat, you said earlier that you lived on East 14th Street? Yes. And the year? 1890. Lopez rubbed the bridge of his nose. Okay, look, Ms. Anderson, we're going to hold him for observation for a day or two. Maybe get psyched to take a look. If he's just lost or unstable, we'll find out. But he's harmless. Polite even. Claire nodded slowly, though her eyes stayed on Jonathan. There was something about his calmness that unnerved her more than madness would have. I'll stay for a while, she said quietly. I'd like to ask him a few more questions. Lopez hesitated, then nodded and left them alone. For a long moment, neither spoke. The hum of the fluorescent lights filled the silence. Finally, Jonathan said, You look like her. Who? My fiancée, he said softly. Eliza Hale, your great-grandmother. Perhaps. Claire's breath caught. You knew her? I was to marry her in the spring, he said, before the experiment. Claire stared at him. That's impossible. Yes, he said gently. And yet, here we are. She felt her composure slip. If what you're saying is true, then you've been gone for over a century. Jonathan looked down at his hands. No, he said quietly. For me, it has been one night. Claire pressed her palms together, trying to steady her thoughts. You can't expect me to believe that. I expect nothing, he replied. Belief is a luxury for those who remain in one time. She studied him, searching for cracks in his story, for the twitch or the flicker that would expose a lie. But there was none, only an exhaustion that felt ancient and eyes that seemed to have watched the world change 1 century at a time. "I don't know what to do with you," she whispered. "Nor I with myself," he said. "But I would be grateful if you did not let them take my papers." "Your papers?" "My identification. They will think them meaningless, but they are proof of who I was." Claire looked toward the mirrored glass, where she knew Lopez was watching. "I'll see what I can do." Jonathan nodded, his posture unbroken. "Thank you." He hesitated, then added softly, "Miss Anderson, the night I vanished, there was a word burned into the table beside me. I do not know how it appeared. It said return. I believe that is why I am here." Claire felt the chill crawl up her spine. Outside the room, a phone rang twice and stopped. The lights flickered, and in that small, windowless room, surrounded by modern machinery, a woman from the 21st century and a man from the 19th stared at each other, two ghosts suspended in the same unfinished moment of time. Chapter 5. The Proof. The city looked different after the interrogation. Every sound seemed sharper, every reflection too precise, as if the air itself had been edited. Claire walked out of the precinct in a daze, the afternoon sun striking her eyes like a verdict she didn't understand. She had come expecting to expose a delusion, to tell the police that the man was a prankster or a disturbed soul clinging to fantasy. Instead, she had found herself staring into eyes that did not belong to madness. Jonathan Hale, if that was truly his name, spoke with the grammar of another age, yet every sentence carried the calm precision of someone utterly sane. By the time she reached the subway, her pulse still hadn't settled. She sank into a seat, staring at the dark reflection in the window as the train lurched forward. The tunnels slid past like veins under glass. He said it has been one night, she thought. One night and a century vanished. She almost laughed out loud. Almost, but the sound wouldn't come. Her apartment felt smaller than usual, as though time itself had drawn in its walls. She tossed her bag onto the couch, kicked off her shoes, and set the letter on the coffee table. The parchment glowed faintly in the amber light of sunset. She picked it up again, tracing the ink with her thumb. The handwriting was immaculate. Loops and flourishes formed with the discipline of a man who had learned penmanship as an art. It was nothing like modern writing. No smudges, no uncertainty, no hesitation. The date read December 3rd, 1890. The words flowed with a strange humility. "Should this reach you beyond my understanding, forgive the intrusion of an earlier soul." She turned it over, searching for any mark, any sign of forgery. There was none. The ink, when magnified beneath her desk lamp, bled naturally into the fibers, not printed, not copied. And then there was a smell, faintly metallic, like ozone after lightning. She retrieved her laptop and opened a search tab, typing Jonathan Hale, 1890 New York again. This time slower, more deliberate. Thousands of results appeared, but only one caught her attention. "Businessman vanishes during electrical demonstration. New York Times, December 5th, 1890. She clicked. The scan was grainy, the text slightly warped, but the headline was unmistakable. Jonathan Hale, 31, associate of inventor Nikola Tesla, presumed dead after laboratory accident. Her heart stopped. The article went on. Witnesses report a blinding flash of blue light moments before Hale disappeared from sight. Mr. Tesla refused to comment, stating only that the experiment will be repeated when the current stabilizes. Claire leaned back in her chair, hand over her mouth. The photograph accompanying the article was small, faded, but the face was clear enough. Jonathan Hale, standing beside a bank of coiled wires, wearing the same coat he had worn in the interrogation room that morning. She whispered, "Jesus Christ." For several long seconds, she couldn't move. Then instinct took over. She opened the drawer of her desk and pulled out a magnifying glass, the kind she used for examining old prints. Under its lens, the photo revealed details that no Photoshop filter could have produced. The cracked emulsion, the uneven silvering typical of wet plate photography. It was real. The man in that photograph was not a hoax. He was the man in the police station. A sharp knock startled her. She nearly dropped the magnifying glass. When she opened the door, Sergeant Lopez stood there, hat in hand, fatigue lining his face. "Sorry to drop by unannounced," he said. "Can I come in?" "Of course." He stepped inside, scanning the apartment briefly. The books, the papers, the photo of Eliza on the wall. "You live alone?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because I'm starting to think your friend really believes his story," Lopez said, taking a seat. "And I don't know what that means yet." Claire frowned. "You've spoken to him again?" "He's calm, polite, keeps asking for his belongings." "The old documents," he says, "are proof." "They are," she said quietly, turning the laptop toward him. Lopez squinted at the screen. "The Times, huh? 1900. 1890, she corrected. "Read the date." He leaned closer, then exhaled. "Damn, that's him." "Yes, same name, same face. And Tesla, it's all there. Could be coincidence, family resemblance." "No," Claire said firmly. "That article is 135 years old. You think someone planned this level of detail for a prank?" Lopez rubbed his jaw. "I've seen stranger things. But I'll admit, this one's up there." She clicked to another tab, a genealogy database. "I checked our family tree records from the archives. Eliza Hale's fiancé disappeared in December 1890. His name was Jonathan Hale." Lopez stared at her. "So you're telling me this guy walks into your life last night, hands you a letter dated the same day her fiancé vanished, then shows up at my precinct claiming to be him?" "Yes. And he hasn't aged." "Exactly." They sat in silence, the only sound the hum of the refrigerator. Finally, Lopez said, "We're keeping him overnight. But I'm going to be honest, Ms. Anderson, this isn't the kind of case we know how to handle. If you're right, then he's either the best liar I've ever met, or he's something else entirely." Claire folded her arms, staring at the photograph of Eliza on the wall. "He's not lying," she said, "and I don't think he knows how to." After Lopez left, the apartment felt even quieter than before. Claire poured herself another coffee and stood by the window. The city below was starting to glitter. Office lights, taxis, the endless circuitry of modern life. Somewhere beyond that glow, a man from another century was sitting in a holding cell, waiting for her to decide whether he was a miracle or a lunatic. She turned back to the table. The letter still lay there, beside her laptop and the newspaper clipping. And now, between them, something else. The family photograph. Her great-grandmother, smiling faintly. Jonathan Hale, standing beside her, young and alive. She brought the photo close to her face, examining every shadow. Then, almost by accident, she noticed something she had never seen before. In the reflection of a window behind them, faint but visible, a streak of white light. Too sharp, too deliberate to be sunlight. A spark frozen in glass. Her pulse quickened. Electricity is not power. It is memory. The words from the interrogation echoed in her mind. She opened her phone, scrolled through her gallery, and stopped on the photo Lopez had shown her earlier from the police station, the one taken just hours ago. The same expression, the same coat, the same eyes. No difference. No passage of time. Her hand trembled slightly as she turned off the phone and looked at the window. The city lights blinked back at her, like a language she had not yet learned. "Who are you really?" she whispered. "And what have you brought back with you?" In the distance, thunder rumbled across the skyline, though no storm had been forecast. The lamp on her desk flickered once, a tiny pulse of white light. And in the basement of the 12th precinct, where Jonathan Hale sat his cell, the security camera above his head began to glitch, the image skipping, looping, freezing for exactly 3 seconds before resuming, as if time itself had stuttered. Jonathan looked up at the camera and smiled faintly, as though he recognized the sound of the storm before anyone else. Chapter 6. The Experiment. New York, December 3rd, 1890. The city slept beneath a soft veil of snow, the gas lamps flickering in the fog like exhausted stars. From the cobblestones of South Fifth Avenue, the faint hum of electricity rose into the night, an invisible tremor pulsing from a narrow brick building whose windows glowed with unnatural light. Inside, the air was alive. Coils of copper wound like serpents around iron spines. Long glass tubes glimmered faintly, breathing with their own bluish hearts. The smell of ozone clung to everything, a sweetness that carried the taste of thunder. Jonathan Hale stood at the edge of the room, gloved hands clasped behind his back, coat buttoned despite the heat from the machines. He had attended these demonstrations before, always fascinated, always cautious. But tonight felt different. The invitation had been handwritten by Tesla himself, brief and without explanation. "Mr. Hale, I request your presence this evening at 8 o'clock for an experiment of singular importance. Bring only your patience and your faith." Jonathan had brought both, and something else he had not named, a restless desire to see the impossible become real. At the far end of the laboratory, Nikola Tesla moved among his instruments like a conductor preparing an orchestra of lightning. He was tall and thin, his dark hair slicked back, his eyes burning with an intensity that made lesser men avert their gaze. His hands, long, exact, tireless, seemed to know every inch of machines he had built. When he looked up, he smiled faintly. "Mr. Hale, I am glad you came." "I would not have missed it," Jonathan said. "You make a habit of challenging the boundaries of creation." Tesla's smile deepened. "Boundaries exist to be moved. Not destroyed, simply moved. Tonight, we test how far." Jonathan's eyes drifted to the centerpiece of the room, a massive coil nearly 10 feet high, surrounded by smaller ones arranged like sentinels. Wires connected them in a pattern that looked less like engineering and more like language. Above them, suspended from the ceiling, a copper sphere waited like a captive sun. "You have improved the design," Jonathan said softly. Tesla nodded. "The current flows cleaner now. I have found the right frequency to speak with the air itself." "And you believe it will answer?" "I do not believe, Mr. Hale. I calculate." There were 3 other men in the room, assistants, their faces pale in the glow. One held a notebook. Another checked a series of gauges. Outside, the wind pressed against the shutters, but inside, the air was still, the silence before a storm. Tesla adjusted the dial and glanced at Jonathan. "Would you stand there near the outer coil? I want you to see what the human eye has not yet been permitted to see." Jonathan obeyed, though his instincts whispered caution. He stood beside the apparatus, feeling the hum through the soles of his boots. His pulse echoed it, one heartbeat slower than the rhythm of the machine. Tesla raised his hand. "When the current reaches its peak, the room will fill with light. Do not move. Do not speak." The assistants took their positions. The hum grew louder, vibrating the walls, shaking dust from the rafters. The copper sphere began to glow faintly, threads of pale fire crawling over its surface like veins awakening. "Power to 100%, Tesla commanded. The switch was thrown. A blinding flash seared the air, blue, white, pure. The sound was not thunder, but something finer, a note so high it seemed to pass through flesh and bone alike. Jonathan gasped. Every hair on his arms rose. His vision fractured, the room bending, folding, collapsing into a single, impossible point of light. He reached out instinctively, fingers brushing the copper rod nearest to him. The world turned inside out. For a moment, he felt his body disassemble. Every thought, every heartbeat pulled apart and threaded through light. He saw fragments, the lab dissolving into vapor, Tesla's face frozen in astonishment. The snow outside caught mid-fall. Then came silence, perfect, total, eternal. And in that silence, a whisper, a voice that was not Tesla's, not human at all. "Return." The word vibrated through him, not in his ears, but in his bones. He opened his mouth to speak, but there was no breath, no sound. The floor beneath him dissolved. The light became everything. When the explosion faded, Tesla was on his knees. The assistants coughed, their faces white with fear. The copper sphere smoked faintly, the air thick with the smell of burned metal. "Where is he?" one of them shouted. Tesla rose slowly, eyes searching the haze. The spot where Jonathan Hale had stood was empty. Only a faint scorch mark remained, a perfect circle, as though drawn by the hand of God. The inventor walked to the table, his expression unreadable. The instrument still hummed, but the main coil was dead. He touched its metal frame, warm, trembling with residual charge. Then he saw it, etched into the oak tabletop by some unseen force. A single word burned into the varnish. "Return." He stared at it for a long time, his face unreadable, until finally he whispered, "So you did." 3 days later, the New York Times would report, businessman Jonathan Hale vanished during a private demonstration at Mr. Tesla's laboratory. The inventor offered no comment beyond stating that the experiment will be repeated when the current stabilizes. The authorities found no body, no trace, no explanation, only the faint smell of ozone and the promise of a secret too vast to name. Far away, in a future none of them could yet imagine, a man would open his eyes beneath the neon glare of Times Square, clutching a letter he had written before the world changed. Chapter 7. The Reappearance. The hum never stopped. It lived inside the walls of the holding cell, a constant, low vibration that seemed to breathe with the pulse of the building. Jonathan sat on the narrow bench, eyes open, watching the faint shimmer of the fluorescent tube above him. Every few seconds it flickered, as though the light itself were remembering something. He could still hear Tesla's voice. Not the words, but the tone. Calm, deliberate, relentless. Power to 100%. The memory ran beneath the present moment like an underground river. Each time the bulb above him trembled, he half expected to see the lab again, to smell the ozone, to hear the impossible voice whisper through the static. Return. Across the corridor, a young officer typed notes at a metal desk, occasionally glancing up. "Hey, you need anything? Water? Blanket?" Jonathan blinked at him slowly. "No, thank you." The officer hesitated. "You sure? You've been awake all night." "I am accustomed to long nights," Jonathan murmured. He rested his hands on his knees, palms upward, the old gesture of composure taught by his father before business meetings. But his hands were shaking. Every so often, the skin on his fingers tingled, as though small currents were passing through them. The air changed. A faint static brushed along his neck, raising the hairs there. Outside, thunder murmured again, though there were no clouds. At the same moment in Brooklyn, Claire sat at her desk surrounded by notes. The letter lay open beside her, pinned under the weight of a coffee mug. She was making lists, names, dates, sources, anything that might explain what she had seen. She had spent half the night combing through digital archives, cross-referencing every record of Tesla's experiments. There were fragments, rumors of vanished assistants, and letters to investors warning of unusual phenomena. But the deeper she searched, the more impossible it became to dismiss. Jonathan Hale had been real, and if he had died in that experiment, then the man she'd spoken to at the precinct was something else entirely. Her desk lamp flickered. Once, twice. Then the room went dark. She checked the hallway. The entire building had lost power. From somewhere below, the hum of the elevator cables died away, replaced by a heavy silence. Only the faint ticking of her grandfather's clock remained. She turned toward it. The hands were frozen at 12:03. The same time printed at the bottom of the newspaper article she'd found. The reported hour of Jonathan Hale's disappearance. Her breath caught. "No," she whispered. "That's not possible." The light snapped back on. The clock resumed ticking. But something in the air had shifted, like a chord struck just slightly out of tune. Claire pressed her fingers to her temple. The air smelled faintly of metal, the same scent that clung to the letter. Without knowing why, she grabbed her coat. In the cell, Jonathan had begun to hear something else, a faint rhythm beneath the electrical hum. It pulsed with a tempo not of machines but of the heart. The walls themselves seemed to shimmer faintly, like thin ice about to break. He stood dizzy. His shadow fractured across the floor. The bulb above him flickered again, casting the room in strobe flashes. Light, darkness, each revealing a slightly different world. In one of those flashes, he saw a ghost of the past. Tesla at his table, the copper coil alive with blue fire. In the next, the present. A steel door, a blinking camera, the officer typing without noticing anything strange. And in the third flash, for the briefest instant, Claire. She stood in the corner of the cell, her face pale in the white light, eyes filled with recognition. Then the image was gone. Jonathan gripped the bars. "Claire," his voice echoed, too loud, too desperate. The officer looked up, startled. "You okay in there?" Jonathan didn't answer. The light steadied again, leaving him breathless and cold. Outside, the storm that was a storm moved over Manhattan. No lightning, no rain, only a deep rumble like the turning of gears in the sky. Claire's cab pulled up in front of the precinct. The driver, uneasy, looked back at her. "You sure they're open this late?" "Yes," she said automatically, though she wasn't. "Wait here." Inside, the lobby was nearly empty. A single desk lamp burned at reception. She could feel the vibration even through the soles of her boots. Faint, rhythmic, alive. She found Lopez pacing near the corridor. "Ms. Anderson, what are you doing here?" "I had to see him." "At 1 a.m? There's something wrong. With the power, with everything." Before Lopez could answer, the lights dimmed again. The radio on his shoulder hissed, filled with static. Somewhere down the hall, a door slammed open. "What the hell?" Lopez started, then stopped. The lights flickered once, twice, and went out completely. In the sudden darkness, a sound filled the building, a soft, resonant hum, neither mechanical nor natural. Claire's pulse quickened. It was the same note that had echoed through her apartment. Then, a flash. White, silent, absolute. For less than a heartbeat, she saw through the walls. The outline of the cells, the wiring behind the plaster, the silhouette of a man standing with his hand pressed to the bars. And then, just as suddenly, the world snapped back into place. The backup lights flicked on. Officers shouted down the corridor. The hum faded. Lopez drew his flashlight and moved toward the holding area. Claire followed, breathless. When they reached the cell, the door was still locked. Jonathan stood inside, unharmed, his eyes fixed on her as though he'd been waiting all along. "Miss Anderson," he said calmly, "you came." She could barely speak. What just happened?" "I believe," he said softly. "Time remembered me." They stared at each other through the bars, the white glow of the emergency light falling across their faces. In that silence, Claire realized something impossible. She could feel it too, a vibration beneath her skin, faint but steady, as if the hum of the machines in that long-forgotten laboratory still pulsed between them. The connection had begun. Chapter 8. Resonance. The precinct was not supposed to have a soul. It was a place of procedure. Fluorescent lights, stale air, the tired music of keyboards and phones. Yet in the aftermath of the blackout, everything felt unervingly alive. The hum in the walls had not stopped. It had only gone quieter, like something holding its breath. Claire Anderson stood in the corridor outside the holding cells, still pale from the shock. Her reflection trembled faintly in the glass of display case. Behind her, officers moved in slow, uncertain rhythms, their voices low, as if speaking too loudly might wake whatever had just passed through the building. Sergeant Lopez stood near the generator panel, arguing quietly with a technician. "Nothing tripped," the man was saying. "No surge, no fault. It just cycled itself off and back on. Whole grid's clean." "That's not possible," Lopez muttered. The technician shrugged helplessly. "Then maybe you tell me what is possible tonight." Claire turned away, walking toward the cell where Jonathan Hale waited. The heavy door creaked slightly as she approached. The air in the corridor smelled faintly metallic, like the space between lightning and thunder. He was standing exactly where she had left him, one hand resting on the iron bars, the other loosely at his side. The emergency light painted his face in soft white and shadows, like a daguerreotype caught in motion. "You shouldn't be here," Lopez called after her. Claire didn't answer. She stopped at the bars. "Jonathan," she said softly. He looked at her with the calmness of a man who had already seen the end of the world and accepted it. "You felt it too, didn't you?" She hesitated. "The power surge?" "No," he tilted his head slightly, eyes distant. "The resonance?" Claire folded her arms. "You'll have to explain that." "I cannot," he said. "Only show you." He closed his eyes. For a moment, she thought he was praying. Then the light above them flickered again, just once, but long enough for her to feel a pressure in her ears, as though the air itself had contracted. When it steadied, she was no longer sure she had remained in the same second. Something inside the sound of the lights had shifted. A tone, faint, steady, perfectly pitched, like a tuning fork struck in another room. Jonathan opened his eyes. "There are frequencies," he said quietly, that bind all things. Tesla believed this. He called it sympathetic vibration. When two objects share the same natural frequency, they begin to move as one. Her voice came out smaller than she intended. You're saying what? That we're vibrating. He smiled faintly. That time is... Lopez approached, rubbing the back of his neck. All right, Professor, let's keep the science lesson short. We're having the doc take a look at you. Ms. Anderson, you can stay if you like, but if the lights start dancing again, I'm pulling the plug on everything. Two officers opened the cell door. Jonathan stepped out without resistance, moving with a strange dignity that made even the younger cop hesitate before cuffing him. His eyes flicked to Claire, and for an instant she felt a weight behind that glance. Not pressure, not fear, but recognition. They led him to the medical room, a narrow space with a linoleum floor and a humming monitor on the wall. The scent of disinfectant mingled with the faint perfume of burning dust from the overhead lamps. A young police physician waited by a rolling cart of instruments. She was efficient, precise, almost mechanical. Just a quick check, she said. Vitals, reflexes, standard evaluation. Jonathan sat on the edge of the metal table, his coat folded neatly over his knees. Claire stood near the doorway, arms crossed, pretending to be detached but unable to look away. The doctor placed a blood pressure cuff around his arm. The gauge quivered, then spiked erratically. She frowned. That's odd. Something wrong? Lopez asked. No reading. The needle's jumping like there's interference. She tried again. Same result. The monitor on the wall flickered, its line of green light skipping in irregular bursts. Jonathan's voice was calm. Electricity does not always obey your instruments. The doctor gave him a wary glance. So I'm seeing. She clipped a sensor to his finger. The screen beeped twice, then began tracing two lines instead of one. Two pulses, faintly out of sync. What the hell? Lopez muttered. Faulty lead. The doctor said automatically, detaching the clip, but the lines remained, moving like echoes. Claire stepped closer. The monitor's light reflected in her eyes, and for a split second the two signals merged, one heartbeat overtaking the other. Then the monitor steadied. One pulse. Normal. Jonathan exhaled softly. Claire whispered, Did you see that? Lopez shook his head. I don't want to see anything right now. The doctor continued the examination in uneasy silence. Jonathan answered every question with old-world politeness. Any medications? None. Do you use tobacco or alcohol? On occasion, though it seems neither is what it once was. Any history of seizures? Only of wonder. When she asked him to remove his shirt for an ECG, Claire turned away out of habit and froze. On his chest, faintly visible under the thin skin, were marks, tiny symmetrical burns, each no larger than a coin. They formed a pattern, circular, deliberate. The doctor leaned closer, puzzled. Scars. Jonathan looked down at them as if seeing them for the first time. They were not there before. Before what? Lopez asked. The experiment. The ECG pads barely stuck to his skin. When the machine started, the paper spool jittered and tore. The doctor sighed, defeated. I can't get stable reading. Everything's. The lights dimmed again. Not a flicker this time, but a long, low fade, like the breath of something massive drawing in. The computer screens blinked to black, then flashed bright white, a single frame frozen on the screen, a web of lightning, branches of it forming what looked like handwriting. Claire's voice trembled. What does that say? Lopez leaned closer. Resonance, he whispered. The word vanished. The monitors rebooted. The hum subsided. Jonathan sat perfectly still, eyes half closed. It has begun, he said. When the power stabilized, they escorted him back to the observation room. Not the cell this time, but a larger space used for interviews. The air smelled faintly of warm plastic and ozone. Claire followed, ignoring Lopez's protests. She needed to understand. Jonathan sat at the table, fingers resting lightly on the surface. You should not be afraid, he said. The energy that moves between us is not destructive. It remembers what it touched. What do you mean between us? She asked. He looked at her steadily. When the current took me, it did not merely move through space. It carried what I was into what I might become. You are part of that current now. That's impossible, she said. He smiled faintly. Impossible was my profession. For a moment, the air between them seemed to shimmer, just a trick of tired eyes, perhaps, or the reflection of the lamp on the table. But the hum in the building deepened again, soft, rhythmic, unmistakable. Lopez rubbed his temple. That sound again. Jesus, what is that? Jonathan glanced toward the ceiling. Memory. The lights above flickered once more. In their brief darkening, Claire saw something impossible. The faint outline of gears turned behind the walls. Not physical gears, but shadows of motion, like the ghosts of machinery from another time. When the light returned, they were gone. She sank into the chair opposite him. What's happening to you? To us, he corrected gently. The frequencies are aligning. She stared at him, then at her own hands. They were trembling slightly, not from fear, but from something deeper, an undercurrent of energy that felt alive beneath her skin. Why me? She asked. Because you opened the door, he said simply. Every current needs a conductor. Lopez returned with a folder and a weary look. We got specialists coming from downtown in the morning. Some science consultant from Columbia. Maybe they'll make sense of this. Until then, he stays here. Claire nodded absently, still staring at Jonathan. Lopez gave her a skeptical look. You should get some rest. I can't, she said. When he left, the room fell silent except for the hum. Jonathan's eyes had softened. Do you hear it now? He asked. Yes, she whispered. It's not the lights, he said. It's the space between them. Claire leaned forward, studying him as if the truth were hidden somewhere in the lines of his face. Tesla's notes, they mentioned resonance? He nodded slowly. He believed the world could be made to sing if only one found its key. He called it the universal frequency. I was the instrument he chose to test. And you survived. For now. The air in the room trembled faintly, and the monitor on the wall blinked awake again, unprompted. A green line crawled across the screen. 2 pulses appeared, overlapping perfectly, their peaks and troughs identical. Claire's throat tightened. What is that? Jonathan's voice was almost a whisper. Proof. The monitor flickered once, then went dark, leaving them in the quiet hum of a building that no longer felt entirely their own. Far above the city, the storm that was a storm rolled eastward, carried with a faint scent of ozone and the echo of a frequency too low for human ears, one that had been waiting, patient and ancient, for someone to listen again. Some frequencies, Tesla had written in the margin of his journal, cannot be stopped, only shared. Chapter 9. The Visitors. Morning did not so much arrive as seep, a grayness that diluted the night without quite defeating it. The precinct's windows were tinted a tired blue, the kind that made even healthy faces look slightly haunted. Coffee steamed in paper cups. Keyboards resumed their soft percussion. The building pretended nothing had happened. Claire Anderson had not slept. She stood by the radiator in the observation room, hands wrapped around a cup that had lost its heat, watching her breath fog the glass for a moment before fading. On the other side of the glass, Jonathan Hale sat at the metal table with the serenity of a person waiting for a train that would come whether he willed it or not. His hat lay beside him like a punctuation mark. Sergeant Lopez pushed the door open with his shoulder, balancing 2 fresh coffees and a pile of printed forms he had no faith in. Specialists are on their way, he said, setting a cup within reach of Claire. Columbia sent someone, and another agency offered consultant. Another agency? Claire asked, trying to sound casual and failing. Lopez grimaced. You know how it goes. When something hums in a government building and all the lights decide to practice disappearing acts, phones ring in places you and I don't get to see. Claire's gaze stayed on Jonathan. Don't let them turn this into a circus. Lady, it's already a circus, Lopez said, but his voice was not unkind. A murmur rippled through the bullpen. 2 figures had stepped through the security gate and were signing the log with practiced indifference. They moved with the unconcerned confidence of people used to entering rooms that others only visited when summoned. The first was a woman in her late 30s with a weathered leather satchel strapped across her body and an expression that alternated between amused and intent. She wore a dark sweater beneath a camel coat, black pants, boots meant for walking across campus lawns. Her hair was bound back with a ribbon that refused perfection. When she smiled at the receptionist, the room relaxed by 1 degree. The second was a man built like a lamppost, tall, tidy, and terminally skeptical. His suit had the proper creases, his tie a small, exact knot. He carried nothing but a thin tablet and the suspicion that all visible objects were lying. His eyes were the gray of overcast water. They were escorted to Lopez's office, where the sergeant introduced him with a wave of the hand he used for both blessings and surrender. Dr. Eva March, Department of Physics, Columbia. Dr. Alan Whitaker, a consulting physicist. Federal. Claire asked before she could stop herself. Whitaker's smile was polite and uninformative. We consult broadly. Dr. March offered Claire a quick, assessing look that managed to be both kind and sharp. Ms. Anderson, right? Art historian. I looked you up on the walkover. She tapped the satchel. You've published on late 19th century photographic processes. Useful skill set this morning. Claire blinked. You looked me up? Curiosity is my vice, March said, as if that explained everything. Lopez cleared his throat. We had a power issue last night. Cameras glitched. Monitors displayed words. He paused, as if waiting for someone to tell him he was misremembering. We also have a gentleman in custody claiming to be from 1890. He had documents that looked authentic. Ms. Anderson believes they are. So do I. Whitaker's eyebrows traveled a short distance upward. And the words on the monitors? Resonance, Claire said. March's eyes brightened. Huh. Whitaker's expression did not change. Spontaneous on-screen artifacts aren't unheard of. System reboots produce garbage frames. Garbage usually doesn't spell, March murmured, then added, Can we see the individual? Lopez led them down the corridor. As they approached the observation room, the building's hum became, for a barely perceptible instant, more focused, as though sound behaved itself in the presence of attention. Claire felt it like a small pressure behind her eyes. Through the glass, Jonathan looked up. The visitor's arrival adjusted the room's temperature the way a new wind changes a field. Dr. March studied him, as if he were a theorem that had acquired a pulse. Whitaker studied him as one studies a counterfeit painting. Not in order to appreciate it, but to locate the error. Lopez made the introductions. Mr. Hale, this is Dr. March and Dr. Whitaker. They're here to ask a few questions. He glanced at Claire, whose hands had found each other in a grip she did not notice. Ms. Anderson will remain. Jonathan stood, nodded to each in turn with a formality the century had not entirely discarded. Good morning. March pulled out a chair and sat with the comfortable collapse of a person forever 10 minutes late and rarely wrong. Mr. Hale, she said, do you mind if I record this? I do not mind sound being captured if it insists, Jonathan replied. Whitaker placed his tablet on the table, its surface gleaming with controlled neutrality. State your name for the record. Jonathan Hale. Date of birth. March 2nd, 1859. March's eyes crinkled. And the date to your understanding now. November 4th, 2025. Though I admit the numbers are still negotiating with my mind. Whitaker gestured toward Jonathan's coat. You came with documents. Lopez slid a plastic sleeve onto the table. The preserved items they cataloged. A city license folded into thirds, a high-quality photograph, a letter. Whitaker opened the sleeve with the particular care of a man who neither hopes nor expects to be surprised. He examined the license, checked the watermark against the database on his tablet, flicked his gaze at the photograph, and then at the letter without touching the seal. March, by contrast, leaned in to smell the paper. Ozone, she said under her breath. You smell that? Claire did. The faint metallic sweetness she had detected in her apartment breathed from the parchment, like a memory loosening its grip. Whitaker continued. You claim to have been present at an experiment conducted by Nikola Tesla on December 3rd, 1890. Yes. Describe the apparatus. Jonathan did, patiently and with the accuracy of a man trained to catalog shipping crates and ledgers. The height of the primary coil, the arrangement of the secondaries, the copper sphere slung from the rafters, the smell of varnish, oil, and ozone, the way Tesla's assistants kept glancing at a particular gauge whose needle trembled like a trapped bird. March nodded along, eyes narrowing in pleasure at recognizable details. Frequency. Jonathan inclined his head slightly. Mr. Tesla called it a key that would open the air. He spoke in metaphors when it pleased him, but he wrote a number on a slate. 38,000, and he hesitated, closed his eyes, listening to a room that was no longer here. 200 cycles per second. March looked delighted. Audio frequency transformers, early coil prototypes. That tracks. Whitaker did not look delighted. He looked as one looks when small coincidences accumulate and refuse to disperse. You also claim the word return was burned into the table. Jonathan's gaze did not waver. Yes. How would that occur in physical terms? I can no more tell you than explain why a prayer is answered on a particular Sunday. I only know what I saw. Whitaker's mouth thinned. March set her elbows on the table. Mr. Hale, when the lights flickered last night, did you feel anything? Inside your head. I felt as one feels the sudden presence of a person who has long been absent, Jonathan said. Not fear, recognition. Any audible tone? A high one, then a low one, as if two notes had found each other. March sat back, satisfied. Sympathetic coupling. Whitaker glanced at her. We don't use 19th century poetry in lieu of models. We use both were intelligent, March said, unruffled. Mr. Hale, do you remember events from last night that you did not experience? A kind of double exposure memory? Jonathan hesitated. The room seemed to press closer, listening. Yes, he said quietly. I remember walking along Broadway, but I also remember, he paused, as if hearing another step in the hallway of his mind. A train platform with signs I could not read because they changed themselves. A boy in a yellow jacket dropping a toy that flew. An advertisement on a glass wall showing a shoe that rotated without being touched. And he looked at Claire, startled by his own admission. A woman with dark hair reading a letter beside a clock that had forgotten to move. Claire's throat tightened. My apartment, she whispered. Whitaker's pen finally stilled. A light pop sounded from the corner of the ceiling, the camera adjusting its iris. For an instant the monitor on the wall woke itself, blinked, traced a green line that split into two, and then reconverged with the neatness of hands clasping. Then, either offended by its own boldness or bored, it went dark. Video anomaly, Whitaker said, more to the air than to any person. The door cracked open, and a uniformed officer slid a small tray of equipment onto a side table. Per request, he said. Non-invasive field meter, RF scanner, EM probe, portable oscilloscope. Finally, March breathed, her posture shifting from conversation to experiment. Mr. Hale, with your permission? Do what you must, Jonathan said. If the future has decided to examine me, it has the instruments to do so. March clipped a small sensor to the metal bracket of the table. On the oscilloscope, a calm sine wave appeared, then flattened. She touched the table, then lifted her hand. The wave shifted each time she made contact, like a living thing responding to a finger on its skin. Ground potential is wandering, she muttered. You seeing this? Whitaker checked a handheld meter, swept it around the room. RF noise is within expected baselines. No external transmitter in play. He pointed the device at the ceiling, at the camera, at the fluorescent light. Except, he frowned, there's a low-frequency component that doesn't belong here. Power grid? Lopez offered. Grid hum is 60 hertz, Whitaker said. I'm seeing something down around 8. March smiled despite herself. Schumann band. Whitaker did not roll his eyes, but very similar emotion walked across his face. Global resonance is not going to wake up for one man in a police station. Maybe not for a man, March said, eyes on the scope. For a pair. She turned the sensor toward Claire. The trace on the screen lifted, tilted, curved into a new form as Claire stepped closer. Happens when she enters a field, March said, voice soft with a pleasure pattern. Again. Claire took a step back. The trace relaxed. She stepped forward. The line rose. Forward again. Higher. Jonathan leaned fractionally toward her. Without meaning to, the line responded with a quiver. Whitaker stared. That implies... Coupling, March said. Non-contact. Stronger than I'd expect from ambient. She glanced at Jonathan. You two are in tune. Something like embarrassment crossed Jonathan's face, not romantic, but metaphysical. The awkwardness of sharing a private frequency in a public room. Claire felt the same heat and some other feeling beneath it, a solemnity that did not have a proper place in any modern lexicon. Whitaker stepped between them, as if his body could interrupt physics. The trace on the scope faltered, resentful. He reset his jaw. Let's ask a more useful question. If this man is not a hoax, what can he predict? That presumes linearity, March said. It presumes sanity. Claire found her voice. Ask him something Tesla would have written that no one in this room remembers. Whitaker seemed to weigh whether to reject the suggestion purely on principle. He chose magnanimity. Mr. Hale, did Mr. Tesla share with you any aphorisms? He was fond of them, not the famous ones. Jonathan looked not at Whitaker, but at the table, at the place where his fingers rested. He said, a frequency is a promise you keep of the world. He said also, when I asked whether his machines had souls, souls are what machines borrow from those who build them. He glanced up, and after the light, when I thought I had died, I heard him say, though his mouth did not move, electricity is not power, it is memory. March went very still. Where did you hear that last line? In his workshop, Jonathan said, before I vanished. March dug into her satchel, produced a clear plastic sleeve containing a faded photograph of a notebook page. This is a page from a private journal of Tesla's, acquired at auction 6 years ago, provenance reconstructed from a former assistant's estate. She said quietly, most of it is experiment tables. In the margin, a single sentence. She slipped the image onto the table and turned it toward Claire and Lopez. The sepia scrawl, slanted and urgent, read, electricity is not power, it is memory. Whitaker's composure developed a hairline fracture. How many people know that page exists? Lopez asked. 7, March said, including the 3 in this room who just learned. She looked at Jonathan. You couldn't have memorized that from any public source. Jonathan's gaze softened. I told you what I heard. Whitaker exhaled, slow and controlled, as if discharging a weapon he preferred not to use. Very well. Suppose we accept for the moment that our visitor is displaced in time. Then we must consider not the truth of his claim, but the consequences. Causality. Contamination of the timeline. Public exposure. The man is a person, not a pathogen. Claire snapped, surprised at herself. Both can spread, Whitaker said evenly. Lopez lifted his hands. Enough. No one's spreading anywhere. He stays here until I'm convinced I won't be booking a ghost into central holding. March was still watching the scope. The trace had steadied into a slow, noble wave, as dignified as a cello note. I want him moved, she said gently. Not out of custody. Calm down, Sergeant. Just out of this room. The lighting here is a mess. The ground lines are dirty, and the HVAC is acting like an antenna. I want a quieter space. Less noise. Lopez grimaced, calculating rooms, schedules, paperwork, the administrative ecology of an understaffed precinct. We got an interview suite on the lower level. That's basically a closet with a table. No camera. We unplugged it after flood. It's cold. Perfect, March said brightly. Whitaker tapped his tablet. I'm notifying my office. You do that, Lopez said without warmth. They relocated like a small, uncertain caravan. The lower-level corridor smelled of old paint and honesty. Pipes ran along the ceiling like the intestines of some municipal beast. The door to the Deschutes interview room stuck for a moment and then surrendered with a sound like a cough. Inside, there was a metal table, 2 chairs, and a radiator that did not so much heat as remember what heat had been. March set the scope on the table, angled the sensor toward the wall. The trace settled into a baseline that looked almost bored. Good. she said. Mr. Hale, if you'd sit. Ms. Anderson, across. They took their places, facing each other with the uncomfortable posture of people about to share a truth. Whitaker stood to one side, a narrow shadow. Lopez lingered in the doorway with the air of a man supervising a seance without believing in spirits. March glanced at Claire. I want you to do something simple. Take his hand. Just for a second. Claire felt heat rise behind her ears. Is that necessary? It's physics, March said, grinning, which is very nosy about intimacy, but only for respectable reasons. Jonathan extended his hand, sleeve-length, across the table, palm up, formal as a pledge. Claire placed her fingers in his, light as if touching a match about to catch. His skin was warm. For an instant, the room tilted. On the oscilloscope, the line leapt, not a spike, not noise, but a cleansing surge, a tuning, as if a choir had found its note. The bass line reformed at a new amplitude, more coherent, more itself. Claire swallowed. She could smell the faintest echo of metal in the air, the way old pennies smelled when you dropped them into your palm. Jonathan's eyes were steady, a storm observed from within. Okay, March whispered. Okay, that's new. Whitaker's pen made a mark that was too neat for the remark it notated. Coupling confirmed, he said, as if that settled something and not, as it happened, everything. The radiator ticked once, like a small clock correcting itself. Somewhere above, a phone rang twice and stopped. Jonathan released Claire's hand. The line on the scope relaxed, but did not return to its old laziness. It had learned a better shape. Now what? Lopez asked, as if, having permitted the spell, he wished to be told how to reverse it. Now, March said, eyes thoughtful, we test whether the resonance can carry information. Jonathan tilted his head. You want me to remember something that has not happened. I want you to hear it, March said, like catching the tail of the song. The room held its breath. Claire felt a pressure in her chest, not unpleasant, like the pause before a favorite chord. Jonathan closed his eyes. Silence changed color. The faint hum of the building rethreaded itself into a pattern one might almost call deliberate. Claire stared at his face and, for a dizzy heartbeat, saw another overlaid. The same bones, the same eyes, but marked by a lamplight that did not exist anymore. And behind that, the quicksilver flash of a lab, and beneath it, a word etched into wood, return. Jonathan spoke very softly. A door, he said, 2 floors up, marked E3. Red paint has chipped at the lower left corner. Beyond it, a stairwell with 3 landings. On the second landing, a metal box with a glass window. Inside, a switch. If you flip it, the lights will die for exactly 3 seconds. They will come back with a sound like a dropped coin. Lopez stared. We don't have any E doors on that floor. Whitaker's mouth pinched. Coincidences masquerade as clairvoyance. March didn't wait. She stepped into the corridor and flagged down an officer. I need to look at your maintenance access on 2. Lopez swore under his breath and followed, because to supervise is to comfort oneself with proximity. Whitaker, compelled by a more refined superstition, came too. Claire and Jonathan were alone for the space of 30 heartbeats that felt like a longer measure. She leaned forward. Did you just make that up? I told you what I heard, he said, the line between humility and certainty as narrow as a violin string. Footsteps returned. March's cheeks were pink with triumph. There's an E3 door, she said, freshly painted. The switch box exists. It's a test bypass for the emergency circuit. We didn't flip it. Why not? Whitaker asked. Because I like my job, Lopez said. Also because it controls the corridor we're in and a good portion of the holding area. But yeah, it's there. Whitaker had gone very quiet. He looked at Jonathan as if the man had become a mirror that showed, behind one's own reflection, a second face. Predict something less trivial, he said. Something outside the building. A headline. A power fluctuation on the subway. Anything we can verify without breaking things. Jonathan shook his head. It doesn't work that way. The future is not a newspaper. It is a room adjacent to this one with the door ajar. And the door... Claire asked. He met her eyes. You... Before anyone could reply, The light in the interview room took on a peculiar quality. Not brighter, not dimmer, but closer. The radiator stopped ticking and went completely still. The oscilloscope's trace thickened, as if printed in bolder ink. Far above them, something like thunder grumbled again in a sky that had insisted all morning on being clear. Lopez's radio hissed a life on his shoulder, spoke a sentence in static, and died. Whitaker's tablet rebooted itself and came back asking for a password it had never asked before. The door to the room eased inward, as if under a hand that no one in the room possessed. For a single ridiculous second, everyone looked at the space beyond as if expecting a person to enter, and perhaps one did, the sort of person who cannot be recorded and leaves only the smell of metal behind. The lights went out. Darkness was clean and total. No flailing, no shouting, only 4 people holding still while the world practiced not being visible. 3 seconds later, exactly, the lights returned with soft sound, like a coin striking a table. They stood in the same positions, but none of them were in the same place. March found her voice first. "Okay," she said softly, not to any of them, perhaps not even to herself. "Okay." Whitaker stared at his tablet, which displayed, unhelpfully, a blank login screen and a small, insulting message. "ARIA 0 Nance mode enabled." "There is no resonance mode," he said, as if contradiction could pull the world back into compliance. Lopez exhaled. Not a surrender, not yet, but a recalibration. "No more tricks," he said hoarsely. "We keep the man safe, we keep the building standing, and we keep this off the evening news." Claire looked at Jonathan. The hum inside her skull had settled into a rhythm she could have walked to, slept to, prayed to as she believed in prayer. "What happens now?" she asked. Jonathan's answer was not an answer. "When I was a boy," he said, "my father took me to the river in winter. We stepped onto the ice and listened. If it sang low, it was safe to cross. If it sang high, we turned back." He held her gaze. "Listen." They listened. The building sang low. March closed her satchel with a decisive snap. "I want access to your camera feeds and any instrument logs from last night," she told Lopez. "And I want to examine those documents again using a microscope and a spectrometer that aren't allergic to wonder." "You'll get what I can give," Lopez said. He looked at Whitaker. "And you, keep your office off my back until I know what the hell I'm writing in this report." Whitaker's practiced neutrality returned, thinner than before. "I will advise discretion." Everyone knew what it meant. The larger circus had smelled the tent. Claire rose, the chair legs whispering against the floor. "I'm not leaving him alone," she said. Lopez nodded once. "Then you don't." They filed out into the corridor, their footsteps falling into an inadvertent cadence, those small moments when strangers become briefly an orchestra. At the far end of the hall, by the stairwell door with the chipped red paint, the emergency exit sign flickered once, like an eyelid trying to wake. It steadied. Behind them, in the empty room, the oscilloscope continued to draw a line no one watched. It was steady, calm, and true, 2 peaks, 1 curve. And somewhere else in the city, a maintenance worker on a subway platform looked up as the lights above him dimmed for exactly 3 seconds and returned with the sound of a coin. He frowned, tapped the housing with a knuckle, and told the younger man beside him, "It's nothing." The grid hummed. The younger man, who did not yet know what it feels like to hear the world sing low, nodded, made a note on a clipboard, and forgot it by lunch. Chapter 10. The Echo Map. Morning sharpened itself against the city like a knife on stone. The precinct released them 1 signature at a time. Eva March with a scientist's quick impatience. Whitaker with the poise of a man who had already filed 3 reports in his head. Lopez with the reluctant grace of someone who knew when to let a river carry the boat. Claire and Jonathan emerged last, the air outside startlingly bright, each breath tasting faintly of metal and wet winter. Columbia rose on the horizon like a parliament of stone, domes and columns, and the long sentences of academic buildings written in limestone. The campus, at that hour, had the hush of an old library that had taught itself to walk outdoors. Students crossed the quads in small expeditions. Hooded figures with coffee, scarves like banners, 1,000 private beginnings dressed as routine. "This way," Eva said. cutting across College Walk with the authority of someone who had lost count of how many semesters she had survived. She led them down a narrow stair flanked by posters for colloquia and film nights, through a corridor with scuffed floors and the clean, bitter smell of solvents, and into a lab that looked like an orchestra pit for instruments that sang in numbers. The lights were not cruel here. They glowed instead of glared. On the central bench stood an oscilloscope older than some of her graduate students, a newer digital scope, a spectrum analyzer with a cracked corner, 2 field meters, a coil that had failed a safety inspection and was therefore perfect, and a hand-lettered sign on a clipboard that read, "Do not fix anything until it breaks properly." "Home," Eva announced cheerfully. She shrugged off her coat, tossed the satchel onto a stool, and rolled up her sleeves. "Mr. Hale, Ms. Anderson, Jonathan, Claire, sit there, opposite sides of the bench. Don't touch anything yet unless I say so. Whitaker, if you must call your office, use the hallway. The lab resents bureaucratic wavelengths." Whitaker's mouth acknowledged the joke without approving it. "I will need a secure line." "You can borrow my office," Eva said. "Third door, plant that looks dead but isn't." He left as if going on a diplomatic mission behind enemy foliage. Claire took a seat, feeling the wood through her coat, the bench scarred with generations of carvings, initials, equations, the sudden declaration, "I can hear the room." Jonathan sat across from her, every motion disciplined and modest. The hat placed on his lap, the coat folded neatly, the hands placed palm down as if each finger were signing a small private vow. "Before we begin," Eva said, clipping probes and waking machines with affectionate taps, "a note on vocabulary. When I say resonance, I mean it the old-fashioned way. A system prefers certain frequencies, and when the world supplies those notes, the system sings. When I say map, I mean I'm going to coerce the invisible into a picture." "I appreciate proper meanings," Jonathan said. "Good," Eva replied, "because the improper ones are about to misbehave." She placed a palm on the bench. A line rose on the old scope, married itself to a hum the building had learned the way bodies learn posture. She adjusted the dial. The hum turned into a visible rhythm, slow and deliberate. "Baseline," she murmured. "Now the room knows we're listening." Claire swallowed. She became suddenly, acutely aware of the lab. The aroma of solder and coffee, the chalk dust at the margin of the blackboard, the faint draft from a misaligned window. She could feel the campus breathing through the vents. "Hands flat," Eva said. "Good. Don't speak." She dimmed the overhead lights until the instruments made their own climate of green and blue. On the spectrum analyzer, a landscape appeared. Small hills of noise, the sovereign mountain of 60 hertz, the polite foothills of harmonics, and, far down the band, almost lost in the fog, a swell around 8. The Schumann tongue, whispering. Claire heard her own heartbeat in her ears. Jonathan had not moved. His eyes, in the dim, were the color of varnished walnut. "All right," Eva said softly, as if telling a secret where the instruments could overhear but not object. "Jonathan, say her name." He hesitated, then, "Claire." The room sloped. The 8 hertz swell lifted, a tide answering the moon. On the scope, the line clothed itself in coherence. On the analyzer, a narrow peak pushed out the noise like a diver surfacing for breath. Again, Eva said, "Claire," he said softer, as if speaking to a door. The peak held. A second, smaller note appeared beside it, almost a harmony. Eva exhaled, one of those long, delighted exhalations that sound like the first line of an argument you already know you will win. "Now, Claire," she said, "say his name." "Jonathan." The harmony stepped closer to the fundamental. The line on the old scope made a decision and changed shape. The digital scope agreed with a tidier verdict. Something in the room had tuned itself and would not untune easily. Eva turned to a blank page on her clipboard and drew what she was seeing. Not the squiggles, but the grammar. The way the amplitudes leaned toward one another, the way the phase lag shortened by fractions no instrument should have bothered to report. "We're not in radio," she said. "We're in empathy dressed as physics. The field changes with attention." Jonathan tilted his head, attentive. "In my century," he said, "we used the word sympathy for the tendency of pendulums to find a common sway." "Same family," Eva said. We moderns just got embarrassed by the poetry. She unclipped a pair of small electrodes from a hook and set them gently on the bench between Claire and Jonathan. Now touched the metal one finger each. They did. The trace leapt, then steadied at a higher amplitude. Eva twitched the dial. Phase locked, she said. Good. Now, without touching, look at each other. Claire felt ridiculous and solemn at once. She lifted her eyes. The air between them seemed denser, like a page that had been written on, and erased and written on again. Jonathan did not smile exactly, but some relief moved in his face, as if an ache had been named. The instruments wrote their approval. A new, faint peak appeared above the 8 hertz hill. 13 and change. One of those frequencies the brain keeps even when fashion changes. Cortical coupling, Eva whispered, or something misbehaving like it. If I had a grant, I'd lose it on this. Footsteps at the door. Whitaker returned, smoothing an expression back into neutrality. My office is aware, he said, as if announcing weather. They advise prudence. Tell them we're already being prudent, Eva said, without turning. We're mapping a whisper. Whispers can topple things, Whitaker said. He stood beside the rack of instruments, gaze skimming the peaks, the witty flicker of green. What precisely is your aim? To measure the ways in which reality blushes, Eva said, and to decide whether we're dealing with a private miracle or a public hazard. And your verdict so far? Eva considered, fingers hovering over a dial. Neither, or both. He isn't causing the anomalies. He's an instrument tuned by them. Whitaker looked at Jonathan. And the woman? Eva's eyes flicked to Claire. She's a resonant cavity, the shape that makes the note louder and true. Claire flushed, annoyed by metaphor when facts felt tender enough. What does that mean for me? It means, Eva said, softening, that nothing happens without your consent. Whitaker's tablet chimed once. He glanced down, thumbed a message, and turned the screen blank with the speed of a man whose habits had become reflex. I have to ask, he said, if you are coupled at these frequencies, can you transmit information? Not just energy. Content. Try. Eva said immediately before Claire could answer. A simple image. Something neither of you is likely to guess. Jonathan, close your eyes. Claire, think of shape. Claire closed her eyes. The lab's hum rose. The ancestral conversation of transformers and blood. She pictured a thing that was not a word. A child's toy from her grandmother's house. An iron key with a broken tooth. She let the image live in the empty part of her mind where phrases hadn't claimed rooms. Jonathan breathed once, shallow, and then again, deeper. A key, he said quietly. Old. Heavy. The tooth is wrong. Claire opened her eyes. Yes. Eva's pencil stopped. Again. They did it thrice. And thrice he replied too quickly to be called coincidence. A small brass bird. A cracked teacup with a pale green rim. A map of Brooklyn where the streets wrong-footed the compass. It could be nonverbal cues, Whitaker said, staging a final defense. Then let's insult the senses, Eva said, and fetched 2 blackout sleep masks from a drawer with the absent confidence of a person who had slept in her office more nights than she would admit. Masks on. White noise. She turned a knob. The lab filled with a soft rain of sound. Claire and Jonathan became 2 outlines in the hum. Claire, count backwards from 100 by 7s, Eva murmured, and then choose an image. 93, 86, 79. Claire's mind bobbed between numbers and the image she smuggled in after them. A street lamp with a glass mantle, the kind that once burned gas. She had seen one in a photograph near Gramercy Park, a specimen of civic nostalgia. She said nothing. Lamp, Jonathan said through the noise, but not of this age. A glass mantle. The kind that breathes fire without flame. Eva didn't celebrate. She just wrote lamp beside white noise and underlined it. Masks off, she said softly. We can stop proving the obvious. Whitaker rubbed the bridge of his nose. Fine. You can pass pictures. Can you pass warnings? Names? Places? Claire felt the question reach her before the words explained themselves. What do you want us to warn? Nothing yet, Whitaker said. But my office will ask it. It's the nature of offices. If you can signal 3 seconds before thing breaks, they will want 5, then 10. Then he didn't finish. He didn't need to. Eva snapped her pencil lead. We aren't building a weather vane for prophecy. We are trying, Whitaker said evenly, to prevent hysteria, accidents, and opportunists. Jonathan had been listening as if to a distant conversation through a door. He looked at Claire. We can't become what they want. We won't, she said. Silence took the room for a measured breath, like a conductor raising a hand. Then the building spoke. It was not the jolt of failure. It was the settling of a decision. The lights dimmed, not to black, but to amber. The scopes brightened, their lines handsome and insistent. The coil on the back bench, never connected to the mains, murmured to itself like a kettle considering a boil. A grad student passing the hall peered in, blinked, and moved on, adopting the New York solution to the inexplicable. Catalog it and keep walking. Look, Eva whispered, on the old analog scope, the one she kept out of sentiment and the distrust of the future. A second trace had appeared in ghost green, slightly delayed, as if the machine had grown a memory and was replaying what it had just heard. 2 lines, one present, one echo. The map, Eva said, almost to herself. The world is drawing its own. The lab phone rang once and died, as if embarrassed. Whitaker stepped nearer to the coil. You said this is offline. It is, Eva answered, and yet it hums. Induction, Whitaker offered weakly. Sure, Eva said, and gravity is just the earth saying come here. Claire stood. The hum slid under her feet, like a smooth floor on a good skate. Jonathan? He looked older only in the way light makes an object honest. Yes, I'm thinking of a place. I know, he said. Not here. No. Can you hear it? Not yet. Eva startled herself by whispering, Don't force it. She knew from instruments and Brew's experiments that the fastest way to break a sympathetic system is to demand it sing louder. The hum eased. The lights returned to their office brightness with the gentle guilt of an apology. The coil sighed and forgot its dream. Lunch, Eva announced, the spell's librarian reshelving the book. We test again after we feed the mammals. Claire, there's a cafe downstairs that believes in bitter pastries and humane coffee. Jonathan, do you? She stopped, remembering money, remembering a century. You'll be our guest. I am grateful, he said, and meant something larger. Whitaker checked his tablet, which had forgiven the earlier rebellion, and resumed being a slab of compliance. I will make calls. Make them kindly, Eva said. Kindness changes outcomes. They filed out into the hallway's ordinary light. Students in various stages of astonishment and indifference flowed past. Outside, Broadway shouldered its traffic north, horns performing their secular liturgy. The cafe was half basement, half window, brick walls cheated white, chalkboard menus, small round tables like coins scattered on a dark cloth. The barista wore a ring in one eyebrow and a philosophical disinterest in everything that didn't fit in a cup. Jonathan regarded the glass case of pastries as if it were a museum of edible art. Claire ordered for them both, gauging with affection what he might actually enjoy. He accepted a croissant with the solemn gratitude of a man being trusted with something important. They ate in a silence that steadied the blood. Butter has a way of persuading a person that time might forgive. Outside, a bus hissed and kneeled for passengers. A child dragged a backpack as if it weighed a century. What happens to me if this grows? Claire asked, not looking up from the circle her cup had made on the table. Eva considered her answer as one considers a dose. You'll get tired, then clear. You may hear more than you want to hear. You may become very good at knowing which rooms are honest. You'll need boundaries the way divers need lines. And him, Claire asked, tilting her head toward Jonathan without turning. He'll become easy to keep and harder to keep out, Eva said. The world will hand itself to him in small pieces. He'll need you to decide which pieces belong. Jonathan had been watching a bit of steam escape his cup like a soul leaving tea. He raised his eyes. I do not wish to take anything that is not mine. That's not how resonance works, Eva said gently. It hands you what fits you. Whitaker appeared at the door, a silhouette carrying news. The set of his shoulders had changed. A decision had visited him and left a note. He crossed to their table and remained standing. My office would like him moved this evening. Eva's chair scraped. No. Claire's heart went bright and cold. Where? A facility with better instruments. A cage with nicer lamps. Eva snapped. Whitaker did not bristle. He merely released a breath. I said with I did not say will. Sergeant Lopez retains authority for now, but requests happen in waves. The second wave is larger. Claire caught Jonathan's gaze. His calm was not surrender. It was a stance. Then we stay ahead of the waves. Eva said, we finish the map before the tide arrives. Whitaker considered her, measuring the variable he had not learned to quantify. He nodded once, the kind of nod men give when they agree to something that will complicate them. They returned to the lab. The afternoon leaned toward evening. Winter begins earlier in rooms with no south windows. The instruments greeted them with their small, eager postures. Eva reset the baselines, adjusted the kindness of the lights, and drew a fresh page. The map would need a legend. Last test, she said. Then we rest and argue about ethics. She placed the old analog scope on the bench between them like a votive. No touching, no speaking. Think of a place, each of you, without aiming at the other. If there's a shared note, the scope will find it. They sat. They did not look at each other. They looked inward. The line on the scope trembled, bowed, settled, and then, quietly, beautifully, split into two traces that were, to the eye, identical. Eva felt the hairs on her arms recognize an ancient weather. Where are you? She whispered, though she had not asked him to tell. Jonathan said, a park behind a gate. Claire said, a square with a fence. Gramercy, Eva said, astonished at herself for knowing. The old lamps. The traces held. The line did not merely repeat. It promised. Go, Eva said, carefully. And for God's sake, take notes. Whitaker's hand hovered, then withdrew. If something happens, call. If something happens, Eva said, we'll be inside it. They left campus without drama, as inconspicuous as a procession can be when no one knows it is one. The taxi slid downtown, Broadway becoming 4th, then Park Avenue South. The city performed dusk, offices smearing gold, bars waking, a clarinet practicing badly in a 5th-floor walk-up. Claire watched street lamps yawn themselves awake, new ones polite LEDs, their light too correct. Gramercy Park arrived the way certain memories return, intact, fenced, stubbornly itself. The black iron gate kept the square private and improbable, an island of hush afloat on city tides. The old lamps stood within like elders at a family gathering. Glass mantles, wrought iron spines, their gas hearts long replaced, and sometimes coaxed back for pageants. They stood at the fence. 3 citizens of different countries of time, and 1 man from a country that does not file maps. The air smelled faintly of damp leaves and iron. A custodian in a navy sweater was locking a side gate, his keys chiming like little bells. Do we? Claire began. No, Jonathan said, as if asking permission of the park itself. We listen. The city hushed one layer. Far traffic became tide. A dog's collar sang. Somewhere a woman laughed and covered her mouth a second too late. A lamp in the park breathed. They saw it before they believed it. A softening of the glass, the briefest blush of amber at the mantle's throat. The custodian turned, frowned, and checked his keys as if they might explain themselves. The mantle brightened, not flickering, not failing, but waking. A second lamp answered with a shy, cleaner light, as if learning the trick. A third considered, then joined. Whitaker's breath left him like confession. Eva's hand found a cold top rail of the fence and held it the way a person holds a railing on a ship that has just remembered it floats. Claire felt the resonance enter her bones and choose a room. Jonathan's face in that light was both younger and truer, shadows not subtracting but clarifying. The custodian crossed the lawn with the dignity of a man confronting an old ghost. He looked up into the lamp's glass, saw nothing he could replace, and made the sign of the cross with a laugh that forgave the world for confusing him. A small group paused on the sidewalk, phones raised, the modern liturgy. No one screamed. New York rarely does when the impossible behaves politely. The 3 lamps glowed for exactly 3 minutes. Then, As if reminded that wonder must commute like everyone else, they dimmed to their sensible selves. The park exhaled. The city resumed. No one applauded. The moment had not asked for applause. Eva wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand and lied that the cold was to blame. "Map complete," she said hoarsely, though she knew maps are never finished. Whitaker's phone vibrated, and, for once, he let it lie. "We keep this quiet," he said, but it lacked threat. It sounded instead like a care. Jonathan stood with one hand on the fence, as if greeting a friend through a window. "I have been returned to a city that remembers gaslight," he said. "Perhaps it will also remember the men who were lost by its inventions." Claire turned to him. The lamps had pressed a thin coin of gold into each of his eyes. "We'll find them," she said, "or they'll find us." Behind them, a woman passing with a grocery bag paused, looked at the three lamps, frowned, smiled to herself as at a private joke, and kept walking. New York folded the event into itself the way the sea folds a moon. The wind changed. Winter rehearsed its entrance. Somewhere far above, the invisible band around the world hummed in a note that did not ask to be noticed. "Tomorrow," Eva said, recovering her professor's grammar, "we take blood pressure properly, and I teach the oscilloscope to be even more curious. Tonight we go home." Whitaker nodded once, having made new peace with reality that would never again be punctual. Sergeant Lopez will be pleased to hear nothing burned. "Not yet," Eva said and grinned. "But the right fires are patient." They turned away from the fence. The three lamps, now indistinguishable from their obedient brothers, watched them go without comment. On the taxi ride north, Claire rested her hand on the seat between them, and Jonathan, without looking, moved his own so that a thin band of air lay between, thin enough that both could feel its warmth. Far downtown, in a basement that smelled of archives and dust, a librarian paused over a ledger from 1890. The ink had browned. The paper had the texture of dry leaves. She touched a name that had not made sense for years and felt, absurdly, that it had become heavier. She switched on her desk lamp. Somewhere in the filaments, a frequency agreed. The city kept its secrets poorly that night, which is to say, as kindly as it knew how. Chapter 11. The Ledger. New York wore its morning like a carefully chosen suit, blue-gray, pressed, a little tired at the seams. On the subway uptown, the car swayed with the patient authority of routine. Office workers leaned against poles as if braced for a collective sigh. A child counted stations like magic tricks. Claire kept one hand around the metal bar and the other around a thought that wouldn't let go. The lamps in Gramercy had burned for 3 minutes because the city remembered how. Across from her, Jonathan sat with his hat in his lap. Posture immaculate despite the train's small indignities. He had learned to ride without announcing wonder, eyes lowered, hands composed, a stillness that made him look not old-fashioned but dignified, which the city accepted more readily. The advertisements above their heads, Teeth, law firms, musicals, glowed with the benevolence of constant petition. They met Eva March outside the municipal archives on Chambers Street, a building that looked like it had been persuaded to be practical after spending its youth being beautiful. The facade carried the memory of a courthouse. The interior kept the temperament of a vault. Security guards scanned bags with the weary generosity of men who had seen stranger things than they could log. "Welcome to the city's memory," Eva said, clipping visitor badges onto their coats as if pinning medals for endurance. "Most of it is dust and patience. And sometimes, if we're honest, treasure." The reading room breathed paper. Tall windows admitted a disciplined light, softened by the hang of gray days. Long oak tables stretched like altars to bureaucracy. Scholars in cardigans and conspiracists in baseball caps bent over boxes with equal devotion. Somewhere a cart squeaked. Somewhere else a pencil stub made its last brave line. A clerk with a smooth knot of hair and a precise smile approached. Her name tag read M. Perez. "Professor March, your pull slip is ready. Registry ledgers for 1885 through 1895, and the fire insurance maps you requested. We also found a box your request might have implied, though it didn't say so." Eva brightened. "Implied boxes are my favorite kind." Perez half smiled and led them to a table. She wheeled a cart beside it, stacked with gray archival boxes and 2 ledgers large enough to have their own shadows. She lifted the first ledger as carefully as if it contained sleeping bones. "These are the minutes of licensure and trade," she said. "If a man paid the city for the right to call himself something, he lives in here. The Sanborn maps, street by street, building materials, gas lines. And this," she touched a narrower box, "from the Office of Weights and Measures, 1890 to 1892. Instrument permits, electrical demonstrations, temporary exemptions." Eva's eyes gleamed the way certain people's eyes gleam at fireworks. "Bless you," she said. "We'll be gentle." Perez nodded and left them to the sacrament. Claire eased the first ledger open. The pages exhaled a smell of cloth and glue and a hint of the city's breath from 100 years ago. In tidy columns marched names and trades, fees paid, signatures bravely confident or apologetically shaky. She ran one finger above the page, not touching, and felt the tug that ink can exert on a living. Jonathan stood as if before a tribunal. The cursive script was of his world, and yet, seeing it under a fluorescent mercy, he looked stricken by the distance between handwriting and hand. Eva unfolded a pair of cotton gloves like a magician preparing honesty. "We're looking for Hale," she said, "possibly under clerks and porters, or perhaps electrical demonstrations. Temporary. Your friend Tesla often insisted on official permissions when he remembered the existence of officials." "Friend," Jonathan said softly. He was not easily kept. They found Hale Jonathan in the 1889 ledger first. Importations, fine instruments, optical and mechanical. Fee remitted by board's discretion. The signature underneath was Jonathan's hand, unmistakable in its economy and grace. "That is mine," he said. The room did not tilt, but something in Claire did. The 1890 ledger was heavier with ambition. Electrical permits. Demonstration/experimental ran the header section that smelled faintly more metallic than the rest, as if paper could remember an argument. Halfway down the page, a line in the clerk's hand. Permit granted to N. Tesla, South Fifth Avenue Laboratory, to conduct alternating current demonstration with coil apparatus. Demonstration privately attended. Below, a column labeled Observer/name carried 5 entries. 3 blurred by time. The 4th, J. Hale. The 5th, illegible, the ink having lifted into the future and failed to return. Eva looked up at them. "Proof for the unimaginative," she murmured. Claire turned a page. Another entry, December 6. Permit rescinded pending investigation due to incident. A clerk's marginal note had been added later in a smaller hand. No remains recovered. Jonathan's jaw tightened. "They logged me as an incident." "You were," Eva said gently. "So is a sunrise." They shifted to the weights and measures box. Inside, folders labeled with the squareness of a clerk who believed in alignment. Eva read off with the solemnity of a liturgy. Arc lamps, approvals, accumulators, complaints, coils, incidents, experimental exemptions. Ah! She opened the last. A letter lay on top, a carbon copy, its purple ink still stubbornly present. To Superintendent Weights and Measures from Assistant Clerk, Electrical Affairs Re. Private demonstration. Report anomalous discharge. The subject, Mr. Jonathan Hale, appears to have ceased to be in any obvious manner. Eva's mouth formed the half-smile people make in rooms of the dead when the dead try a joke. An obvious manner. Beneath it, a form with checked boxes for outcomes. Success, failure, inconclusive, and a hand-drawn option pending with municipal rebellion. Unclassifiable. The box was checked in a firm, irritated stroke. Claire lifted a thinner folder, labeled deposited items. Inside, an index card. Hale J. Personal effects remitted to family per order of coroner, no body. Attached to the card, a note. Item retained. 1 envelope, sealed. Inscription unspecified. To be released only with letter of kinship and key. Claire's heart crawled up into her throat. "Key," she whispered. Eva's head snapped up, like the one you pictured yesterday. Jonathan was reading the card as one reads a verdict. An envelope. Perez reappeared, summoned by librarian instinct. "Did you say retained item?" She leaned in. "Sometimes they wander, misfiled in a decade that enjoyed them more. But we can try." Claire swallowed. "The card says sealed." Kinship and key. Perez's eyebrows formed a precise shelter. Do you have either? I have the kinship, Claire said, a little too quickly. Documentation? Claire opened her bag, pulled out a folder she brought on a whim she could later call foresight. A photocopy of the family tree, Eliza's marriage record, and the sepia photo. Perez examined them with the seriousness of a steward accepting a crown. She nodded. I can process kinship. The key, literal or metaphorical. All keys are both, Eva said cheerfully. Perez did not dignify that. I'll check the sub-basement. If it exists, it will be where things that were important to people whose names are now quiet live. She vanished with the stealth of efficient people. They waited. In archives, waiting is not empty. It is a kind of reading. The room's noises wrote a small score. Pages turning in polite chorus, the squeak of a card apologizing for itself, a cough hidden in a sleeve like contraband. Jonathan had drifted to the window. The courthouse across the way wore scaffolding like a winter scarf. He watched a man on a ladder paint white over white. For a moment, he seemed to be looking back through centuries at other men on other ladders, painting the city into the future. Do you regret it? Claire asked quietly, not trusting her voice with any preface. He considered. Regret is a room with many chairs. I have sat in some of them, but I would not unknow what I now know. What is that? That the world does not diminish when named impossible. It enlarges. She looked at the profile of the photograph had preserved before her grandparents were born and felt, with an almost childish defiance that facts and faith had been taught to her, as if they were rivals when they had always been cousins. Perez returned pushing a smaller cart, as if it contained a king in disguise. On it, a flat archival case bound with cotton tie. She placed it on the table and untied it with fingers that performed rituals for a living. Inside, laying like a rumor, a long envelope, cream now the color of old tea. Across its face, in an ink that had refused complete surrender, 2 words, for return. Claire's breath left her like a thought she had been holding at the back of her tongue. Jonathan did not reach for it. He looked as if a hand on the envelope might break the decade. Perez produced a form, because magic is recorded. Ms. Anderson, as kin, you may open with a witness. She looked at Jonathan with administrative kindness. I'll log Mr. Hale as concerned party. Eva, unable to sit, stood behind them as the skies stand behind a city. Claire slid a letter opener beneath the flap, with the care of a surgeon delivering a second heartbeat. The seal gave with a soft, tired sound that old glue makes when it agrees to be reasonable. Inside a folded sheet and, caught at the bottom, a small iron key, not ornate, practical. Its tooth had a notch wrong in a way that made memory ache. Your key, Eva whispered, and then corrected herself. Our key. Claire lifted the letter. The paper was heavier than modern paper, more certain. The handwriting was Jonathan's. No need for confirmation. The curve of the J, the practiced restraint in the flourish of the H. She read aloud, because some words are too full to be kept by one mouth. To whomever bears the name Anderson, and to the hands that open this after I am gone. If this reaches you, then either I have failed to return, or I have returned by another road. In either case, forgive the intrusion of an earlier soul upon a later house. The experiment I witnessed, no, the experiment I entered, was not of power but of memory. Electricity, I am persuaded, carries a record of what it touches. A man could be remembered so strongly he might be found. If you are of Eliza's line, know that my intention was always to return, and that my absence is not neglect, but kink in the thread that ties one room to the next. The key enclosed opens a door that is not a door, in a place where we once walked when the city still mistook itself for a village. You will know by the lamp that stutters, even when the air is still. Should you wish to find me, or to let me be found, bring nothing but what you are prepared to remember. J. Hale, New York, December 3rd, 1890. Silence followed, but it was the kind that holds 1,000 small decisions. Eva sat down without realizing she'd done it. A door that isn't a door, she said. A lamp that stutters. Gramercy, Claire whispered. Not necessarily. Eva counted automatically, then conceded. But yes, probably. Perez, who had learned to keep her face a library, permitted herself a question. Is this theatrical? She gestured faintly at the key, the script, the people reading it. It is municipal, Eva said gravely, and therefore true. Jonathan had not moved. He wrote as if he knew, he said, as one addresses a mirror. You did, Claire said. Eva reached for the Sanborn maps. Let's see where Lamp stuttered. She rolled out a sheet that laid the city bare as a patient. The grid, the materials, the little notations for hydrants and gas mains. She traced a finger along Irving Place, Gramercy Park, Lexington, reading coded hieroglyphs of industry. Here, she said, tapping a symbol that looked like a crooked star. Gas standard. Mantle replaced 1889. Fault log 1890 winter. Irregular emission. She grinned like a woman finding a buried bell. Stutter. Whitaker called. He had not been invited to the archives, but the modern world invites itself. Claire answered with a guarded warmth one uses for people trying to save you from yourself. We found a letter, she said, and described it. Whitaker did not waste disbelief. I assume you intend to test it. Tonight, Eva said, loudly enough for the phone to hear through distance. With me present, controls as decent as the night allows. Discretion, Whitaker said. If you must make a door, make it where no one films the hinges. We'll go after the park closes, Claire said. If it's Gramercy. It might be a metaphoric door, Whitaker offered, dutifully earning his keep. Everything is until it isn't, Eva replied. Perez made a copy of the letter for the file, because the city does not let a miracle leave without a photocopy. She returned the envelope to its case with the reverence of a curator returning a relic to its reliquary. If there is anything else you need, we'll need the building forgive us, Eva said. But that's not your desk. They thanked her. People who work among paper understand gratitude as the only proper payment for ghosts. Outside, the wind had sharpened. City Hall Park bent its trees, slightly toward Battery, like listeners toward an orchestra. They walked east a block to warm themselves with soup they didn't taste and a plan they did. Night would be early. Winter auditions in November on those days when the sky can't decide what color to be. We go in separate cars, Eva said. Nothing obvious. Jonathan keeps the coat, but loses the hat. Claire, bring the key. If anyone asks, it's for a lock in a story you're not finished telling. And if the door is nothing but air? Whitaker asked, voice tinny on speaker as he trailed him like an officious conscience. Then we rewrite the metaphor. Eva said, or we accept that some letters are answered a century late. Claire felt the key press its small, exact promise against the lining of her bag with every step. A door that is not a door. She pictured the small utility gate on the park's northeast corner. The service lamp beside it, the one that had always been a little wrong, a tired candle among disciplined LEDs. She had walked past it 100 times, and it had never belonged quite as much as everything else. Jonathan looked up at the sky, as if reading a schedule written in weather. The light had taken on that particular fatigue that comes just before the first real cold. He spoke without looking at her. If there is a door, he said, you do not have to open it. She answered without thinking, which is to say, truthfully, we already have. Twilight folded the city with the competence of habit. The lamps drew their lines down the avenues, stitching dust to pavement. Gramercy's fence kept its counsel, black iron with no patience for drama. The square inside was already closing in on itself for night. The custodian, perhaps the same man, perhaps a cousin in blue sweater hood, locked the main gate and nodded at them with the benign indifference of a guardian who has learned that some strangers belong. He vanished around the side path with a priest's discretion. They moved to the northeast corner, where an iron service door sat flush with the fence like a joke about permission. Beside it, a lamp not quite modern and not quite old. Glass that remembered mantle, a metal frame that apologized for being new. The key in Claire's bag felt warm, though keys do not. She took it out. It lay on her palm like the answer to a question you only realize you've asked when you see the answer. Ready? Eva said, not to any of them in particular, but to the evening. Whitaker, who had met them at a distance and kept his suit's care even in the wind, stood a half step back like a man pretending not to accompany a miracle into a room. Once, he said quietly, in Virginia, my uncle showed me a cellar door that wouldn't open for years. One winter it yielded as if it had been merely practicing. He said someone remembers wetness and some remember song. Jonathan's mouth curved at the edge. He was not wrong. Claire fitted the key into the small iron plate beside the service door. There should not have been a keyhole, and yet there was the shape precise as a memory. The notch on the tooth fitted with a click that made the air lean forward. She turned it. No hinge moved. No lock gave. But the lamp beside the door, oh, the lamp, drew breath. Its glass warmed, the mantle brightened without flame, and a thread of white, whiter than gas, whiter than anything polite, ran up its spine. The fence seemed, for a heartbeat, to lose interest in being barrier. Eva whispered into her own breath, "Don't force it." Jonathan took half a step closer, careful as a person approaching an animal that might be either wild or holy. The city, for its part, made the courteous choice not to notice. A taxi exhaled. A couple laughed. A dog reconsidered a hydrant. Claire felt the frequency before she heard it. The note low and clean, the ice singing Jonathan had described. The lamp brightened again, a human pulse this time. On, off, on. 3 long, 1 short. "It's not Morse," Eva said. "It's hard." 3 minutes, Claire whispered, remembering Gramercy, remembering the rule the world had kept the night before. The lamp's light gathered itself. It did not flare. It resolved. The service door did not open because it had never been a door, but the space beside it, no thicker than a breath, seemed to develop depth, like a reflection deciding prefer to be a pond. Whitaker's hand hovered between caution and awe. He lowered it. Eva's pencil scratched a line in her notebook, because some people document even when the page is afraid. Jonathan looked at Claire. The air between them had again become that thin, warm band where a human hand could rest without touching and be held. "Into whatever room this is," he said softly. "We go together or not at all." She nodded. The key was still turned in the impossible plate. The lamp burned like a thought. Behind them, someone walked by and did not look. Above them, a satellite blinked out an alphabet meant for no one. Around them, New York agreed, for 3 minutes exactly, to be ancient. "Step when it sings low," Jonathan said. They listened. The city sang low, and they stepped. Chapter 12. The Threshold. The first step felt like stepping out of sound rather than into a place. The city's 1,000-layered hum peeled away in quiet sheets. Traffic, voices, compressors, the iron respiration of heat pipes, until only one note remained, low and clean, the kind that tells you ice will hold if you trust it gently. Claire's fingers tightened around the small iron key. It was warm, too warm for metal in November, and in her palm it seemed to have learned the shape of her hand. The space beside the service door did not widen. It deepened. The lamp's light did not grow brighter. It grew older, as if the mantle were remembering the day it first breathed. Jonathan moved with a dignity that resembled slowness, but was not. He had learned in childhood that you do not hurry sacred things. Eva, notebook open though her pencil had forgotten how to write, whispered to the air as if it were an instrument she might tune by apology. Whitaker hung back half a pace, the way a rational man permits himself to accompany faith without indicting his own habits. They did not pass through anything. They were simply, suddenly, inside a room that had decided not to request walls. The temperature changed first, a crispness not of modern HVAC, but of night air unadorned. The smell followed, a kneaded braid of damp leaves, coal cinder, the faint sugar horse feed, a touch of lamp oil and the clean metallic sweetness of ozone. The sound last, the softest scrape of a wheel somewhere, a far hoof on stone, a child's laugh strangled into whisper by a nursemaid's caution. The city was still New York. It had changed posture. They stood on flagstones that had once been part of the service path, now buried beneath a century of landscaping and maintenance. The stones were larger than modern convenience allows, with a slight cup worn in each by feet that had forgotten their names. The iron fence was there, and not there. Its current lattice superimposed on a prior pattern, the old curly flourishes visible like breath on glass. Trees in the square wore their summer in memory. Bare branches overlapped leaves that did not move, a double exposure season. "Count," Eva breathed. 3 minutes. Whitaker set his watch, then checked it against a phone that had become, for this, too young. Go. Jonathan stepped forward. He did not look back. He was not leaving them. He was entering himself. The garden inside the fence. The past garden kept a different geometry. Beds were narrower. The path forked where it no longer did. A bench of cast iron sat where now the grass grew. A lamplighter's ladder leaned against a post that, in the present, had been replaced by an inoffensive bollard. The ladder was unattended. Jonathan reached out as one greets a friend in an old photograph. Hand lifted but not touching, recognizing the ladder's exact worn rung, the nick where a careless shoulder had once corrected its own balance. Claire followed, walking as if the air would bruise. Her mind kept insisting on names for things that did not need names yet. The air had weight. The light had grain. The stones had sentences in them. She could feel the frequency that brought them as a subtle pressure just behind her sternum, like a fingertip there, reminding her to breathe in time. Left, Jonathan said, quietly and with certainty. The bench. How? Eva began. Memory, he said, and didn't elaborate. He wasn't being coy. He was being honest. They reached the bench. A fragment of a newspaper lay folded on it. The New York Herald. December, though the year had blurred in the paper's mind. A headline spoke in practiced bravado of a scandal the city's conscience would later deny it had enjoyed. Claire touched the edge, stopped short, a fraction above it, the way you do with museum glass, and felt the static of decision gather along her fingertips. 2 minutes, Whitaker said, voice low and even. He had not moved from the threshold, but he was inside it now. Beyond the bench, where the path bent toward the interior gate, a woman crossed, a silhouette at first, then a person, then a face. She wore a coat tight at the waist, a hat pinned against a wind that remembered discipline. She moved with the economy of a person trained to occupy public space without requesting it. She could have been any of 1,000 women who had brought the city to its senses without letting it know who had done the bringing, except that Claire knew her. Not because she had seen her in family albums, though she had, in sepia and stiff, unsmiling within the rules of that era's gaze, but because this woman's face carried beneath the bone of familiarity that the mirror teaches slowly over years. The line of the jaw, the precise directness of the eyes. Eliza Hale did not walk out the past. The past walked as Eliza Hale. Claire's throat closed. She did not speak. The past did not invite commentary. Eliza did not look up. She did not need to. She had spent a life learning when attention belonged elsewhere. She passed through the turning of 2 worlds without injury. Only at the slightest edge of her mouth did something lift. A breath of amusement? Relief? And it was enough. Claire felt like the memory of a hand smoothing a bedsheet. Jonathan stopped moving. He didn't reach out. He let the present recognize the past at a distance that dignity deserved. His face changed very little, and all at once, an unclenching at the corner of the eye, a lightening as if a weight had put itself down without asking for help. Eliza, he said, not aloud, but in the way a man says a prayer with his whole posture. The frequency shifted, a second harmonic laying itself delicately atop the first. Eva, who had long suspected that love names of physics, swallowed a note that wanted to be wonder. Eliza crossed the walkway, paused, just a shift of ankle, not enough to break any spell, and turned her head as if listening for the smallest of bells. If her eyes traced a narrow strip of shadow where 4 people from 2025 held their breath, she offered them the lavish grace of not noticing. She resumed and was gone, her shape thinning into a decal of night. 60 seconds, Whitaker said. He was not a man who rushed time, but he knew the cost of overstaying a welcome. Jonathan exhaled, not as a man disappointed, but as one whose body has reacquainted itself with its own temperature. Here, he said suddenly, moving toward the inner path where, in the present, ground cover grew and a metal sprinkler head waited for regular hours. He knelt and brushed aside leaves that were present on top of leaves that were not. Flagstone gave way to compacted earth with a memory of having once been softer. A faint circle darkened the soil, the clean geometry of a controlled burn. He touched the edge of the circle with the back of his fingers, as one tests a stove that might forgive you. His skin did not blister. He looked up at Claire. He wrote it here. Eva asked, voice already certain of the answer. T, Jonathan said and pointed. In the narrow crescent of earth where past and present cohabited, the ash had preserved the exact trace of a word impressed briefly by heat into damp soil more than a century ago. Not as crisp as oak receives a brand, not as confident as pen receives paper, but legible. One stubborn letter still arrogant enough to carry the rest. Re. The rest had been taken by rain and habit. The beginning was enough. Claire's eyes stung. Return, she said. Jonathan nodded. Or remember. Maybe both. 30, Whitaker said, and did not need to add seconds because all their bodies had become clocks. Claire slipped the key from her palm to Jonathan's. His fingers closed over it with a care that made carefulness look extravagant. He pressed the key back to her at once. A relay pass with a trust nobody needed to argue. Not yet, he said, as if she had offered to pay with a coin that was not currency here. Keep it in your heat. They retraced steps that had not left marks. The threshold did not retreat. It thinned. The lamplighter's ladder developed a polite disinterest in being real. The smell of lamp oil decided to permit the memory of diesel to stand beside it without offense. Claire's ears popped gently. Eva's pencil remembered that it was a pencil and tried to draw a line it would not be believed for. Whitaker lifted his wrist and checked a watch that had begun to envy sundials. 10, he said lightly, and it was not a warning, it was a kindness, a reminder that gifts must be honored by returning them on time. They were in the alley again, just as they had been, as if they had not been anywhere else. The service door remembered to be an obedient slab. The lamp forgot its courage and resumed employment. Cars practiced patience at a red light. A woman in a wool hat corrected the trajectory of her scarf and bridged winter with a laugh. The key cooled. The note ended. For a moment, nobody spoke. It is possible, if you are careful, to keep a moment like that from breaking by not speaking inside it. They kept it, and it kept them. Eva recovered first. She always did. All right, she said, voice raw and professorial. We have an event, an artifact, a location. We have a prior inscription. We have a witness who is also the subject. We have... She ran out of we haves not because they were insufficient, but because the net could not plausibly list a fish like this. Whitaker shoved his hands deep into his coat pockets, a fiction of warmth to cover the small tremor in his fingers. We keep this off the internet, he said, to the night more than to them. For now. Claire turned the key in her palm and for the first time felt it as something other than a tool, a sentence, perhaps, that she'd only read the first word of. Tomorrow, Eva said, we bring instruments, real ones. If the threshold is reliable. It's not, Whitaker said reflexively and then softened. It won't be, but it might be kind. Jonathan had not taken his eyes from the lamppost. It will be itself, he said, a custodian in navy sweater. The same man or a man like him. Passed him and paused, eyeing the lamp. Did you see that? He asked, embarrassed by his own curiosity. Eva's smile came quick and human. I saw the city remembering its manners. He laughed and shook his head. These old ones, they act up when it's going to snow. Is it? Claire asked. Tomorrow night, he said with authority born of knees and observation. You can tell by the way the corners keep the wind. When he had gone, Whitaker's phone vibrated. He glanced at it and flinched almost imperceptibly. We are not the only ones paying attention. Your office, and a cousin of an office. Everyone wants to be the first to be discreet. Eva snapped her notebook closed. Then we'll be the first to be decent. They disperse like conspirators, try and be dull. Eva peeled away to the subway uptown, her satchel thumping softly against her hip like a second heartbeat. Whitaker stayed behind 2 minutes to make a call in a voice that said nothing and therefore said what it had to. Claire and Jonathan shared a cab, because the city had not yet learned how to transport delicate things any other way. They did not touch in the back seat. The air between their hands on the bench was a thin warmth, as if the threshold had left a thread and had trusted them to keep it taut without making a rope of it. You saw her, Claire said finally, when the cab slid into the long, straight sentence of Park Avenue. Yes, Jonathan said. Do you know, she could not make herself ask if she was happy. It was too modern and too precise. I know who she was, he said gently, and she knows who we are in the way that matters in the city. What way is that? As not hazards. She laughed, a small, grateful sound, because relief presents itself in odd containers. At a light, the cab idled beside a storefront where televisions manufactured news, out of weather, and a running argument about a game. A crawl of text announced a rolling blackout in the East Village. 3 minutes exactly. Unexplained, no injuries. Power restored spontaneously. Claire watched the crawl repeat. We're ringing the city, she said. It is ringing us, Jonathan corrected. Her phone buzzed. A message from Eva. Bring the key to campus at 10. Whitaker will be busy elsewhere and show up exactly when he shouldn't. Also sleep. Then another. I keep smelling ozone in my hair. Is that a symptom or a blessing? Claire smiled and typed back, both. They reached Brooklyn with the quiet accuracy of a taxi that had recognized a good fare. On her stoop, Claire hesitated. The house felt like a place where keys kept more than doors. Jonathan did not cross the threshold. He had learned enough of this century's grace to let invitations arrive under their own power. I will be at Columbia at 10, he said, hat in his hands. You could stay, she said, and in her mouth the sentence meant safety and company, and nothing her grandmother would have had to forgive. He considered the key between her fingers and a line of dark along the horizon, where snow was negotiating with itself. Tomorrow, he said. Tonight I should walk. Where? Broadway, he said, with the affection of a man greeting a street as an aunt. Be careful, she said, which is how the city says I love you to anyone it intends to see again. He tipped the brim of a hat that belonged to 2 eras and stepped back into the night that had decided to be kind. Claire climbed the stairs and sat on her floor for a moment with her back against the door, the key in both hands like a cup of tea that might change its contents if she stopped looking. The apartment hummed in the ordinary way of apartments. The clock did not stop this time. The lights did not flicker. She rested her head against the wood and laughed once, quietly, at the great tenderness of ordinary things. Then she rose, put the key on the table beside the letter, and opened her laptop. She wrote in a document titled Notes for Future Sanity. The threshold responds to us, not to ours. The lamp speaks in heart, not in code. The city is a map that redraws itself when no one is looking. Bring batteries. Bring wool. Bring consent. She closed the laptop. The apartment was not silent. It never was. But silence had come to an arrangement with a noise that felt like civility. In that truce, for the first time in days, she slept. Across the river, Jonathan walked. Broadway knew him in the way old streets recognize the posture of a person who has argued with them before. He passed a theater which showed a man falling through clocks. He tipped his head to a violinist whose case was a small, bright mouth open to kindness. He stopped at a pawn shop window where a violin slept with a crack near its shoulder and felt, absurdly, that he had been this sad before and had survived it. At Times Square, the screens rehearsed their liturgy, and the crowd practiced a devoutness that required no belief. The same young man with the well-arranged hair lifted the same small rectangle and said, "Victorian dude! You again!" His voice held the warm contempt people reserve for small miracles that refused to apologize. Jonathan smiled with a patience that would not have been recognized as such in any other century. "Good evening." A siren threaded the air and then let go. Snow, reluctant, exploratory, began to practice falling one white decision at a time. He turned up his collar, not because the cold asked him to, but because tradition did. He walked until the city forgot to measure him, which is the only way to belong to it. When the hour had rounded a corner and the snow had persuaded itself to continue, he turned toward a cheap hotel whose neon promised clean and quiet and delivered a defensible arithmetic of both. At the desk, a woman with a crossword and a moral code that likely saved more lives than policy glanced up. "Cash?" she said. "Yes." "You got ID?" He slid the family letter across the counter with the hand of a man who has decided what can be risked. She didn't read English the way universities teach it, but she could read an age by touch. She looked at him for a second that way, like two. "Room 304, she said. "End of the hall. Heater is loud. Don't let it scare you." She pushed a key toward him, a proper key with a metal tag, a comfort in a world that had taught him that doors could be opinions. "Thank you," he said, and meant the whole city. Past midnight, while he slept with soldier's alertness, body resting, mind posting sentries. The radiator sang a small song that harmonized disturbingly well with the earth. On the street outside, a plow rehearsed for tomorrow with the self-importance of brass. Above the river, a band of air thin as a thought carried a frequency around the world and back again, and did not ask permission from any government. At Columbia, Eva woke with her cheek on her desk and a coil humming a lullaby to a lab that had decided to adopt it. In a room with too much carpet and not enough honesty, Whitaker's superiors drafted a memo that used the word contain instead of the word understand. And in the municipal archives, where paper sleeps with the dignity of old saints, a night custodian dusted the ledgers with a brush soft as forgiveness. He paused at a page he had never read because rules told him not to, and he read a name that meant nothing to him and everything to the city. He smiled because names themselves are a kindness. Snow began. The corners kept the wind. Tomorrow would ask for them. Tonight allowed them to keep what they had been given. A word burned into earth, a lamp that learned its heart again, and a door that was not a door, opening the only way doors that matter ever open, together. Chapter 13. The Cartography of Storms. Snow arrived like a handwriting lesson. Careful first, then confident. By 10, Columbia wore a thin white grammar over its steps and railings, a punctuation of flakes lingering in the air as if reluctant to commit to the page. Claire crossed the quad with her scarf pulled high, the small iron key warm in her glove as if metal could decide to keep you company. The lab breathed its familiar perfume. Solder, coffee, chalk, and hummed with instruments that had slept badly. Eva March had beaten the morning by an hour and wore the look of someone who had bargained with the janitorial gods for space and power outlets. The coil in the corner vibrated delicately, off the mains but in the mood to be noticed. On the bench, 2 oscilloscopes, one old enough to prefer secrets, one new enough to resent them, waited like 2 kinds of patience. "You brought it?" Eva asked, not looking up from a tangle of probes. Claire placed a key on the bench. "It won't stop being warm." "Neither would I," Eva said, then softened. "Headache?" "A little." "Scale of 1 to migraine opera?" "For, with a tenor warming up," Claire said, attempting a smile. The hum in her bones had increased overnight. It wasn't unpleasant, exactly. It was insistence. Jonathan arrived without a coat of snow. He had learned how to make the city grant him dry thresholds. Hat in hand, posture even, he set himself into the room, as if rooms could be respected into liking you. Whitaker slid in a few minutes later, suit precise, expression prepared. He carried an umbrella still folded, the way some men carry an opinion they hope not to need. Lopez called. Eva said, plugging in a spectrum analyzer. "He's running interference." "Your office?" She flicked a glance at Whitaker. "They advise cooperation," Whitaker said, which, translated into civilian, meant observation bordering on possession. "Splendid." Eva replied, "We advise science." She turned to Claire and Jonathan. "Same seats as yesterday. No touching until we ask nicely. Today we map amplitude against distance, and we test for non-visual transfer, with Claire's eyes closed. Also blood pressure, with a cuff that doesn't have performance anxiety." They sat, the lab dimmed to instrument light. Snow made the basement windows brighter by reflection, an odd underwater glow. "Baseline," Eva murmured. The line rose on the old scope like a steady chest. On the digital, the low swell at 8 hertz leaned a fraction, as if recognizing a friend in a crowd. Eva traced settings with the muscle memory of a pianist. "All right, breathe." They did. On the screen, a second faint peak joined the first. The hum in the coil offered a polite harmony. "Distance test," Eva said. "Claire, slide your chair back 4 feet." Claire moved. The peaks attenuated, noticeable, not dramatic. The ache behind her eyes eased. 3, she said, "on the opera scale." "Jonathan?" Eva asked. "I feel quieter," he said, surprised by his own admission. "Not alone, not loud." 10 feet, Eva said. Claire stood, carried the ache with her like a gently disobedient dog, and stopped at the far counter. The peaks flexed accordingly. The old scope, jealous of digital certainty, developed its own ghost trace an instant behind the first. Now eyes shut, Eva said softly. Think of nothing if you can. Let the room do the choosing. Claire let her lids settle. Behind them, the snow glow brightened. The first stab of vertigo hit, brief, like stepping off a curb she hadn't seen. She steadied with a hand on the bench. Claire, Eva's voice acquired physician's octave. I'm okay. Just, she exhaled. A wave. On the screens, the peaks sharpened, their skirts narrowing as if agreeing on a more exact tone. The coil murmured. The radiator decided to behave like a metronome. Claire floated, weightless not in body but in expectation. And something arrived that was not a picture but posture. The feeling of stone-worn concave by feet, a smell of coal in winter, a lamp that breathed. Graham Morrissey. Jonathan said softly. Claire opened her eyes. The wave receded. The ache returned, a tired rhythm. 2, she said. Eva nodded. We'll break often, she promised and made a note. Symptom onset, 10 feet plus eyes closed. Whitaker stood beyond the instruments, arms folded, not refusal, exactly, but resistance tuned to a familiar key. You are describing a field, he said. Fields can be contained. We tried that with weather, Eva said lightly. It brought umbrellas and humility. He glanced at his tablet. You will be asked for a protocol. You'll be asked for a fence, Eva said. I'll give you a rope and a bell. Snow shouldered itself against the window. A distant plow rehearsed indignation. The first blackout rolled through the neighborhood like a sigh. The lights dimmed, steady, dipped again. 3 seconds of apologetic dark. Then returned fuller, as if embarrassed. Somewhere above them, a student cheered, mistaking an interruption for permission. Substation? Whitaker said to no one in particular. Or resonance cascading along the bad ground of a century-old building whose wiring believes in mood. Eva said, not unkindly. Claire took a sip of water. It tasted faintly metallic. All water does when you notice. I'm fine, she said, preempting pity. The headache tucked itself behind her right. And waited like a patient thief. Second block, Eva said. Our map is poor without latitude. She spun a stool toward the coil, which sat demurely on its insulators. Let's ask politely. You said this isn't connected, Whitaker murmured. It isn't, Eva said, which is why it's honest. She approached the coil as one approaches an animal you believe to be generous but keep ready for teeth. She didn't touch it. A gentle static rose, a tiny snowstorm over her forearms. Jonathan, Claire, eyes open, she said. Look at each other for 3 breaths. They did. The room decided it had been dim all along. The instruments decided they had been waiting. The coil sang, barely audible, a thread of tone at the edge of sense. Eva nodded to the old scope. The double trace appeared unbidden, present and echo. She moved her fingers over the controls without moving them, unwilling to startle something that had agreed to be seen. And now, she said, softer, don't look at each other. Remember instead. Claire obeyed. The ache brightened, ironically clarifying her vision. Jonathan's face arrived in her mind without details. Just a weight and angle at him, a shape she could have tracked in a crowded train car by gravity alone. Her throat tightened. Not romance, not fear, something older. The coil's tone rose a quarter step. Snow thickened against the glass, as if answering. Eva, Whitaker said quietly. Power. I see it, she said. The lab lights dimmed, not blackout, but an offered candlelight. The scopes brightened, old green, new blue, their lines lean and disciplined. The analyzer's 8 hertz hill swelled. A 13 hertz peak stepped forward, like a brave second violin. Claire, Eva said, voice threaded with caution, tell me if the room starts to tilt. It already does, Claire said, smiling through it. But I can stand in it. The ache crossed the other eye. A small pulse began at the base of her skull, friendly as a tapping knuckle. She placed a palm flat on the bench. Warm what steadied her. Time check, Whitaker said, because men like him believe time, when counted, behaves better. Enough, Eva said. The coil fell quiet. The lights admitted they had been fine all along. The room returned to the ordinary audacity of being itself. Claire's breath slowed. The ache receded to its room at the back of her head and shut the door with a courteous click. Water, then walk, Eva said briskly. No heroics. I'm not heroic, Claire said. I'm porous. Worse, Eva replied, but her smile was fond. They took 5 minutes. In the hallway, the building lived its weekday. Students rushing, boots squeaking, the bulletin board advertising both a lecture on Fourier analysis and a law scarf that looked like it had belonged to a kind person. When they came back, Lopez was waiting. Overcoat dusted with snow, hair confessing he'd fought a hat and lost. Your circus is on the move, he said, nodding toward Whitaker. 2 unmarked cars in the precinct lot this morning. They drank my coffee and called it generous. They'll want him moved, Eva said. We want him mapped. Lopez's gaze shifted to Claire. You okay? Headache, she said. Manageable. He nodded. Let me know if it stops being a symptom and starts being a problem. It already is, Whitaker murmured, but without malice. It sounded like a grief he was rehearsing. Next set, Eva said, recentering the universe on the bench. We try content. They began with simple shapes, square, circle, spiral, and moved to images neither would have chosen by accident. Jonathan's replies arrived too fast, even for good guesswork. A cracked porcelain dog, a ticket stub with a year rubbed away, a brass number that had once been screwed to a hotel door and never quite forgiven for being forgotten. Language. Whitaker asked, Can you send a word? Try anchor, Eva suggested. Then remember. Claire closed her eyes. The word anchor arrived not as letters, but as weight. The 8 pressed downward, steady, maritime. On the analyzer, a subharmonic shouldered into view. For Hertz, a slow tide. Jonathan spoke the word aloud, surprised by its taste. Anchor. Now remember, Eva said softly. Claire let the word bloom. It didn't sit in her head. It sat behind her sternum. The 8 changed color, still pain but clean, like a bell rung once. The old scope obligingly wrote 2 letters on its own, R and then an E, artifact or miracle or machine embarrassed into poetry. The digital scope refused to perform. Jonathan said, without drama, remember. Okay, Eva breathed. Okay. The lab phone rang once and died. Somewhere in the building a breaker clicked like a tongue. Snow thickened from opinion to policy. Lights along Broadway below their windows winked in and out in tidy grids. Blocks dimming 3 seconds and returning. Sequenced like a municipal rehearsal. Rolling blackouts. East side into Midtown. Whitaker said, eyes on a live map he wasn't supposed to have. Hospitals on generators. No harm. 3 seconds, Claire said. 3 minutes at Gramercy. Jonathan added, and the comparison sat between them like a logarithm. The ache spiked. Not heroic now. Claire gripped the bench. The room swung on a slow hinge. Eva was at her side before any standard care could have required it. Sit, Eva said. Feet on floor. Head down. Breathe where it doesn't hurt. Claire obeyed, the iron key biting faintly into her palm as if to remind her that pain has a handle. A wave rolled through and past her. Hot, then cold, then gone with the offended efficiency of a storm that had been given no name. I'm okay, she said, more to the instruments than to the room. The old scope, sympathetic, restored its line to a tender, normal swell. The coil shivered and then settled like a dog lying down. Snow knocked politely at the window. Whitaker did not hide that he had been frightened. We stop, he said. We pause, Eva corrected. We don't tear the page out. Lopez stood with one hand on the door jamb, a posture that never meant leaving. We go slow, he said, or we go nowhere. Claire raised her head. The 8 was a manageable rumor now. We go slow, she agreed, but we go. They broke for lunch that tasted of salt and mercy. The snow deepened. Sirens threaded the city with professional indifference. When they returned, 2 people were waiting in the hall, a woman and a man, both in parkas that concealed suits, faces designed to be forgotten. Their badges said nothing you could quote. Whitaker's reaction was that of a man whose play had been moved up an act. Dr. March. The woman said pleasantly, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Hale. We're here as a courtesy. No one sends courtesy in pairs, Eva said, just as pleasantly. What's your ask? Relocation this evening. The man said. Better instruments, fewer distractions. Worse questions. Eva said. He stays. Authority? The woman asked. Lopez lifted his chin. Mine, for now. We could escalate, the man said, which is what bureaucrats say when they cannot yet say we win. Or you could have coffee, Eva suggested, and not break resonance in the middle of a snowstorm. Whitaker, unexpectedly, did not rescue them. He folded his arms into neutrality and watched, which is to say he argued with himself and refused to let anyone win yet. The pair withdrew to make calls to names they did not speak aloud. Snow wrote louder sentences, outside. Back to work, Eva said, voice gentle and obstinate. One more measure, then we stop the day. They returned to the bench. Claire's headache hovered like weather, present but not dictatorial. Jonathan sat opposite, hands composed, a line of snow melting eloquently along his sleeve and not daring to drip. Final test, Eva murmured. Claire, if you can put the key on the wood. Jonathan, don't touch it. Just look. Claire placed the iron key on the bench. It lay there demure as a tool in a painting. Jonathan brought his gaze to it with the care he gave every object older than his own dignity. The lab inhaled. Lights dimmed, not to fear, but to attention. The coil's voice threaded the old scope's line, until present an echo were indistinguishable. The analyzer's 8 and 13 grew trims of smaller peaks, like a crown drawn with a better pen. Claire felt the ache lean, not to hurt but to point. On the old scope, letters again, not printed, not scrolling, suggested by noise that had decided to be language. R-E-M. She knew the rest without asking. The line steadied. The room released them like a hell breath. Enough, Eva said softly. We close the book for today. No one argued. Even Whitaker let the silence cool the instruments. They packed gently. Claire slid the key back into her glove and felt the iron calm. Lopez walked them to the door with the large, deliberate slowness of a man outlasting a negotiation by making time his co-conspirator. Outside, snow had chosen. It fell with serious, generous patience, covering the city's angles in softened certainty. Buses growled. Pedestrians accepted. The city kept its promise to continue. On the subway downtown, the lights in the car dimmed for exactly 3 seconds between stations and returned with the sound of a coin. A child clapped once, pleased that the world had obeyed his idea of a trick. An old woman crossed herself and then smiled, as if allowing that miracles and infrastructure can both be applauded. Jonathan stood with one hand around a pole, face turned slightly toward Claire, as if the motion of the train needed a witness. The storm is drawing us a map, he said. Of what? Where we'll need to return, he said, and where we will be asked not to. That night, the East Village went dark for longer, a quarter hour this time, a generous, careful dark that injured no one and embarrassed everyone a little. In the windows of a dozen apartments, candles hesitated and then remembered their job. On Gramercy, 3 lamps breathed together and then, in a gesture that felt like discipline rather than fear, refused to light again. Claire's headache ebbed to a line. She lay on her couch with the letter open and the key on her chest, the weight of it a comfort. The apartment hummed its habitual chord. Her phone lit with messages. Eva, a photo of the scope with Ari tucked like a joke. Lopez, a single line. Keep warm. Whitaker, nothing, which was its own kind of contact. Outside, snow steadied the city into its better self. A plow made a pass and left behind a sculpture of utility. A violinist decided against busking and went home to practice the slow movement alone. An unmarked car idled too long and was ticketed by a meter maid who believed in democracy. Far away, in a basement with shelves that smelled like clean wood and older secrets, a second envelope waited in a box mislabeled weights, miscellaneous. Its inscription had faded to a rumor, but the key inside was younger than it ought to have been. A night clerk paused, touched the lid, and told himself a story would be there tomorrow. On the lab bench, the coil, unplugged, unrepentant. Hummed low, content to keep a frequency warm. The old scope dreamed in phosphor. The new scope sulked politely. And the world, soaked, softened, listening, drew the first careful lines of a map that will require storms to read. When the blackout rolled across Midtown at 2 a.m, it lasted by all clocks exactly 3 minutes. In the last second before the lights returned, a dozen monitors in a dozen rooms spelled the same word, without quite resolving it. Ram, the city, being prudent, finished it quietly when the power came back. Remember. Chapter 14. The Second Key. Snow taught the city softer manners overnight. By morning, curbs were tidy parapets, cars little monuments, and trees wore the white eloquence that makes even impatient streets pause. Claire crossed Chambers Street with her scarf high and the iron key warm in her glove like a live coal learning patience. The municipal archives rose ahead, stone shoulders, sensible windows, a door that specialized in making exceptions look like regulations. Inside, the reading room kept its weather. The breath of paper, the domestic percussion of carts and pencils, a librarian's cough respectfully disguised as etiquette. Eva March already occupied a long table like a general who'd learned diplomacy. Her hair was pulled back in a knot that promised science and sabotage. Beside her, a gray archival box waited, tireless, as if it volunteered. Perez approached with her dignified precision. "Good morning. I took the liberty of checking the weights. Miscellaneous. Series you asked about. There is a box we have not reconciled with the main catalog. It appears to have been misfiled in 1937 and then left alone out of habit." She placed it on the table with the gravity of a sacrament. "It hums," she added dryly, which an archivist meant I don't believe in that word, but the world sometimes does not require my belief. Jonathan stood slightly apart, hat in hand, posture formal enough to make the room consider its slouch. He looked neither ghost nor tourist now. Just a man whose century had arranged itself strangely around him and had not asked permission. Whitaker arrived a few beats later, snow still choosing the shoulders of his coat. He gave Perez a nod that awarded her full citizenship in reality. She returned it without spending interest. Perez slipped the cotton tie and lifted the lid. Inside, a narrow, long envelope, younger than its neighbors by the peculiar timekeeping of paper. Beneath it, a thin ledger with a cover that had once been blue and had negotiated with the years to become honest gray. The envelope's face bore, in a firm hand not Jonathan's, a single word for continuance. "Kinship?" Perez asked, though there were past forms now and in the stories. Claire produced copies from her folder. Eliza's record, the family tree, the previous envelope's transcript. Perez compared with the affectionate severity of a schoolmaster marking a good essay, then nodded. "Witnesses." 2.5, Eva said. "Me, Mr. Whitaker, and the laws of physics." "That will do," Perez said. Claire slid the opener under the flap. The glue yielded with that small, forgiving sigh old seals make when they decide to honor the present. Inside, another letter, and there at the bottom, a second key. Brass this time, not iron. Its tooth cut in a pattern oddly modern, like the city's new locks had taken advice from something old. Claire felt the temperature of the room rise a degree. Perhaps it was only her blood. She unfolded the letter. The script was different, neater, municipal, with the little flourishes clerks allow themselves when they believe their ink might outlast them, to the party identified as Anderson, or to any lawful heir. Custodial continuance of item recovered. The Office of Weights and Measures, acting upon instructions conveyed in person in December of 1891 by a gentleman giving his name as N. Tesla, with witnesses present, took receipt of a key retrieved from the grounds of Gramercy Park following an event recorded as unclassifiable. Said key was to be held until a second key appeared by its own frequency, whereupon both would be delivered to the bearer of the name Anderson upon proof of kinship. The gentleman stated, and we record here for the avoidance of doubt, that instruments do not end, they continue, and that memory is an electrical property of space. This key is therefore delivered to you, with the expectation that you will know when to employ both. Office of Weights and Measures, January 7th, 1892. Clerk, M. H. Collier. Eva whistled softly through her teeth. Tesla walked into City Hall and left instructions for a future he assumed would read English. Of course he did. Perez pointed with restrained satisfaction to a penciled memo paper-clipped to the ledger beneath. There is also an account. They opened it. The ledger held a series of short entries. Dry, irritated, municipal poetry. December 6, 1890. Demonstration concluded without remains. Odor of ozone, unclassifiable. December 8. Citizen Hale's personal effects remitted to kin. Envelope marked for return held in trust. Separate. January 7, 1892. Visitation by inventor N. Tesla. Deposit. Key brass. Conditions specified verbally. Recorded above. Clerk notes gentleman smelled of winter and fire. Voice foreign and American both. March 1st, 1892. Unusual report Gramercy. Of lamplight where none ordered. No action. Jonathan's finger brushed a margin without touching. He looked not at the words but at their grain. The way certainty sits in a clerk's hand. He prepared, he said softly. He loved continuity, Eva said, and despised bureaucracy, which is why he used it. Whitaker's phone buzzed in his pocket, like a conscience with bad timing. He ignored it. 2 keys, he said. A protocol. Claire set both on the table, iron and brass. The room adjusted. Nothing theatrical, just a polite pressure change, as if a door in the building 3 floors away had shut itself with intention. She felt the headache stir, test the edges, then curl back to waiting. The snow against the windows brightened the way snowfall does when it decides to be real. Perez, who had learned to stop short of magic and let it pass without interference, replaced a ledger and envelope with the care of returning an animal to its den. "You will sign for the copy," she said. "The original remains here, as the city requires." "We'll bring it back," Claire said, with a promise she understood more broadly than the words contained. On the way out, they passed a display case of old permits and an early light meter the size of a hat. Jonathan paused in front of a photograph of lamplighters at work, a ladder, a steady hand, a street waiting for its evening. "It was my favorite hour," he said. The city made itself beautiful without asking. Outside, the snow had thickened from suggestion to doctrine. Plows performed their essential theater. Car tires wrote brief, illegible letters on the street, and erased them for the next sentence. They walked east, collars up, the keys heavy in Claire's pocket like punctuation marks that knew the grammar better than the sentence. "Today?" Eva asked. "Today," Claire said, before the city notices were asking. Whitaker cleared his throat. "The city always notices." "Then we offer good manners," Eva replied. They made for Gramercy, because where else would you try a city that had already answered once? The fence wore a white line along every rail. 10,000 measured decisions. The custodian in the navy sweater recognized them with a lift of the chin that said, "I will not tell, but do not embarrass me." "Privilege of the park?" Eva asked. "Courtesy of weather," he said, and moved on with professional discretion. They went to the northeast corner, where the service door remembered to be impossible and the lamp remembered its older language. Claire drew out the iron key, then the brass, one in each palm. Cool as thought, the ache behind her eyes leaned forward, curious and cautioning. "Heartbeats," Eva reminded, low. "Not seconds. We step when it sings low." Whitaker checked his watch because men like him count even in cathedrals. Lopez arrived at a jog, breath visible, overcoat flowered with snow. "Traffic is a sermon," he said. "But I'm here." "Good," Eva said. "We prefer witnesses who can write reports that sound sane." Claire fitted the iron key into the plate that should not exist. The click arrived with that intimate sound of an instrument finding its pitch. The lamp drew breath, long, deeper than before. The brass key warmed in her other hand, as if remembering a pocket it had once lived in. She set it gently against the iron key's shoulder. The two met with a contact small as the striking of a match. The space beside the door developed depth again, but not the same depth. There was width in it now, a suggestion of corridor where before there had been threshold. The snow muted itself at the boundary, as if it respected certain rooms. The light in the lamp did not brighten. It steadied. Claire felt the frequency arrive like a hand laid on the nape of her neck. Steadying directive, making fear an impolite option. 3 minutes, Whitaker said. Longer, Jonathan said, and he was right. They stepped together. The air inside carried the hour more than a year. A late afternoon, that had not decided on its evening yet. The garden wore its older geometry more boldly. The lamplighter's ladder stood attended this time by absence in the shape of presence, a readiness. Footprints, not theirs, melted into the path for a yard and then forgot themselves. Map, Eva whispered, pencil poised. Count by breath. The corridor widened into a suggestion of street beyond the fence. An earlier Gramercy corner, quieter, a child's boot print stitched with dogs, carriage ruts softened by snow. The sound of iron was intimate here, wheel on curb, shoe on grate. The smell of coal flue gave the air its sentient structure. Claire's head went light with the clean dizziness of altitude. The ache did not stab. It poured, a pressure like whether passing through a room. Jonathan's face had color not from blood, but from belonging. He moved with familiarity that did not need memory. It had muscle. Lopez stood at the threshold, 1 foot either side, counting, not second but rules. When to step in, when to pull out, what to write later without lying. Whitaker stayed just inside, eyes sharp, breath steady, watching the light as if it were a negotiation. They reached the bench. On it, an object that did not belong to furniture. A small brass plate, the size of a calling card, set flush into the wood with 4 tiny screws that had been tightened by a hand that trusted small tools. Letters engraved shallow read. A frequency is a promise you keep with the world. N. Tesla. Eva made a sound that couldn't decide whether to be a laugh or an oath. He vandalized the bench, she said. Of course he did. 5 minutes. Whitaker said softly, alarm disguised as observation. The lamp above the inner path breathed again. The frequency shifted. Not louder, not higher, just more. Claire's knees discovered their opinions. The ache spread to the crown of her head. Her stomach considered insurrection. She placed one hand on the bench, the other on the brass plate, and the pressure gentled as if the sentence had accepted her grammar. Jonathan touched nothing. His palms hovered above the wood. Respectful as prayer. Do you hear it? He asked her. Yes, she said, though hearing was what this was. It's, she groped, when the orchestra tunes and the note finds itself. Exactly, he said, and for that instant the century between them had the thickness of a page. Snow feathered across an invisible boundary, dissolving into a slower fall the moment it crossed. The lamplighter's ladder trembled with the small thrum of a considering humidity. A figure crossed a far path, a man in dark coat, hat brim low, face obscure not because the world hid it, but because it had not been meant for anyone to read. He paused, as Eliza had paused, at the edge where recognizing cost nothing. He lifted a hand in the direction of the bench, blessing or habit, and went on. Evidence walked past him with its eyes down. Claire's vision narrowed. Black crept at the edges like the curtain of a sensible theater. Eva was at her shoulder in a blink. We're at your limit, she said, gentler than orders and more effective. Another minute. Claire said, words clipped by the economy paying demands. No, Jonathan said, and his voice brooked no argument. He took half a step toward her, palms open. The proposition of help that can be refused without consequence. 30 seconds, Whitaker said, closing like a door. Lopez's hand hovered near Claire's elbow, but did not take it. We leave together, he said softly. That's the only rule. Claire nodded, the kind of nod that is 80% vow and 20% surrender. She pressed the brass plate once, as if committing its handwriting to the skin of her palm, then let go. The corridor already felt narrower, the room practicing its goodbye. They backed toward the threshold, never turning from a see-you respect, until the fence developed its modern stubbornness, and the lamp remembered that it does not embarrass itself. Outside again, snow took them in. The keys cooled. The bench behind the fence became just a bench. Claire bent forward and put her hands on her knees. The ache wrung itself out and left a clean fatigue. Jonathan swayed once and then steadied. No drama, just a body acknowledging it had paid a price. Eva pulled a thermos from her bag, like a godmother, revealing round 2. Sugared tea, she said. And if anyone lectures me about sugar, I will explain survival. They drank. Warm performed triage. Whitaker's phone, which had preserved its dignity admirably, now insisted. He stepped aside, answered, listened. When he returned, His face had the careful neutrality of a messenger who knows the content will offend. "They're done asking nicely," he said. "Relocation tonight. They've identified a facility in Long Island City. It has Faraday rooms and very patient men." "No," Eva said, simply. "They'll escalate," Whitaker replied, not threatening, mourning. Lopez wiped snow from his eyelashes with his wrist. "If they want to move him, they come through me. They can do that. I can't promise what I can't deliver, but I can buy hours." "How many?" Claire asked. "3," he said. "Maybe 4 the plows keep pretending, or communications keep doing that adorable 3-second nap. Then we use them." Eva said, "We return to the lab. We record everything we can without breaking anyone. And then we disappear," Whitaker finished, surprising himself. "Not vanish," Eva said. "Step aside. There's a difference. The city has rooms for people present isn't yet polite to." Claire looked at Jonathan. Snow settled on his coat and dared not melt. "Can you stay?" she asked, and the word meant in the century, in my radius, in the polite light. "All of it." "I can be kept," he said, which was the truth and not the whole truth. "But I am also kept by something that remembers me." "Then we choose where," Eva said, "and who holds the keys." They crossed the taxi in a procession that tried to look like errands. On the ride up Broadway, the driver narrated the city's mood with the accuracy of prophets. "It's pretty until it's not, and then it's pretty again when you're home." The lights in the car dimmed for exactly 3 seconds between 23rd and 24th Street. The driver smacked the dash with affection. "Come on, old friend." In the lab, warmth and hum received him like an understanding aunt. Eva set the keys on a folded lab towel, offerings on an altar she had no religion for. The coil, unplugged as always, exhaled as if relieved to see someone competent. "We do this fast and kind," Eva said. Claire sits. Jonathan stays within 6 feet. We avoid closed eyes if the pain insists. We ask for nothing that costs more than we can pay. Whitaker stayed near the door, phone on stun, posture ready to be the first bad news through, if bad news insisted on a herald. "Ready?" Eva asked. "No," Claire said honestly. "But yes." They began. Basslines. Peaked soft as good manners. The old scope drew its double line, present in echo, with a steadiness that felt like loyalty. The analyzer showed the 8 and 13 with tidy pride. Claire's ache arrived not as a thief but as an accountant. "I will take this, and I will leave that, and we will be square." Jonathan's color warmed to a fever. She carried around an aquarium bulb in winter, careful not to break. "Content." Eva asked quietly. "Not words," Claire said. "Not today." Then place. Jonathan said, before being asked. They did not say Gramercy aloud. They let the room decide. The instruments approved. The coil found its thread. On the old scope. The noise tried again at letters. Ari then stopped, as if embarrassed to repeat a trick. Claire smiled despite herself. "It's proud," she said. "Like a cat," Eva said. "It knows you know." The lab door knocked once with knuckles that had been trained to knock kindly before opening regardless. 2 silhouettes in parkas stood in the rectangle of the hall's light. Behind them, Snow insisted. Lopez stepped into the doorway like an argument you can't go around. "We're closed," he said to the silhouettes. "Authority," the woman said. "Humanity," Lopez answered. Whitaker moved between. "Give us 1 hour," he said to his own people. "You'll get better data if you let the instruments be operated by the people who understand them, and you'll get more cooperation if you allow dignity." A pause, the bureaucratic kind, dense with consultation. The woman checked a phone, which checked a higher phone, which asked a ceiling that had its own opinions. 1 hour, she said. Then the car. The door eased shut. Snow whispered against the window pane like a witness promising discretion. Eva's eyes were bright with the high, sober madness of focus. "We have 60 minutes, she said. "At 53 we decide." They worked. They did not force. The lab warmed to a company it had chosen. Claire's ache circled and sank. Jonathan's fever acknowledged itself without rebellion. The keys lay on the towel and agreed to be looked at. "At 51 minutes. The coil made a sound that was not a sound. The old scope, jealous and affectionate, wrote 3 letters with the modesty of a machine confessing art. Key. Eva laughed. A short, delighted bark. Fine, she said. We brought them. At 53, the lights hesitated and returned with a sound like a dropped coin. Whitaker's phone lit with a message that would have rearranged a lesser man. He did not read it. At 55, Lopez said, "We choose now." "Door," Claire said, before sense could interfere. "We step aside." "Not far, just aside." "They'll come," Whitaker warned. "Let them knock," Eva said. "We'll be in a room that listens before it answers." Jonathan looked at the keys and then at Claire. "Which one?" he asked. "Both," she said, and felt in her bones the truth of it. Iron and brass, past and continuance. They packed with the illegality of decency. Gently, quickly, not hiding what could be explained later as carelessness. Lopez took the lead with the practiced gait of a man escorting a VIP who was officially an inconvenience. Whitaker held the stairwell door and became, to his surprise, a co-conspirator. Eva carried the coil's baby cousin, an induction ring she swore was unplugged and that hummed like a contented cat. Snow had become committed, deepening the street to a single tone. They hailed no taxi. They walked. The city making space the way a crowd makes space for a stretcher, without needing to be told. Gramercy awaited with its fence like a piano whose lid knows exactly when to be raised. The custodian watched them with the particular, merciful blindness of a New Yorker who has decided to be a saint for 15 minutes. He kept walking and didn't. The lamp at the northeast corner remembered its lesson. Claire set the iron key to plate. The brass key lay across her palm, warmer than her glove. Jonathan stood close enough for breath to be a conversation. Eva held her notebook because she could not. Lopez watched both corners of the world. Whitaker chose a spot where he could be seen by anyone who needed seeing and unseen by history. "Low," Jonathan said, listening. The city sang low. They stepped. The corridor accepted them as if it had been expecting a party of 5. The bench received them with the patience of wood. The brass plate on its slat glinted like a wink. Claire felt the ache roll through and break, a wave that left her not empty but rinsed. Jonathan inhaled and did not cough for the first time that day. Eva's pencil wrote a line she did not command and was correct anyway. Behind them, the snowlight bent at an angle that street lamps do not make. Ahead, the path widened into a suggestion of a room the city had been holding for them since an afternoon in 1890, when a man disappeared into a promise and left instructions. "We'll be gone an hour," Claire said, surprising herself by assigning time to a place that did not require it. "We'll be gone the right time," Jonathan said. Lopez nodded once. The kind of gnawed night shift men share when a thing cannot be made safe, but can be made honest. Whitaker exhaled, as if concluding a brief he would never submit. They went forward until the present lost interest in insisting. Behind them, on the other side of the fence that had learned courtesy, 2 silhouettes in parkas arrived at the corner and saw only snow, a street, and a lamppost that burned with ordinary obedience. The corridor deepened into a room whose walls had not been built yet. It smelled like paper not written, like ozone not yet named, like dust waiting its turn to be history. The door that was not a door closed with no sound at all. And the city, being kind when properly asked, kept their secret for the span of one storm. Chapter 15. Rooms that remember. The door that was not a door did not close behind them, so much as the world remembered it had never opened. Snow on the far side became an idea instead of weather. The light here was late afternoon, given permission to linger. The kind of hour that licks gold along iron fences and tells brick how to breathe. They stood in a space that refused to declare itself. It was not exactly Gramercy, not exactly the laboratory, not exactly any address a postman would love. A corridor widened into a courtyard that had once been a service yard. A yard lengthened into a street that felt like an alley's older cousin. Cobbles asleep beneath a dusting of centuries. Above them, the invisible roof was the color of memory, pale, with the grain of paper. Claire felt the pressure behind her eyes acknowledge the room like a host nodding to a late guest. Welcome, but mind the threshold. She kept one palm on a brass key in her coat pocket and the other near the iron key in Jonathan's, an awareness rather than a touch. Eva's pencil hovered, then made a mark in a notebook already crowded with tidy rebellions. "We're inside a boundary condition," she murmured, almost to the air. "The place where two equations share an answer." Whitaker chose a position where he could see both them and the way back. His face had the careful neutrality of a man who has realized he is in a church he does not attend and does not wish to spoil. Lopez, by the threshold, stood with one foot very slightly planted wider than the other, the stance of a person who has promised room to be reasonable and intends to keep the promise with his body, if necessary. Jonathan took 3 steps forward and stopped with the precision of someone arriving at a remembered line in a floorboard. He took off his hat and held it against his chest. "Here," he said softly. "We argued about lamplight here. T. and I." He said the city would learn to speak in waves, and I said the city already did. Claire felt the air lean. "T," she said. "Tesla." Jonathan nodded. He hated being a legend and loved becoming one. They moved together in a loose formation that kept every person within reaching distance of both keys and the idea of escape. The ground underfoot had multiple senses layered upon it. Stone, compacted earth, a scatter of grit. Claire's heel slipped once and found itself, the way you do when a step reminds you that your ankle is older than your shoes, on the wall to their left. If a wall is what a surface without commitment calls itself, metal gleamed. It was a plate the size of a book's cover. Inset so flush the seam was only visible if you asked nicely. Lines were etched into it. Concentric circles stitched by radial spokes, a cartographer's fantasy of a starfish married to a compass. At each spoke's end, a tiny letter, not quite alphabet, more like an instrument maker's private glyphs. Eva bent close. "A polar map," she said, delighted and uneasy. "Not a space. A frequency." Jonathan smiled with the caution of a person greeting a dog that is friendly, but not to everyone. He drew this in the shop once. He said there are rooms everywhere, places where the world is thin enough for memory to lean through. He wanted to index them the way bankers index debt. "Rooms," Claire said, tasting the word. "Like this." Whitaker ran a thumb along the plate's edge without touching the etchings. "Coordinates." "Keys," Eva said, glancing at Claire's pocket. "Or invitations." The pressure behind Claire's eyes surged and receded, a tide considering mischief. She blinked until the room held still again. In the pause between beats, she heard something that was not sound. The way certain stairwells carry the memory of children running even when no children do. Rooms that remember, she thought, and the phrase felt exactly right, as if the air itself had waited for someone to say it without apology. "Names," Lopez said, nodding toward the plate. "Can we read any?" The glyphs refused literacy, but at the bottom, if a circle agrees to have a bottom, a small rectangle had been engraved, as modest as a maker's stamp on a violin. Letters, English, unheroic, anchor/witness/conductor. Eva's pencil paused mid-stroke. "He wrote the ritual," she whispered, "or the minimum viable miracle." Whitaker's voice was even. "Which are we missing?" "Anchor," Eva said, and then immediately shook her head. "No, we have 2 keys. Anchors. The iron one for memory, the brass for continuance." She tapped the words with the eraser of the pencil, as if to teach them to behave. "Witness. Lopez me Whitaker, the city. Conductor." She glanced at Claire and then at Jonathan. "You too." Claire swallowed. The ache brightened and then softened. A dog curling to sleep against a familiar knee. "Conductor," she said, and the word slid into place like a drawer that is always fit. "Does it cost?" Lopez asked, practical as a bandage. "It always does," Jonathan said, and did not dress the sentence in dread. They followed the frequency the way people follow a smell they trust. Not a straight line, not a scavenger hunt. Simply the manner bodies develop when the world suggests a direction. The corridor sloped almost imperceptibly downward. The light cooled by a degree and then warmed, as if passing through 2 kinds of glass. Around a shallow corner, they found it. A table one might have found in a schoolhouse or a workshop, oak darkened by hands and hours. Upon it, burn marks had resolved into more than accident. Letters, the old ones they already knew, had been coaxed by heat into wood. Return cut the way storms carve. Beside it, fainter, the beginning of another word etched but unfinished. Rem. Remember, Claire said automatically. Or remit, Jonathan offered. He had a taste for double meanings that could keep each other honest. Eva touched the wood with reverent knuckles. The grain raised itself slightly to meet her. I'm going to lose my job, she announced quietly. And if I do, it will be a reasonable price. Whitaker looked away, as if privacy were a gift he could give the room. My office wants you moved in 20 minutes, he said to Jonathan. They will arrive with paperwork that believes itself a bridge. Then we build a better one, Eva said. Claire took out the iron key. The air changed. The lamplight that was not lamplight, because plenty of things are themselves and also metaphors, thicken at the edges, like when a photographer opens the aperture to let sorrow in. What do we do? She asked. Jonathan did not reach for the key. We hold, he said. We don't perform. We don't command. We keep the promise. Anchor/witness/conductor, Eva repeated. Claire, your hand with the iron. Jonathan, your hand with the brass. Touch the table with the parts of you that have been told to be careful and refuse. Claire set her palm flat where return had bitten. Jonathan set as a cross ram, and the blank that demanded faith. Their fingers did not touch. A narrow lane of air remained, warm as a breath. The keys lay under their other hands, iron cool, brass warm. The room heard them. A low note rose, not from any machine, but from the fact of the place. It was the sound of a bridge daring the river to admit gratitude. The ache behind Claire's eyes unfurled along the back of her skull and, instead of pain, delivered clarity, the kind that hurts only because it is honest. Jonathan inhaled sharply and went still, his fever collecting itself like a bird bracing to lift. The plate on the wall answered. The concentric circles trembled at one of the glyphs, a mark that lived, if maps allow such words. At the 2 o'clock position, a tiny spark pricked the metal, then vanished. On the next spoke, another, like a child learning a constellation. Rooms, Eva breathed. He's indexing rooms coming awake. Whitaker took half a step forward and stopped himself. Vitals, he asked, and hated himself for the word. Fine, Claire said through a breath that had lengthened until it could carry more than oxygen. Present, Jonathan said. The table warmed under their palms. The burn mark of return brightened, not with light so much as with attention. It was being remembered by the oak, by the room, by the city. The unfinished rem, deepened by a hair, as if a hand the size of time were agreeing to finish the word if asked nicely. Cost, Lopez said, like a toll-keeper who has discovered he likes travelers. Tell me if it becomes cost. Claire's head swam, then steadied. In the swim, she saw not images but alignments. The bench at Gramercy and a bench in a different park that had been lost in urban plan's neatness. A bulb in a hospital corridor 3 miles away that would dim for exactly 3 seconds and then remember brightness with gratitude. A stairwell in a tenement where a little boy, this very hour, would pause and feel braver for no good reason. Rooms remembering. Now, Eva said very gently, not to hurry the miracle but to ask it for a favor. Say each other's names. They did, with the seriousness of people who have learned that names can move stone if you press them in the right place. The plate sang, not aloud, but that deeper singing, and 3 glyphs brightened in a run. On the table, the unfinished word completed itself by the thickness of a breath. Remember, the sound faded in a way that did not feel like leaving. Claire withdrew her hand and found that the ache had decanted itself into a tolerable glass. She could sip it instead of drown. Jonathan's skin cooled as if a fever had negotiated better terms. The brass key pulsed once, warm, then simply itself. Eva wiped her eyes with the back of her wrist and turned the act into a gesture of pushing hair behind her ear. Okay, she said. Okay. Whitaker's phone buzzed. He silenced it. How long until your city takes us back? Long enough to be decent, Jonathan said. They stood there, not speaking, while the room remembered them back. On the wall plate, one glyph at the very top glowed the faintest, north on a compass of frequencies. Claire thought, without intending to think, of the laboratory, the copper sphere, the coils, the long table. The night a young man vanished and a word burned itself into oak. She felt that room respond with a flicker of attention. We are connected, it said, without words, the way bridges talk to each other across a river when no one is listening. Snow and noise returned by degrees. The light flattened out into winter. The bench was just a bench. The door that was not a door remembered it owed the world nothing and became a fence again. They were back. The city had not moved. Or rather, it had moved in the way it always moves, by tolerating people's insistence on direction and correcting the wind at corners so they do not die for romance. Time, Lopez asked Whitaker. 17 minutes left of our hour, Whitaker said, and 5 if we're honest. Then we use them, Eva said. They walked fast and not hurried to the curb, hailed a taxi that had decided to be heroic, and let Broadway carry them north like a river humored into being a road. On campus, the lab welcomed them with the precise hum of instruments that had been waiting to share gossip. Document, Eva said, setting keys on the towel as if returning relics. Everything. Jonathan, water. Claire, sit. Lopez, door. Whitaker. I'll buy you 5 more minutes of decency, Whitaker said, already stepping into the corridor to speak in the code of men who were trained to make requests sound inevitable. Claire sank onto the stool. The ache remained domestic. She liked it. It felt like a cat that had chosen her lap. Jonathan drank, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand like a man from any century who's been told how to behave and chooses to be briefly impolite. Eva brought the notebook to the bench and, with her left hand still shaking very slightly, drew the plate from memory, concentric circles, spokes, glyphs, the tiny stamp. Anchor/witness/conductor. We need a photograph, she said. We need 10,000. And then laughed because sometimes the only way to be reasonable is to be impossible on paper. The lab door knocked with the politeness of a warrant. 2 figures in parkas entered, the woman speaking first because she had learned that men hate being told no by women, and therefore remember it better. We're here for Mr. Hale, she said, not unkindly. We can accommodate your equipment. We can accommodate humanity, Eva said. Which do you prefer? The woman did not rise to it. Please. Lopez shifted his stance so subtly that only people who had been afraid would notice. Transport will cause a disturbance, he said. The city is ringing. Move him, and you worsen it. Containment, the man began. Understanding, Whitaker said, stepping in with the weary authority of someone discovered between 2 loyalties. We go nowhere. Not tonight. Tomorrow we negotiate. Tonight, the city is keeping promises we do not understand. The woman held his gaze for the length of exactly 3 seconds. The amount of time, Claire realized, that lights dim and return. Then she lowered it. We will report your decision. Report the weather, Eva said, and that we brought umbrellas. They left. The door shut softly enough not to pretend victory. Map, Eva said at once, before any adrenaline could spend itself stupidly, before the adrenaline makes me a poet. They worked. The old scope traced its double line obediently, like a dog showing off a well-learned trick to a room full of strangers. The analyzer hummed counts of 8 and 13 and their shy cousins. Claire and Jonathan sat close, hands not touching, the air between their fingers a thin, warm lane where the city could pass if it needed to carry a note. Anchor/witness/conductor, Claire said quietly, writing the words on the margin of her brain. Cost, Lopez asked. Time, Jonathan said. And memory, given not taken. Which is to say, Eva translated, you'll each leave a piece of yourselves in rooms that deserve you. Claire accepted the sentence with the grace of someone who has already left pieces in lesser rooms. Then let's be careful where we forget. Snow smudged at the window like a benevolent finger. The coil purred in the way of instruments that are convinced they are cats. Whitaker returned from the corridor and took up a place by the radiator, facing the door, a sentry against a future he did not intend forbid, only to slow. They rested at last because night demanded tribute. Eva pulled a heavy wool blanket from a cabinet label, thermal, not for students, and flung it over Claire's shoulders, then another over Jonathan's, and then one around herself as if science were a picnic in a blizzard. Lopez brewed coffee strong enough to set the building's frequency by. Whitaker, who looked like he had never learned to sit, "Saturday, tomorrow," Eva said, and no one argued with the grammar. We go back to the plate. We see which glyph north is. We ask whether the lab wants to be a room again. We do it slow. "Tomorrow," Lopez echoed, as if rehearsing the word's rightness for a judge. "Tomorrow," Whitaker said, and in his mouth the word had the interesting taste of disobedience. Claire leaned her head against the chalk-cold cinder block and closed her eyes. In the darkness behind them, the ache relaxed alongside her like an animal finally trusting sleep. Rooms arranged themselves in her mind like constellations. Gramercy, the lab, a stairwell that smelled of old varnish, a river pier where a boy would skip stones in 1932 and not know why he felt brave, a hospital corridor where a nurse would steady a stranger with a hand and feel steadied herself. Promises kept. Rooms that remember, she whispered. Jonathan heard her, though she had not meant it to be speech. "We will teach them our names," he said, and in the distance that lay between his century and hers, the city agreed. Outside, the storm finished the map it had begun, street by street, lamplight by lamplight, in 3-second sentences and 3-minute paragraphs. Somewhere, in a basement that had not yet learned what it was for, a copper sphere dreamed of lightning without apology. And beneath the bench of Gramercy, inside the wood, inside the grain, 2 words glowed faintly to anything that could read oak. Return and remember. When the building's lights dipped, precisely 3 seconds, and rose again, every instrument in the lab wrote, in its own language, the same small confession. "We hear you." Chapter 16. North on the Echo Compass. Morning arrived as a dim resolve, the kind of light a city gives you when it has decided to keep its secrets for one more day. Columbia wore a thin coat of snow gone to crystal where the salt had bitten it. Claire crossed College Walk with the iron key in her left pocket, the brass in her right, and a headache curled behind her eyes like a cat that had decided to be loyal and inconvenient in equal measure. The lab had slept with the instruments, humming lullabies to one another. Eva was already there, hair in a knot, wool sweater over yesterday's shirt, eyes bright with a sleep that had been postponed and then dismissed. Lopez stood by the door with 2 coffees and a look that said both "I am the corridor" and "I am on your side." Whitaker leaned against the radiator, tie loosened exactly one rebellion. Phone face down on the sill like a chastened messenger. "North," Eva said without greeting. She pulled a fresh sheet onto a clipboard, sketched the concentric circles of the wall plate from memory and muscle. "We go back. We find which glyph is north. We test the anchor. Slow. Clean. No heroics." "No heroics," Claire repeated, "because sometimes you have to say the spell twice." Jonathan arrived with snow dried off his shoulders in a calm that made the lab take a longer breath. He greeted each of them with a nod that felt like the turning of a key in the right lock. "Vitals?" Eva asked softly, slipping into doctor without a license. "Headache." "2," Claire said, "and I slept." Jonathan tilted his head. "I am..." He searched for modern word and accepted an older one. "Sound." Lopez sipped coffee, swallowed the city, and set the cup aside. "We go while the streets are reasonable. The plows and the bureaucracy always find each other by noon. They went like a procession pretending to be errands. Broadway let them pass with the bored grace of a river in winter. Gramercy received them with iron and snow and the quiet of a square that knows how to keep counsel. The custodian's navy sweater appeared and vanished with saintly indifference. The service door that wasn't. The lamp that remembered. The iron key's small intimate click. The brass keys sent by warmth. The space beside the fence deepening like a breath. They stepped when the city sang low. The room, corridor, yard received them with the patience of a place that had practiced hospitality for more than a century. The plate was there, inset into the wall, like a modest confession. Concentric circles. Spokes. Glyphs like an instrument maker's private alphabet. At the very top, 12 o'clock. If a compass indulges a clock, a glyph that had brightened the faintest yesterday. Today it waited, as if refusing to boast. Eva stood a foot away, hands in her pockets, as though approaching a dog that belonged to lightning. North, she said without touching. Tesla's north wouldn't be magnetic. It would be reference. The lab, I think. Claire felt the ache lift and settle, as if the word lab had tugged a quiet thread that lived somewhere behind her jaw. Jonathan's eyes had that far look, the way people look at childhood streets that someone has rewritten without permission. Anchor, Eva said. Witness. Conductor. We do it for north only. Iron key is the anchor. Brass is the continuity. Lopez an eyewitness. Whitaker witnesses and negotiates with his ghosts. Claire and Jonathan conduct. If anything costs more than a breath, we stop. No heroics, Lopez echoed, and made it sound enforceable. Claire took the iron key from her pocket. It was cool, honest, the way of decision. Jonathan drew the brass key. Warmer than brass had any right to be on a morning this cold. They looked at each other without drama and moved their free hands to the table. The old oak work table that seemed to exist here the way a word exists in a sentence. Not furniture, grammar. Palm to return, Eva said to Claire. Palm to remember. To Jonathan, half an inch of air between your fingers. Not touching. They placed their hands. The air changed in the way a room changes when someone tells the truth. A low note rose. That long-held cello tone the place had learned to sing for them. Claire's headache unfolded and stretched like a creature that had woken and decided to be kind. Jonathan's skin flushed and cooled, fever deciding it preferred to be attention. Eva watched the plate. The topmost glyph trembled, a filament thinking about light. Say the city, she whispered. Say the room you want. Claire did not plan the word. Workshop, she said. South Fifth Avenue. Jonathan's voice was softer. Coils. The top glyph lit, a small, certain halo. Claire felt the floor tilt, not in nausea but in orientation, as if someone had reached down and rotated the map until north found its proper arrogance. The air smelled impossibly gently, of varnish and oil and old cotton insulation, that metallic sweetness of ozone braided through sawdust and time. The light didn't brighten. It resolved. The corridor lengthened into a suggestion of another room, and if you stood where Claire stood and allowed a certain madness to rewire your courtesy, you could look down that suggestion and see, not clearly, not photographed sharp, but faithfully, a shape that was a lab. The tall coil, the sphere like a sun under discipline, the long table with a word burned into it. Not 1890 as a calendar, 1890 as a pressure. Eva's pencil scratched facts fast enough to keep up with wonder. North references a lab, she said, throat tight, not location north, origin north. Cost? Lopez asked, standing at the joint between now and then like an officer guarding a treaty. 2, Claire said. The ache stayed a creature with manners. I can hold it. Jonathan's voice was clear. We can. Eva exhaled. All right. Anchors stable. Conductors coupled. Witnesses present. She turned to Whitaker. You seeing what you need to argue for decency? He did not answer. He was listening to something else. Steps in the corridor of 2025. He lifted his chin in the habit of an entire agency rode back into his posture. We're about to have company, he said. 2 minutes. Then we finish the minute we have, Eva said, not unkindly. Claire, Jonathan, if we ask the lab for a gift, keep it small, a mark, a proof, no summoning. Claire closed her eyes and saw the long oak table with the word return burned into it. She thought, not in nouns, but in offering. We remember you. The ache rippled once, a radius finding water. Jonathan spoke, barely a breath. Tea. The play at the top brightened, a punctuation of light, and a new spark pricked one spoke 2 points down, as if another room had leaned close to listen. Footsteps, real ones now, on the far side of the impossible door. Whitaker moved to the threshold, palms open, a man prepared to argue in 2 languages at once. Time, Lopez said. Release, Eva said softly. Claire took her hand from the oak. Jonathan did the same. The light on the plate dimmed, but did not sulk. The room sealed itself with the courtesy of a letter folded by someone who learned handwriting before arrogance. They stepped back into winter. Snow met them like applause that intended to remain anonymous. The lamp outside was its obedient self. The custodian at the corner pretended to drop his keys and spent an extra 10 seconds forgiving them for whatever they were about to be accused of. 2 parkas rounded the far fence line with official inevitability. "Mr. Hale," the woman said, polite like policy, "we're here to move you." "Not today," Whitaker said in the tone of a man who had decided, for once, to enjoy mutiny. "We have a field condition, and you have a city authority," the man began. "Anchor," Eva said softly, and Claire realized the word was no longer private. The world had begun to keep the ritual, and language had become instrument. The parkas did not understand. That was fine. The city did. They walked out of Gramercy as if leaving a library and not a miracle. Heads down against snow. Small talk about sawed-on boots. The keys unnoticed. The business of being alive resumed at the surface of things. The unmarked car at the corner learned what it always learns about people who insist on their own errands, how to follow without appearing to escort. Back in the lab, the air closed ranks around them the way a family does when the doorbell is a stranger. Eva laid both keys on the folded towel. "We do this," she said, "before we are asked to do it badly elsewhere. We attempt an anchor, not to trap him," she glanced at Jonathan and then at Claire, "but to give him a foothold. Anchor, witness, conductor, here, where north is a lab." "No heroics," Lopez said again. "You pull the plug at the first price." Claire nodded. The ache had sharpened once they left Gramercy, then settled into a line she could walk. She took her stool, felt the wood under her like an oath. Jonathan sat opposite, hands steady on the bench. Eva dimmed the overheads to instrument light. The old scope woke as if it had missed them. The analyzer raised its hills at 8 and 13 and waited for the choir. "Ready?" Eva asked. "No," Claire said and smiled. "Yes." "Anchor," Eva said. "Iron key on the wood." Claire set it down. The bench seemed to breathe. "Continuance," Eva said. "Brass key." Jonathan set it beside the iron. The 2 metals touches at their shoulders like cousins relieved of surnames in common. "Witness," Lopez said and straightened. "Witness," Whitaker said and did not look away. "Conductor," Eva whispered and nodded to them both. Palms to wood. Half-inch of air between fingers. Breath matched on 2 and then on 4, as if they were learning to row the same river. The hum in the coil rose to a thread of tone, not a sound so much as a posture. The old scope's line split into present and echo. After a beat they locked, the echo sliding under the present like a seam that had at last been cut straight. The ache behind Claire's eyes burst bright. 3 seconds of white pain, and then went clear. A bell struck and allowed to ring. She had the distinct, uncanny feeling that her skull had just been aligned with a larger instrument, and that the instrument had liked the adjustment. Jonathan inhaled, not in surprise, but in recognition. A small heat moved through his chest and steadied in his palms, then traveled back through the wood. The keys clicked once. So softly could have been imagination. But the analyzer's trace made a tiny, delighted flourish at the exact moment, as if graphs themselves believed in punctuation. "The lab?" Eva asked, voice barely more than a thought. "Here," Claire said. Not a vision, a presence. The sense of a room that had been promised. It would not be left behind. Anchor complete. Jonathan whispered. "Cost." Lopez said, and Claire loved him a little for the question. She swallowed. The words came out square and sure. 2 becoming 3. "Stop at 4, Eva said. The door knocked, no longer polite. The woman in the parka opened it with a warrant folded into her posture. 2 men in dark clothes stood behind her, their faces trained to be unreadable in reflections. "Now," she said. "Mr. Hale, please." The coil sang, not louder, but with a note that was unembarrassed to be pure. The lights in the lab dimmed in a way no substation charts. The old scope's letters, shy until now, suggested themselves on the line. R-E and then M, as if the machine were bored with coyness and had decided to speak. "Power issue?" One of the men asked too quickly, as if the question were part of the procedure they had been forced to memorize. "Field condition," Eva said. "You will make it worse." "We are prepared," the woman said. "We have—" The building interrupted her. The lights went out. Not a flicker. Not 3 seconds. Darkness arrived clean and complete, a long-held breath taken by a structure that had decided to step between its guests and an uninvited argument. The emergency strips along the floor did not light. The exit signs chose, for once, to trust the people who knew the room. The instruments did not die. The old scope gave off its phosphogreen like a saint's small miracle. The analyzer ran on battery and smiled its teeth of light. The coil hummed the Earth's note. The blackout held. How long? Lopez asked calmly into the dark. City map shows a corridor from Morningside down to 96, Whitaker said, consulting a device that had decided to be modest in the dark. Hospitals are on generators. Subways have stopped politely. The rest is considered chaos. Minutes. Eva asked. 15, Whitaker said. Maybe 20. Then we use them. Eva said, third time as vow. The woman in the parka had the good sense not to order flashlights. She had spent enough time inside to weather human evenings to recognize when a room prefers not to be photographed. This won't look good in my report, she said softly, and for the first time the human beneath her training spoke. Write the truth, Lopez said. Claire held the wood, the iron, the room. The ache climbed her spine in a soft ladder and settled at the base of her skull. It frightened her and did not. It felt like standing in a tide and understanding that water can hold you if you learn to float. Jonathan spoke a single word, almost not a word. Here, for an instant, exactly the length of the blackout's patience. Claire felt the anchor take. Not a chain, a root. It went into the bench, and into the floor, and into the chalk-dusted cinder block, and then along the wireways of the building, and out into the winter air, where the city's long, low resonance rode the storm like a gentle engine. It did not seize Jonathan. It gave him a place to return to that was not a century. It made the lab a home frequency. Enough, Eva said, exactly when Claire's headache climbed from 3 to 4. We stop. They lifted their hands. The coil sighed and decided to be a coil again. The old scope's green thinned, the letters dissolving back into the line like modesty returning to a face. The blackout ended not with a triumph, but with a shrug. Lights resumed. The building apologized in clicks. The city cleared its throat and went back to work. The woman in the parka looked at Whitaker. He looked back as if they had both survived a small war fought without casualties and only a little paperwork. She nodded once, an agreement between stubborn people. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow, Whitaker agreed. They left. The door shut softly, like a hand pressed to a child's hair. Silence filled the lab, warm and real. Eva leaned both palms on the bench and laughed once. A bark she turned into a breath. Well, she said, we anchored a person without nailing him down. Cost? Lopez asked again, and Claire loved him more for repeating it. Then back to 2, Claire said. She wiped a small line of blood from under her nose she hadn't noticed, and the sight didn't frighten her. It clarified the exchange rate. I'm okay. Jonathan's eyes were not wet. They were simply too honest. I am, he began, and failed to find a word that meant held and free at the same time. Here, Claire said for him. He nodded. Whitaker retrieved his phone from the sill and looked at the message there, without letting it name him. You have until morning, he said. Then the river rises. Then tonight, Eva said, we write the map, the plates north, the bench inscription, the ritual. Anchor, witness, conductor. We get language on paper before someone else puts worse language on policy. Lopez poured coffee all around like communion. Outside, the city shook the snow from its shoulders and decided to open its doors again. The unmarked cars idled and then moved on because the people inside them had households and dinners and a certain respect for a blackout that refused to obey. Claire sat, blanket over her legs, keys on the towel. The ache settled to a patient line. She could feel, without picturing, the lab's new truth. It would be where Jonathan returned to when the world tried to pull him back into the seam. Not a prison. A promise. Tomorrow, she said, and in her mouth the word was not dread. It was an address. From somewhere in the building's oldest wiring, a low note answered, the same one that had sung in Gramercy and at the service door and the old oak table's grain. It was not music. It was recognition. Outside, the grid exhaled the last of blackout. In a dozen neighborhoods, Lights returned with the sound of coins. In one old square, 3 lamps breathed once in gratitude and then behaved. In a basement that remembered 1890, a copper sphere finished a dream and forgave the morning. And in a room that had decided to be their north, the air held the last trace of ozone and tea and the word that had carved itself into oak in 2 centuries at once. Remember. Chapter 17. The Longest 3 Minutes. Dawn came late and sideways. A gray ribbon pulled through the teeth of the city. Columbia's lamps were still on, ashamed to be caught working overtime. In the lab, the air had the exhausted warmth of a room that had been believed in all night. Claire woke on the stool with a blanket over her legs and the iron key under her palm like a heartbeat that had chosen to keep her. The ache behind her eyes was a thin wire, humming but not cruel. She tasted copper and tea and the faint clean sweetness of ozone in her throat, as if the building had learned to exhale gentler. Eva was already moving. Notes in columns, arrows between ideas, a hand-drawn compass of concentric circles labeled echo plate. Field north with a star beside lab. Lopez stood in the doorway with 2 coffees and a look that made him the width of the world between them and anyone who didn't deserve the room. Whitaker leaned against a radiator. Ty accepted, phone face down. He had made a decision in the night, and it had cost him the small neatness he wore like a badge. "Good morning, saints and skeptics," Eva said softly. "I have drafted a thing I will regret on paper, but not in life." She tapped the page. Anchor/witness/conductor. Protocol draft. Language so clear even the future can't misquote it. Before anyone could laugh, the hallway told them the day had arrived. Footsteps, too many, too even. The knock was not a request. The door opened on 2 parkas and a third man in a suit with a posture that wrote finality in the air. "Mr. Hale," the woman began, as a continuing last night sentence. "By authority of a report you'll write more beautifully if you wait," Eva said, and the smile she showed them was the one teachers use when offering a student the last chance to be decent. "No," the suited man said, the word clipped and clean. "Now." Lopez stepped forward, a wall with a heartbeat. "You're early." "We're awake," the man said. "He comes with us." Whitaker moved without announcing himself, a quiet interposition between the lab and procedure. "If you take him now, you'll get noise and nothing else. Let us deliver him on our terms after 1 hour. You will get data and cooperation. You will look like adults. Your superiors enjoy that from time to time." The man's eyes flicked once to Whitaker's loosened tie, reading the heresy in it. He might have said yes. Instead, he said, "Car, now." The coil in the corner hummed once, like a cat deciding who it belongs to. The old scope traced its double line in phosphor, the present and the echo, then nudged them together. Claire felt the building clear its throat. "We go," Jonathan said calmly, standing, "but we choose the route." "Excuse me," the man said, as if the word route were insubordination. Through Gramercy, Jonathan said, "The room that remembers us. We do not drag the city like an unconsulted witness. We invite it." Eva looked up sharply, already 2 steps into the plan. "Bridget," she said. "Anchor, witness, conductor, rolling. Short spans. 3 seconds at a time. We let the grid write the commas." Lopez's jaw set. "If we do this in cars, we cause a parade. On foot, we become instructions the city wants to keep." The man in the suit did not understand and was not required to. He had authority and a watch, and neither was useful here. No scenic detours. "Then call it a detainment perimeter," Whitaker said, and did not bother disguising the sarcasm. "You shadow us. If the city behaves, you get your prize at the fence." A brief, tight caucus of eyes and radios. The woman in the parka, a precinct of sense on the government, said, 20 minutes, then we end our way." 15, Eva said. 18, the woman countered, professional enough to split the difference like an offering. The corridor fed them cold air. Outside, snow had crusted, the surface brittle as spun sugar. They went as a procession that pretended not to be one. Claire with the iron key warm by her palm, Jonathan with the brass key pulsing faintly under his coat, Eva walking like a core temperature, Lopez wide enough for the world, Whitaker not leading and not following. The pair of Parkers half a block behind. The suited man on a phone, already composing his memo in the future tense. They cut across Broadway, down 116th, then a sharp southward slide into the city's longer sentences. The grid listened. In the deli on the corner, the lights flicker for exactly 3 seconds. Cash registers and coffee machines paused politely and then resumed as if they had simply inhaled. On Amsterdam, a bus's interior went to a soft dusk and then brightened. A child clapped once, delighted to be obeyed by electricity. A traffic signal blinked late, and then forgave itself. "Is this us?" Claire asked, breath white in the air. "No," Jonathan said. "It is with us." At 110th, the first true bridge arrived. Street lamps along the curb dimmed together, a kind of bow, and the city's hum, ever-present secular, slipped to a lower note. Claire felt the ache behind her eyes thicken and then smooth, the way a violin string takes a rosin and becomes its best self. The group passed under. Time made one small gift and then demanded they keep moving. 3 seconds, Lopez said softly. 3 that counted. Eva replied. They crossed into Morningside. The hill made them mortal. The park's iron fence held snow like an embroidered hem. A jogger with a red hat broke his pace and gave them a smile that said he did not know why they mattered but approved. The woman in the parka was on her phone again, murmuring something that sounded like whole positions, and no, sir, not yet. The suited man walked faster with the energy of someone who has always been obeyed and cannot compute weather. At 103rd, another bridge, this one longer. Substation feeds negotiated with Winter and decided to be art. Apartment windows dimmed and returned. A chorus of small, surprised faces at the glass. What was that? The old scope's memory lived in Claire's head now. She saw letters in the flicker. Ari, the city making little jokes with its power just to keep them company. Hydrate, Eva said, handing Claire a bottle without breaking stride. Salt after. I'm fine, Claire lied. The 8 twins sharp, white at the edges, and she tasted iron again. Not concerned. Exactly. A ledger balancing. Whitaker fell in beside her. We can turn back. We won't, she said. This is the way we don't break anything. He nodded once. Then I'm with you. For the report, he added, and allowed himself the smallest smile. They cut east and south. The city rearranged itself to be passable. Plows had carved canals of usefulness. Pedestrians in sensible boots recognized in the procession the kind of seriousness that is not violent and therefore holy. At 96th, a long, patient blackout slid down the avenue. Not full dark, not danger, just a long blink that carried them across. In a pharmacy, the fluorescent tubes flipped to a softer mode and, for once, were flattering. You see it? Claire asked Jonathan. I see what it wants us to see, he said. Corners kept the wind. Lights kept the time. By the time they reached 23rd, the suited man had stopped trying to walk ahead and had learned to be behind without feeling demoted. His phone had stopped being an ally. The map would not refresh. The woman in the parka took her hands out of her pockets only to warm them by blowing. Not a tactic, a concession to being human. Gramercy rose like a familiar sentence. The fence wore snow. The square inside kept its old hush. The lamp at the northeast corner remembered itself without help. Its glass mantle looked faintly rosier, like a candle guessing the prayer. 15 minutes, the woman said, glancing at a watch that wanted to be obeyed. 3, Claire said, and tasted the truth in it. She was suddenly very tired. The wire behind her eyes vibrated like something that has done its work and asks very politely to be laid down. Anchor, witness, conductor, Eva said, ritual now. We do not go further than we have to. We ask permission, and we keep our hands clean. Lopez stood where the sidewalk remembered to be wider. I'll stop the world, or I'll make it think it stopped itself, he said, and took a position that made pedestrians curve around him as if he were part of the fence. Whitaker stayed where he could nod at both parkas without conceding a single inch of soul. Witness, he said, because he had learned to love a word. Claire took out the iron key. It was hot as a fever in her palm, and she didn't mind. Jonathan drew the brass. Its warmth a steadier thing, like tea not quite finished with being useful. They touched neither each other nor the lamp. The keyhole that shouldn't be accepted them with the soft click that had learned to be liturgy. The city sang low. They stepped. The corridor was already there, like a host who has heard footsteps and opened before the knock. The yard wore the hour before evening. The bench kept its brass plate. The table, the oak would return, waited with the patience of things that knew they had more time than people. North, Eva breathed, as if reminding the room which way its heart lay. We don't go, we signal. Anchor only. Claire placed her palm on return. The ache did not sharpen. It changed shape, a bowl deep and stable. Jonathan put his hand over remember, not touching the groove, holding its heat like a paradox he respected. The keys were their other hands. Eva and Lopez and Whitaker were the world. Here, Jonathan said to the lab, not a prayer, not a command, a report. The plate on the wall answered with a faint glow at the top glyph. The light did not travel. It connected, in the lab miles away. The old scope, left on purpose, drew its double line with such perfect alignment that the echo and the present were indistinguishable for a full breath. The coil hummed the empty room. The bench warmed under no one's hands. This should have been enough. It was not. The corridor flexed, only a little, like a muscle tensing under a careful hand, and Jonathan swayed. Not the sway of a man fainting. The sway of a tide nipping at the ankles of a person it recognizes and wants back. No, Claire said aloud, surprising herself with the certainty. She set her other palm on the wood, both hands now, and felt the ache rise like a storm, her skull filled with light. It was not pain as she had known it. It was cost declared in a better currency. Claire, Eva said, and her voice was steady by choice. Back off. Not yet, Claire said. Her nose bled a thin red line. She did not flinch. Jonathan's eyes went distant, not absent, distant, as if reading a page in a book he had left open 135 years ago, and suddenly remembered the sentence after the one he had stopped at. His breath shortened. Cost! Lopez barked. A cop's command turned into love. 5, Claire said through her teeth, counting down. Whitaker put one hand on the bench. No touch to the ritual, just wood, and said, low and fierce, Witness, we are here. We are not looking away. The city heard them. Outside at the fence, the lamp breathed, on, off, on, in a pattern not cold but hard. Along 23rd, the traffic signals made a chord and then released it. On the subway platform under Park Avenue South, a string of bulbs dimmed for 3 seconds and returned. In a hospital corridor 2 miles east, a nurse paused at a tray and felt brave for no reason she could name. The corridor eased. The tide stepped back without apology. Jonathan's breath deepened. The top glyph on the plate held its halo and then softened, as if closing a book properly. Release, Eva said, and there was surrender in it and authority both. Claire lifted her hands. The blood from her nose dripped onto her wrist. She wiped it with the back of her sleeve and tasted iron again, a sacrament improved by salt. The ache receded. Not gone, never gone, but set down respectfully, like a violin that has finished a movement. They stepped out of the corridor into snow that had become light again, not burden. The woman in the parka looked at Claire's face and, despite herself, winced. The suited man took a breath to begin his duty. No more tests without the city, Claire said, voice clear and quiet, cutting to procedure with a strange, polite knife of truth. We don't push in closed rooms. We don't summon. We ask. We witness. Or you'll lose him and we'll break this place. Eva nodded, eyes bright. Protocol change, she said, as if to an exam committee. We add a 4th word to the ritual. City, anchor/witness/conductor/city. No exceptions. Lopez's jaw softened. I can write that, he said, even if they don't ask me to. Whitaker looked at the suited man. You heard her, he said. We need the city as witness. Without it, all you get is static and a missing person. The woman in the parka made the smallest motion with her mouth, the kind that means I agree in the language I am allowed. We escort, she said, to the lab. Today, not far. We accept your conditions on paper. Off paper, I accept them with my common sense. The suited man hesitated at the edge of his training and, to his credit, did not fall in. "We'll draft language," he said, "with your protocol." Eva offered a smile that a person keeps for miracles and failures both. "Language is our instrument," she said. "We'll tune it." They walked back in a weather that had decided to be neighborly. The city, satisfied, relaxed its little tricks. The lights did not dim. The buses did not kneel for Malone. They arrived at Columbia with the kind of quiet that means the story had decided to wait for them rather than sprint ahead. In the lab, the old scope still traced its double line, as if it had not taken a breath without them. The bench felt warm. The coil purred. Claire sat, the blanket over her knees again, wiped the last hint of red from her upper lip, and felt fatigue. So honest it might have been joy. "Inventory," Eva said gently. "Costs." "Headache 5 to 2, Claire said. "Vision clear. Hand steady. Soul slightly larger." She smiled, and the room remembered how to be a room. Jonathan touched the edge of the bench with a care that felt like gratitude. "I can feel the anchor," he said. "Not a chain, a direction." Lopez wrote the words down as if they could be evidence in a generous court. "Direction," he repeated, pleased with the rightness. Whitaker checked his phone, saw the message waiting there, and did not let it own him. "We have until evening," he said. "Then the circus returns with a bigger tent. Then we draw the sign," Eva said, opening her notebook to a clean page. "We write it where even bad policy can read it." She printed, with the upright neatness that lecturers develop through accretion and necessity. Protocol. Anchor/witness/conductor/city. No test without city present. Field signs. Hum. Low note. Cooperative dimming. No closed room summoning. Anchor at lab bench only. Iron plus brass. Witnesses. Minimum 2 human plus city. Stop at 4. Start at 1. End at 2. She underlined city twice, then drew in the corner a tiny lamp with a small heart inside it. She did not show anyone that part. The woman in the Parker read it, nodded once, and did something that would not make it into a report. Pressed her glove against the bench, as if promising not to lie about its warmth. "Tomorrow," Claire said, and the word was not a plea. It was a schedule. "Tomorrow," the city answered, in the low, polite way of buildings. Outside, Gramercy's lamps behaved. On Park Avenue South, the traffic signals stopped telling jokes. In a tenement stairwell, a boy walked down the steps and did not know why he was suddenly brave, only that he would remember the feeling and try to be worthy of it. In a hospital, the nurse who felt the pulse of courage earlier patted a stranger's hand and did not apologize for the time it cost her. And under the bench, in the oak grain where storms have their minutes, return and remember held their light. The day stretched ahead with its bureaucracy and coffee and reports and decent lies to keep the bad ones from taking root. For now, the lab was north. The bench was true. The city had agreed to be the fourth witness, which was, on this morning, everything. Chapter 18. The Paper City. The day became paperwork before it had the decency to become light. By mid-morning, the lab smelled of coffee, toner, and the faint metallic hum of machines pretending to be calm. Stacks of documents had appeared like stalagmites. Incident reports, containment protocols, witness statements. The letterhead changed from agency to agency, but every sheet carried the same hunger, to own what could not be owned. Eva March, armed with a pen and a frown capable of rewriting law, sat at the bench like a general defending a besieged province. Whitaker stood beside her. Ty properly nodded again, performing the choreography of professionalism as camouflage. Lopez occupied the doorway as if the air beyond it owed him rent. Claire was at the window. Snow had stopped, replaced by a wet, indecisive rain that turned every parked car into a slow drip of reflection. She watched people hurry through puddles and thought, they're the only ones still living in a single century. Jonathan Hale sat at the opposite table, a cup of tea steaming between his hands, his eyes tracing the ceiling as if reading messages the plaster had been asked to keep. The clock on the wall clicked 1 minute forward. The lab had begun to measure its days not by hours, but by the distance between blackouts. At 10:15, the delegation arrived. 3 of them this time, Two suits. One woman in a gray coat whose presence seemed designed to make fluorescent light flatter her. She introduced herself with a card in a voice that sounded rehearsed enough to survive nuclear war. Dr. Evelyn Morrow, Federal Liaison, will be taking point on the Hale protocol transition. Eva's eyebrows climbed half an inch. Transition implies consent. You don't have that yet. Whitaker added, in the calm tone of a bureaucrat weaponizing patience, we are drafting the official document of record. Until then, everything you brought is theater. Morrow smiled in the way predators practice in mirrors. Then let's make it a dress rehearsal. She placed a thick folder on the bench and opened it with the grace of someone revealing evidence, not cooperation. Pages of typed observations, graphs, photographs of Gramercy Bench, even blurry stills from security cameras that had caught the dimming of the streetlights. Every page was labeled anomalous phenomenon, urban power resonance, subject HALE. Claire read the title twice before realizing it was supposed to look scientific. You named him an acronym? She asked, voice sharp. He's a person, not an experiment. Everything reproducible is an experiment, Morrow said simply. Good, Eva said. Then let's reproduce decency and see how that goes. The man beside Morrow, young, pale, the kind of face that looks born to deliver data instead of news, cleared his throat. We'd like to observe another controlled event. The blackout correlation presents measurable opportunities. No! The word came from Claire before anyone else could speak. Morrow's pen paused. Excuse me? No more tests without the city, Claire said, repeating what had become a prayer. Anchor, witness, conductor, city. Jonathan's eyes lifted. We do not summon a room without its consent. The younger man scoffed softly, the sound of academia before tenure. Cities don't give consent, Mr. Hale. They're infrastructure. Jonathan looked at him with the kind of pity reserved for people who have never heard silence correctly. Then you've never listened. The lab fell into a stillness that was not empty. The monitors hummed, the coil thrummed, the old scope's fossil line trembled as if eavesdropping. Morrow exhaled slowly through her nose, the bureaucratic version of conceding nothing. Fine, she said at last. No active trials today. But I'll need access to all logs, signal captures, and written protocols. We're establishing oversight. Eva signed a line on the form that wasn't there and pushed the papers back toward her. Oversight is what happens when people trip over evidence and claim to have built the stairs. Whitaker coughed to disguise a laugh. By afternoon, the tension had turned into ritual. Every few hours, someone would check the scopes. Every few hours, the building would answer a low hum or a brief flicker of the lights. 3 seconds, no more. The pattern had become comfort. The city's heartbeat, polite and predictable. At 6, Lopez brought dinner that could pass for food if you were forgiving. Claire ate a few bites and then left the bench to breathe. Outside, the rain had cleared. The streets reflected the sky's half-light. Every puddle a small portal. Jonathan followed her, a quiet step behind. It's beautiful, he said. Like the city forgot it was made of stone. Claire smiled faintly. You really think it's listening? I think it's waiting, he said. Every structure dreams of being alive. Some just require an audience. A wind moved between the buildings, cold and almost articulate. Claire shivered. Then what are we? Messengers who forgot our delivery, he said softly. But the city remembers. When they returned, Morrow was gone. She had left the air colder and the fluorescent lights a shade crueler. A printed memo lay on the table, signed and stamped. Subject to continued collaboration, a controlled demonstration will be scheduled for 2100 hours tonight. Compliance requested. Power grid, redundancies confirmed. Eva read it, tore it neatly in half, then in half again, then once more until it was just snow of paper. No one tells a city when to blink. Lopez looked at his watch. 20 minutes to curfew. If they try, the network will see it. Whitaker checked his phone. They've cut us out of the feed. Independent grid monitoring disabled. They'll attempt manual isolation at 9. Jonathan turned toward the window. They want to steal the hum. Claire stood beside him. Feeling the vibration rise faintly through the floor, a long, slow wave like the city drawing breath. Then let's give it back its voice. Eva was already moving. "Anchor, witness, conductor, city," she said. "One last time tonight, but we let it lead." They took their positions at the bench. Iron key, brass key, palms not touching, breaths shared, heads bowed not in prayer but in recognition. The hum deepened, a subterranean thunder that lived in foundations and subway rails. Lights dimmed once, twice, and stayed low. The monitors flickered. Across the city, circuits synchronized like a great choir finding its pitch. 3 seconds, Lopez murmured. "Not this time," Eva whispered. The blackout rolled across Manhattan like a tide, one neighborhood after another sinking gently into silence. In the reflection of the lab window, Claire saw whole blocks fade to black, then nothing but the faint shimmer of distant bridges still awake. Whitaker stared at his phone's dark screen. 2100 hours exactly, he said, awed. "It's signed." Eva nodded. The city just added its name to the protocol. Jonathan's voice was quiet. 3 minutes. They waited. The dark was not empty. It was full of small, invisible attention. Claire's pulse synced with the coil's vibration. The ache behind her eyes dissolved entirely, replaced by something vast and tender. When the lights returned, they did so softly, like a curtain rising after a play the actors refused to end. The lab exhaled. The clocks blinked back to life, each one a second slower than before. 3 minutes, Lopez confirmed. 3 minutes of silence, Whitaker said. The city answered on paper. Eva looked around the room. The tired faces, the humming machines, the bench that now seemed almost warm with pride. "Then it's official," she said. "The paper city belongs to all of us." Jonathan smiled faintly. "No," he said. "We belong to it." Claire didn't argue. The hum on the floor agreed. Outside, New York glowed like a heartbeat restored, its lights no longer merely electric, but alive. Chapter 19. The Archivist of Light. Morning came with a sincerity that made the snow blush. For the first time in days, the sky above the Hudson held a shade of blue that didn't feel borrowed. Steam rose from subway grates like the ghosts of yesterday's storms, and pigeons negotiated air rights above the rooftops as if the world had finally agreed to continue. Claire watched it all from the lab window, coffee in hand, eyes still tender from sleep and too many miracles. The city looked normal, offensively normal, and that, somehow, was its most convincing disguise. Jonathan sat at the bench, both keys resting in front of him like punctuation marks that hadn't decided how the sentence should end. His shirt sleeves were rolled to the elbows. The gesture made him look human again, even domestic, as though time could be taught civility. Eva moved between tables, tidying instruments that no longer needed tidying, her movement slow but deliberate, the rhythm of a mind trying to believe the night had really happened. Lopez was on the phone in the hallway, arguing softly with someone who believed that words like containment could describe people. And Whitaker, tie straight, hair betraying fatigue, was staring at the printout Eva had made from her notes of the compass plate. Concentric circles, the small glyphs, and the 3 words carved in shallow English at the base. Anchor/witness/conductor. He spoke first. "We need a historian." Eva didn't look up. "We have one. He's sitting right there, pretending not to be a miracle." Whitaker shook his head. "Not that kind. Someone who can tell us what these symbols mean. I ran a cross-reference this morning. They're not random." Claire turned. "Not Tesla's own? Maybe borrowed." Whitaker said he had a habit of hiding other men's discoveries inside his own, translating their obsessions into electricity. Eva rubbed her forehead. "So we call a museum." "I already did," Whitaker said. "He's expecting us." Dr. Amos Sloan, retired chief archivist, Museum of the City of New York. "I told him we're researchers working on urban resonance studies." Eva smiled. "You lied well, I hope." "I told him the truth badly," Whitaker said. "It amounts to the same thing." The museum lived on Fifth Avenue, a Georgian relic holding its breath among the glass towers. Inside, heat and dust performed their old duet. The air smelled of leather bindings and brass polish, of a city trying to remember its own handwriting. Dr. Amos Sloan appeared from between 2 aisles of vitrines with the unhurried grace of someone who had been mistaken for furniture often enough to find the idea flattering. His hair was white and thin, his glasses ancient enough to be collectible. He wore a bow tie and a cardigan that seemed to have grown from the museum itself. "Mr. Whitaker," he said, shaking hands with a firmness that defied age. "And these are your colleagues. Dr. Eva March, Claire Anderson, Jonathan Hale." Whitaker said, each name offered like a key. Sloane's gaze rested on Jonathan a moment too long. "Hale," he repeated softly. "As in—" "Yes," Jonathan said gently. "As in that one." The old man's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes did. A door left slightly ajar. "Well then," he said, "you've come to the right place." They followed him to the museum's lower halls, past exhibits of street maps, trolley schedules, gaslight globes, and fragments of the original Croton aqueduct. In a side room marked Private Archives, Sloane unlocked a tall cabinet and withdrew a long, narrow portfolio tied with faded silk. "These," he said, untying the ribbon, "belonged to a man named William Darrow, one of the city's early surveyors. He believed every street was designed not merely for traffic, but for residents. I dismissed him as eccentric until I found this." He opened the portfolio. Inside, a vellum map of Manhattan stretched across the table, drawn in exquisite ink. Loops of geometry, spirals where intersections should have been. At its center, a circle of symbols, impossibly similar to the glyphs from Tesla's compass plate. Eva exhaled. He built it before electricity. Before Tesla, certainly, Sloane said. Darrow died in 1829, but his notes mention vibrations of place, the belief that certain intersections were more than geography. They were memory devices. He called them rooms of the city. Claire felt her pulse quicken. "Rooms that remember," she whispered. Sloane turned to her. "You've heard that phrase before." "It's part of a project," she said carefully. "We've seen similar markings." The archivist adjusted his glasses. "Then you've seen the echo compass." Whitaker frowned. "You know that term?" Sloane smiled. "Oh, I invented it. Tesla borrowed it later, I think. The city is a map of frequencies. Darrow believed that if you marked the right intersections, you could navigate not through space, but through continuity. He called it the geometry of remembering." Jonathan leaned closer to the vellum. "This mark here, Gramercy." Sloane nodded. "Exactly. The strongest node. You can tell by the density of lines. And here," he pointed toward the northern end of the map, "Columbia. It wasn't there in Darrow's time, but Tesla chose that location for his experiments. Coincidence? Hardly." Eva smiled faintly. "So the old man built the city's memory, and Tesla learned how to make it sing." Sloane's eyes brightened. "You understand. The compass plate you showed me, its pattern of glyphs corresponds to Darrow's nodes. He marked 12. Your plate shows 11 completed and 1 missing. North, perhaps?" "We found north," Claire said softly. "The lab." Sloane's expression sharpened. "Then you've already opened one." Whitaker stepped forward. "We didn't open it. It opened for us." Sloane smiled again, but this time the warmth was tempered by something older. "Then you've made a promise. Once a room remembers you, it never forgets." He rolled up the map carefully and retied the silk. "There are other maps: Philadelphia, London, Prague. Each city tried its own pattern. Some succeeded. Most did not. The problem was never the geometry. It was the arrogance of builders who believed memory should obey them." Jonathan's voice was quiet. "And Tesla?" "Tesla was different," Sloane said. "He didn't want obedience. He wanted conversation." They left the museum in late afternoon. Rain had begun again, softer now, tapping rhythmically on the marble steps. The city seemed to breathe around them, buildings stretching, sighing, rearranging the fog. Claire walked beside Jonathan under the same umbrella. "You knew he'd have an answer, didn't you?" "Not the words," Jonathan said, "but the feeling. The city wanted us to find him." Eva, behind them, was already on the phone to Lopez. "Tell me how hard it is to get access to municipal archives for 1820, 1830. Yes, with Darrow's files. No, I don't care if it's classified under folklore. It's physics now." Whitaker walked in silence, his face unreadable. When they reached the curb, he stopped. Sloane said 12 nodes, he murmured. We've seen 2. If the others exist, someone else will find them, or already has. Claire felt the ache return faintly behind her eyes, like a compass turning toward attention. Then the city isn't alone. Jonathan looked at her, and for the first time, his smile carried more awe than sorrow. No city ever is. That night, the lab felt smaller. The rain whispered against the windows like a language still learning vowels. Eva laid Sloane's photocopies across the bench, 12 nodes drawn in ink and memory. Lopez watched the grid monitor. Power stable. No flickers since yesterday. Whitaker traced 1 node with his finger. What happens if someone wakes another city? Then we listen, Eva said. Claire's headache brightened, brief and kind, a signal rather than a warning. Somewhere in the circuitry of the bench, the coil stirred and then was still. Jonathan whispered, almost to himself, Every city dreams of returning. We just gave this one permission. And outside, far below, the streetlights of Manhattan pulsed once, faintly, politely, before resuming their ordinary work, as if to say, Thank you, I'm awake now. Chapter 20. The Geometry of Remembering. The rain that night was fine enough to be mistaken for static, the kind of drizzle that hums on the skin rather than wets it. The city slept fitfully, every window reflecting some smaller truth about itself. Inside the lab, the world had narrowed to paper, ink, and the low-hum machines pretending to be quiet. Eva marched through at the main bench, sleeves rolled, hair pinned up in a way of people who know the night will not end until it's told its secret. Claire sat opposite, a blanket around her shoulders and a headache that felt less like pain and more like a doorway gently ajar. 12 circles glowed faintly under the desk lamps. The photocopies from Dr. Sloane's archives, each representing one of Darrow's nodes, were laid out in an order that made no geographical sense. Yet the symmetry was irresistible. Every city, Eva murmured, its own constellation. She traced a finger over the faded ink of Philadelphia, Node 6, Franklin's Crossing. They all share the same structure. North, east, south, west, and something else. Claire leaned in. Shadow, she whispered. The word rose uninvited, as if pulled from an older language. Eva looked at her. How do you know that? I don't, Claire said. I just heard it. From the far corner. Jonathan's voice. Some words remember themselves. Shadow is one of them. He had been sitting near the old oscilloscope, silent for an hour, eyes half closed as if listening to the hum beneath the hum. The green line of the monitor pulsed in its steady double rhythm. Present in echo, still synchronized since the blackout 2 nights before. Eva turned back to the maps. If north is where the city anchors its continuity, the point of reference, its memory's axis, then shadow must be the inverse, the point that forgets so the rest can remember. Whitaker, who had arrived late, carrying more coffee than conscience, rubbed his temple. A civic amygdala. 1 part stores, 1 part erases. Checks and balances for architecture. Lopez, standing by the door with his arms folded, grinned. You're describing therapy for cities. Eva smirked. Cities need therapy. We built them like mirrors and then forgot to look. She reached for another page, the only one not from Sloane's collection, but from Tesla's recovered notebook. Faded pencil diagrams, circular grids overlaid with magnetic field lines and small, precise notations. Frequency equals recall threshold. In one corner, a single phrase written in a hurried hand. All nodes must resonate. The world cannot remember alone. Claire felt the ache pulse once behind her eyes. He wasn't building a machine, she said. He was building a bridge. Eva nodded slowly. A bridge between cities, between memories. Darrow mapped them. Tesla tried to make them speak to each other. Whitaker poured coffee into a paper cup and stared into it like an oracle, and failed. Maybe, Eva said, or maybe he succeeded for a moment and frightened the world enough to pretend he hadn't. The rain thickened. The city's hum rose in sympathy. Jonathan stood and crossed to the bench. Sloane said 12 nodes, he said. New York was 1. Prague, perhaps another. Claire looked up sharply. Prague. Yes, he said. I remember Tesla mentioning it, an experiment he called a mirror of voltages. 1896. He wrote to an engineer in Europe, said he found a resonant twin beneath the city. Prague has its own rooms. Eva scribbled notes on the nearest scrap of paper. North and shadow, twin frequencies. If both were activated, they could stabilize each other, like positive and negative feedback loops. A harmonic bridge. Whitaker frowned. A global network of consciousness disguised as an electrical grid. Lopez gave a small, incredulous whistle. We're talking about cities talking to each other. Not talking, Jonathan said softly. Remembering together. They worked in near silence for an hour, the only sound the shuffle of papers and the occasional groan of pipes in the ceiling. Outside, sirens moved like uncertain punctuation through the streets. Claire's hand shook slightly as she aligned two maps side by side, New York and Prague. The geometry matched in a way that ignored both distance and common sense. The pattern of Darrow's circles mirrored the old city plan of Prague almost perfectly, rotated 37 degrees east. Look, she said, the same 12 nodes. North, and here, shadow. Eva bent over the table. If Tesla built his experiments according to this map, he must have been trying to activate corresponding nodes in each city. That's what Sloan meant by the missing 12. Shadow, Claire said again. Whitaker rubbed his chin. You think he reached it? Connected them? Jonathan's face grew distant. For a moment, yes. The night the experiment at South Fifth failed. It didn't fail. It completed, but not here. Eva blinked. In Prague. Jonathan nodded slowly. Or through Prague. The energy crossed, but the conductor didn't follow. Claire felt the weight of the words settle in her chest, like a truth too old for disbelief. So when you vanished, I became the message, Jonathan said quietly. The lab fell into a heavy, almost reverent silence. The coil on the bench hummed faintly, then steadied, as though the room itself were absorbing what had been said. Lopez spoke first. So what happens if these nodes start waking up again? Then memory stops being local, Eva said. The past won't belong to one place anymore. It'll belong to all of them. Whitaker's voice was dry. You're describing an apocalypse of archives. Or a resurrection, Jonathan said. Claire looked toward the window. Outside, the city's reflection wavered in the rain-streaked glass. Buildings flickering as if lit from beneath by some slow, breathing current. What if it's already happening? Eva frowned. What do you mean? Last night, before the blackout ended, I dreamed of another city. Cobblestones, bridges, snow on a river. I thought it was just exhaustion. But now, Jonathan's hand tightened around the brass key. The Vltava, he said, Prague's river. Whitaker looked from one to the other. If that's true, we're not dealing with ghosts. We're dealing with infrastructure. Eva pulled a fresh sheet of paper and began sketching furiously. Every node linked to its twin, New York's north to Prague shadow, London's north to Cairo shadow, each pair forming a bridge, a conduit of resonance. Tesla wasn't chasing electricity. He was weaving memory into geography. Claire leaned forward, her headache blossoming into clarity. A global grid of remembering. Lopez frowned. And what happens when all of it turns on? Jonathan met his eyes. We'll stop mistaking time for distance. By midnight, the maps had become constellations. The desk lamps glowed low, tracing silver over faded ink. Claire could feel the rhythm of the world beneath her skin. Slow, enormous, tender. Eva finally put down her pen. We can't contain this, she said softly. We can only accompany it. Whitaker nodded. Then we better write the story before someone else weaponizes it. Jonathan smiled faintly. Stories are the oldest anchors. They remember for us. Claire glanced toward the window. The rain had stopped. Far across the city, one building's lights flickered once, twice, then held steady, as though acknowledging the conversation. Eva saw it too. The grid's listening. Always has, Jonathan said. The ache behind Claire's eyes receded into something calm, a resonance that no longer hurt. She realized then that the city was no longer just a backdrop. It was a participant, a witness. She looked at Jonathan. If this bridge wakes, what happens to you? He smiled, sad, certain, gentle. Then I go home. And where's home now? He looked past her, toward the skyline that shimmered faintly against the night, everywhere that remembers. In the silence that followed, the lights dimmed once, precisely 3 seconds, and returned. Eva exhaled. Shadows awake. Whitaker muttered, "Then so is history." Claire pressed a hand to her temple, feeling the city hum beneath her skin. Then we listen. Outside, the rain began again, soft and deliberate, like the handwriting of a memory rediscovered after a century of silence. And somewhere across the Atlantic, in the heart of Prague, a single street lamp flickered 3 times, its glass trembling, its light pulsing faintly in answer. Chapter 21. The Mirror of Voltages. Prague had always worn its centuries like jewelry, too heavy to be comfortable, too beautiful to take off. On winter mornings, the city glittered with restraint. Frost laced the tram wires. Steam drifted from the cobblestones where the underground heat touched the old stones, and the Voltava carried its thin light through bridges that remembered every revolution, every parade, every silence. Anna Kovarakova unlocked the side door of the Narodny Technic Museum with a hand that still smelled faintly of turpentine. Her key turned reluctantly in the brass, as though the building were testing her worth again. Inside, the air was cold, layered with a scent of varnish, dust, and history's patient decay. She had come early, not out of discipline, but to avoid conversation. Restoration was her language, and silence its grammar. The Tesla Hall, as the staff called it, was a dim cathedral of glass and copper. Coils as tall as men, spools of wire, tubes like frozen lightning. Some real, some replicas. Anna had spent the past 3 months cataloging what was authentic and what was wishful thinking. At the far end stood a wooden crate recently delivered from storage in Brno. The manifest described it as unidentified demonstration apparatus, circa 1896. She lifted the lid carefully. Inside lay a circular copper plate the size of a clock face, dark with age, its surface engraved with concentric lines that shimmered faintly under the work lights. Around the edge ran a sequence of glyphs, elegant, deliberate, neither Czech nor German nor Latin. She froze. It was identical to the photograph in the American journal she had read 2 nights before, an article about a strange power fluctuation in New York City, and a recovered compass plate attributed to Nikola Tesla. Coincidence, perhaps, or not. Anna brushed the dust away with the back of her gloved hand. The metal was cool, but not dead. Her reflection trembled faintly across its surface, distorted by the circular ridges. In that warped mirror, for an instant, she thought she saw another face, older, sharper, framed in early 20th century light. The moment passed. She exhaled slowly. "Get some sleep, Anna," she muttered, forcing a laugh that sounded like apology. Still, she set the plate on the workbench and began to take notes. Her handwriting was precise, the strokes narrow and angular. Copper alloy, high purity, etching depth inconsistent, possibly electrical in origin, surface magnetized in nested patterns. At 9:37, the first tremor came, a vibration so faint it might have been mistaken for a passing tram, except the museum stood on solid ground, far from the rails. The copper plate answered with a whisper of resonance, a hum too low for sound but strong enough for bone. The lights flickered once, politely. Anna set down her pen. "Oh, no," she said quietly, as though scolding the air. Then her phone buzzed. The caller ID was foreign, +1 New York. She hesitated, then answered, Kovarakova, a woman's voice, soft but urgent. "Anna, my name is Claire Anderson. I'm calling from Columbia University." The accent was American, careful, the kind of careful that meant fear. Anna frowned. "How did you get this number?" "It was in a letter from Dr. Amos Sloan. He said you were the Prague contact for Tesla's restoration project." Sloan, the archivist from New York. She had exchanged a few emails with him months ago when he requested scans of old Central European patents. "I remember," Anna said slowly, "but the project was closed years ago." "Not anymore," Claire said. "Listen to me carefully. We found something, an artifact Tesla may have designed to connect his experiments across cities. We think one of the twin devices was sent to Prague in 1896. Anna glanced at the copperplate. Its etched rings caught the light like the grooves of a record waiting to play. "You're too late," she said quietly. "I'm looking at it right now." A pause on the line, then a breath that sounded like disbelief. "Describe it." "Circular, copper, concentric ridges. Glyphs, 12 around the edge. English inscription almost erased." She leaned closer. "Something like anchor/witness/. Conductor," Claire finished. The room seemed to inhale. The fluorescent lights dimmed for exactly 3 seconds and returned. Anna looked up sharply. "That just happened here, too, didn't it?" "Yes," Claire whispered. "It's responding." By noon, the sky over Prague had changed color. A dense, milky pall sailed across the rooftops, muting every bell and siren. Inside the museum, the air carried a faint electric taste. Anna moved carefully, checking the plate with her instruments, half scientist, half exorcist. On the other end of the call, Claire's voice trembled through the static. "The city here, it's listening. It calls them rooms. Tesla called them nodes. We found one in New York, under Gramercy Park." Anna exhaled. "And this one—" "Shadow," Claire said simply. Anna repeated the word under her breath. "Shadow." It fit too well. "Can you test it?" Claire asked. "Not without authorization." "And not safely," Anna said. "These coils can hold residual charge even after a century. Then observe. If it hums again, take readings, frequency, duration, any thermal changes. We'll match them against ours." Anna nodded to no one. "Understood." The hum returned an hour later, deeper this time. The copper plate quivered like a struck bell, though no sound escaped. Dust lifted from the workbench in small concentric rings. "In New York," Claire's voice broke through the interference. "We're seeing it too. Voltage fluctuations along the Hudson grid. The resonance is mirroring." Anna swallowed hard. "Then they're connected." Jonathan's voice entered faintly over the transatlantic static, slow and calm. "The bridge is opening. Don't touch the plate. Just witness." "Who is that?" Anna asked. Claire hesitated. "Someone who came from your side of the mirror." At 1303, the resonance peaked. The museum lights failed completely. Emergency lamps flickered crimson against the glass cases, throwing the hall into an amber half-darkness. Anna could feel the vibration rising through the soles of her boots, through the work table, through her bones. She grabbed a recorder, whispered into it. Second fluctuation, increasing amplitude. No electrical source detected. And then she saw it. The reflection in the copper, not her own this time. A man, standing where she stood, but in another room, brighter, filled with instruments and coiled wires. His face blurred, but the eyes were unmistakably alive, searching, aware. The reflection spoke without sound. One word, "Remember." Anna stumbled backward, hitting the stool behind her. The light snapped off completely, then returned in a cascade of white. The copper plate lay still. She took a breath and lifted her phone. "Claire," she said hoarsely, "your bridge works." On the other end, silence. Then a single, soft reply. "Then the cities are awake." That night, as Anna left the museum, the streets of Letna glistened with thawing ice. Across the river, the lamps along Charles Bridge flickered once. Then again, in a pattern almost deliberate. She stopped, watching them shimmer like coded heartbeat. "Anchor, witness, conductor," she whispered. The lamps pulsed 3 times in answer, and though she would later tell herself it was nothing more than voltage fluctuation, she could not shake the feeling that the city had just said hello. Chapter 22. Cross currents. It began as most revolutions do, with ordinary light behaving strangely. At Columbia, the lab had spent the afternoon pretending to be peaceful. Instruments hummed in their cages, screens blinked polite data, and the old oscilloscope traced its steady double line. Present and echo, as though the world had finally learned to synchronize itself. Claire stood by the window, half watching clouds over Manhattan. They were wrong. Somehow, not moving east as they should, but spiraling slowly inward, as if the sky had chosen a new axis. Behind her, Eva was calibrating the coil. Magnetic field reading stable at 2.3 milligauss, she said. Voltage fluctuations under 1%. For now. Lopez checked his watch. For now never lasts long with us. Whitaker, on his second cup of coffee and his third unsent report, replied without looking up, "Our new friends downtown want a live demonstration by Monday. I told them the city doesn't take appointments." The air crackled faintly. Jonathan, seated at the bench with the brass key resting near his hand, lifted his head. "She's calling," he said quietly. Eva looked up. "Claire?" He shook his head. "No." The other city. Before anyone could answer, Claire's phone vibrated on the counter. She picked it up, already knowing who it was. "Anna?" The line was filled with static and distance. "We have activity," came the voice, distorted but recognizable. "The plate started humming an hour ago. The resonance is building. It's not stopping this time." Claire felt the ache bloom behind her eyes again, the unmistakable pressure of the network stirring. "It's here, too," she said. "Our readings just spiked." Eva moved quickly, flipping switches, adjusting dials. "We'll monitor. Don't touch anything metallic. Not until I say so." "I'm past touching," Anna replied dryly. "I'm listening." A shiver of feedback passed through the call. Not sound, not exactly, but a vibration that made every metal surface in the lab tremble. The fluorescent lights dimmed to amber. Jonathan rose. "The bridge is forming." In Prague, the Tesla hall glowed faintly under emergency lights. The copper plate on Anna's table pulsed in concentric ripples of light, each brighter than the last. Her instruments registered frequencies that no spectrum analyzer had ever been designed to understand. She turned her phone toward the plate, so the others could hear what she could not. A deep, rhythmic hum that was less a tone and more a heartbeat. In New York, that same sound filled the air, soft at first and solid, as if the walls themselves were beginning to breathe. Eva's eyes widened. "They're in phase." Claire leaned closer to the speaker. "Anna, can you hear us clearly?" "Yes," came the reply, faint but unmistakable. "It's like standing inside a violin." Jonathan placed both hands on the bench. The brass key vibrated under his palm. 3 minutes, he murmured. "That's how long the cities can stay connected before the field collapses." Whitaker exhaled. "Then let's make them count." At 20:57 in New York, 2:57 in Prague, the connection locked. The air shimmered, not from heat, but from coherence. Every object in the room seemed to remember what it had been made for. The coil emitted a low harmonic note that made the fluorescent tubes sway slightly in their fixtures. On the oscilloscope, the two lines, present and echo, merged completely into one. Claire felt it first. The sudden expansion of perception, as if her consciousness had been granted a second location. She could see Prague, not clearly, not with her eyes, but through a lens made of shared vibration. The hall, the copper plate, Anna's silhouette framed in white light. "Anna," she whispered, and her voice arrived not through the phone but through the resonance itself. "I see you," Anna said, all softening her tone. "You're standing in the coil." Eva stared at the readings. "This isn't transmission. It's presence. They're occupying the same field." Lopez muttered a quiet prayer in Spanish. "Whitaker," Eva the pragmatist whispered, "record everything." The light grew brighter, until shadows had no place left to hide. The room was white, soundless, filled with a strange stillness that was not peace but equilibrium. And then, in the center of the bridge, between the two labs, between two centuries, a shape began to form. It was not a man at first, more geometry of energy, arcs of gold and violet, spiraling inward, resolving by degrees into a figure human enough to be recognized and impossible enough to defy it. The face was pale, angular, framed by spectral hair that moved as though in an unseen current. Claire's breath caught. "Tesla." The figure turned, not looking, but perceiving. Its eyes glowed faintly blue, as though charged by thought itself. When it spoke, the voice was not sound but vibration, shared simultaneously in both cities. "The bridge is incomplete." Eva's voice trembled. "You built it to last?" To remember, Jonathan stepped forward. You brought me through. You were carried. Memory finds its conductor. Anna, across the world, whispered, "What do you want from us?" The light pulsed once, and the voice deepened. To finish the current, 12 nodes. 2 awake, 10 asleep. The world forgets unevenly. Whitaker whispered, "If we wake them all?" The figure's head tilted, and for a moment Tesla almost smiled. Then time will lose its excuses. The lights flickered, not dimming but breathing. "Why now?" Claire asked. "Because you finally listened." And then, like the echo of a bell that realizes it has rung too long, the vision began to fade, the hum fractured into harmonics, the light collapsing back into ordinary fluorescence. The oscilloscope stuttered, lines separating again. Eva called out, "Hold the field." But it was already slipping. Jonathan looked up, eyes filled with quiet awe. 3 minutes. Claire whispered, "He's gone." "No," Jonathan said softly. "He's remembering." When the connection broke, the city exhaled. In New York, lights along the Hudson blinked once in sequence, bridge to bridge, like a message running through steel and stone. In Prague, the tram lines hummed for 3 seconds before returning to silence. The world had spoken to itself. Briefly, perfectly, impossibly. Claire leaned on the bench, breath shaking. "What just happened?" Eva wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand. Proof of everything. Whitaker looked at the data streaming down the monitor. Frequencies, voltages, timestamps. 3 minutes of contact. 2 cities. Identical readings. Lopez whispered. "And something we didn't measure." Jonathan turned toward the window, where Manhattan glowed like a sleeping circuit. "Memory," he said. "It's awake now." That night, no one slept. Anna, across the ocean, sent a message before dawn. "The plate glows when I say your names." Claire read it twice, smiled despite herself, and looked out at the city that was now a living archive. Outside, the lamps along Broadway flickered once, then twice, then settled into a steady rhythm, as if counting heartbeats across an ocean. For the first time in a century, both cities dreamed the same dream. Chapter 23. The 12 Nodes. Morning in Manhattan had a way of pretending everything was still possible. Trucks rumbled down Broadway. Cafes opened with mechanical cheer, and the city exhaled its steam into the cold air as if nothing in the world had changed. Inside the Columbia lab, everything had... Eva stood at the bench surrounded by printouts, recordings, and circuit diagrams that already felt obsolete. The instruments hummed softly, but even the machines seemed cautious now, as if they understood that what had happened 2 nights ago had rewritten their purpose. Claire sat at the window, her hands wrapped around a mug that had long gone cold. Jonathan was asleep on the cot near the far wall, or rather, resting. Sleep no longer described what he did. Every few minutes, his body shivered, his breath slowing to half its rhythm before returning. The monitors attached to him recorded mild electrical surges in his chest, as if a secondary pulse had joined his own. Lopez was the first to speak. "He's running a current." Eva looked up from her notes. "He is a current." Whitaker, leaning against the radiator, checked his phone for the 5th time in an hour. "The agency wants a full briefing by noon. Global Energy Commission, New Geneva office. They convened a task group, 12 Nodes Initiative." Claire blinked. "They're naming it after Tesla's phrase. They've decided it's a geopolitical concern now." Whitaker said dryly, "Anything that can make the lights in 2 continents flicker together gets a seat at the grown-ups table." Eva sighed, "Which means they'll try to weaponize it." Lopez grunted, "Or own it. Same thing." Jonathan stirred, his eyes opened unfocused, as though adjusting to a light that didn't belong to this room. "Paris," he murmured. "It's raining there." Claire set her mug down. "You've been asleep?" He frowned slightly, listening to something she couldn't hear. "Not everywhere." Eva moved closer, clipboard in hand. "Jonathan, tell me what you see." He sat up slowly, every motion deliberate, his face pale but calm. "Bridges," he said, "metal and stone. A wide river. The lights along the bank are in pairs. One flickers, One holds. The air smells like wet iron. Claire exchanged a look with Eva. That's the sane, she said quietly. Jonathan turned to her, eyes distant. The node there's awake. It's humming in its sleep. By noon, the lab had visitors. 2 men in dark suits, 1 woman with the crisp diction of bureaucracy. Their badges carried no logos, only the embossed letters ICM, International Commission for Memory Infrastructure. Eva read the acronym and nearly laughed. They made an acronym for remembering? The woman smiled without warmth. We make acronyms for everything we plan to regulate. Whitaker intercepted them halfway into the room. You're early. We're efficient, the woman said. Our mandate is to assess, document, and ensure international oversight of emergent resonance phenomena. Claire rose. You mean the cities? We mean the anomalies, the woman corrected. They're not alive, Miss Anderson. Their systems responding to frequency contamination. Jonathan, still seated on the cot, spoke softly but clearly. If they're not alive, how do they dream? The room fell silent. One of the men shifted uneasily. Mr. Hale, we're here to help you stabilize. Jonathan smiled faintly. You can't stabilize something that was never still. The woman adjusted her glasses. Professional composure cracking just slightly. We've received similar readings from Cairo, Buenos Aires, Kyoto, and Marseille. Power fluctuations consistent with your so-called resonance event. We're coordinating containment. Containment, Eva repeated. That's your solution to consciousness? Containment, the woman said again, is our responsibility. Claire stepped forward. You can't contain memory. You can only decide which part of it to forget. The woman hesitated. Just long enough for the city to punctuate the silence. The overhead lights dimmed, exactly 3 seconds, and returned. The hum in the coil deepened like a quiet laugh. Jonathan looked up at the ceiling. They heard you after the officials left. Eva dropped into her chair and rubbed her temples. They'll nationalize the experiment. We'll be discredited, locked out of our own work. Whitaker sat across from her. Now that they can't find it. Find what? Claire asked. The anchor, he said. The field source. The heart of the resonance. If it's still localized here, they'll dismantle it. But if it's already distributed, then it's everywhere, Eva finished. Jonathan looked at them with the calm of someone standing at the edge of a storm he already knew. It's already everywhere. The bridge is open across cities. Each one holds a memory now, each one a note in the same chord. Claire turned toward him. Can you hear them all? Not yet, he said, but they're calling. In different languages, the same word. What word? He met her eyes. Return. Later that night, the city gave him back. Jonathan's pulse had steadied through the evening. By midnight, it changed again. The monitors began to fluctuate, small surges, then steady spikes. He didn't wake. His body remained still, but the air around him shimmered faintly, bending the light. Claire moved closer, whispering his name. Jonathan, can you hear me? His eyelids fluttered, and when he spoke, his voice was layered, his own tone overlaid with something deeper, older. London's bridge is cold. Cairo sings in sand. Kyoto hums beneath the rain. Eva whispered, he's cross-receiving signals. The nodes are sharing through him. Jonathan's breathing slowed. The instruments whined softly, unable to track the frequencies. He turned his head slightly toward Claire. You're the anchor, he murmured. Don't let me drift. Claire took his hand. His skin was cooler than before, and pressed it between both of hers. I won't, she said. You stay here. Here is large now, he said faintly, a ghost of a smile at his lips. Here is the world remembering itself. When the surge ended, the light stabilized. Jonathan opened his eyes fully. He looked exhausted, but his expression was lucid, grounded. The faint glow that had clung to his skin faded, leaving only the man. Eva watched the monitor settle. Whatever's happening, it's mapping through him. He's the carrier signal. Whitaker glanced at the readouts. Can it kill him? Claire shook her head. Not if we keep him anchored. Lopez exhaled. Then you'd better hold on. Outside, Manhattan breathed in the pale light of dawn. Across the ocean, Prague did the same. And far beyond those two cities, in quiet rooms of light and steel, Paris, Kyoto, Buenos Aires, and Cairo flickered once, all at the same moment. The world had begun to hum in unison. That night, as the lab fell silent, Claire sat beside Jonathan's cot. He slept again, finally human, the pulse steady beneath her fingers. She looked at the window and whispered, 12 nodes. And as if the city itself were listening, the lights of New York dimmed once, a quiet, careful acknowledgement. Somewhere across the world, 11 others did the same. Chapter 24. The Memory Accord. Geneva addressed its power in glass. On mornings like this one, the lake threw back a hard light, and the buildings along the quay tried to look honest in it. Flags shivered, polite and multilingual. Security doors hummed. People who were paid to speak carefully passed through scanners that were paid to notice when they didn't. The conference room on the 7th floor of the International Commission for Memory Infrastructure had been built to convince people that decisions were inevitable. Beige wood, clean angles, the kind of air that sterilizes disagreement. At one end, a large screen displayed a world map salted with small amber dots: New York, Prague, Paris, Cairo, Buenos Aires, Kyoto, Marseille, and a ledger of timestamps that pretended to be neutral. Dr. Evelyn Morrow, promoted overnight from liaison to chair, opened the session with a smile that belonged to policy. "We are not here to debate whether the phenomenon exists," she said. "We are here to administer it." A man from the Global Energy Commission cleared his throat into the microphone as if asking permission from his own voice. The rolling synchronizations at 2100 hours last night occurred within plus or minus 0.1 seconds across 4 cities, he said. Our working hypothesis is a trans-urban resonance event, predictable, schedulable, therefore governable. Schedulable, someone repeated, pleased. Governable, someone else added, relieved. Only one person in the room did not write a note. A quiet woman from an archive in Lisbon, brought in as a cultural observer and already regretting the title. She kept her eyes on the dots and wondered whether anyone in the building understood what a city asks for when it dims its own lights. Morrow advanced the slides. Containment framework, operational custody, sovereign oversight. The verbs were sanitary. The diagrams had the confidence of empty boxes waiting to be filled with people. Our objective, she concluded, is a unified protocol. We will centralize data collection, designate authorized facility for research, and institute moratorium on unsanctioned field work at identified nodes. We call this framework the Memory Accord. In another country, the title would have been a poem. Here, it was an appropriation. A hand lifted at the back, an attorney with perfect hair. What is our exposure if these events cause public harm? We will call it a weather anomaly, Morrow said. The public believes in weather. A few people laughed. The rest admired the line in private. The vote was scheduled for 1400 hours. The outcome was already written. 2 floors below the lab in New York, a router blinked in a cupboard and then chose to behave. On the 4th floor, Eva March's office computer woke to a command it had not been taught. Listen. In Prague, the National Technical Museum set its internal clocks forward by 3 seconds without being asked. Somewhere between them, inside copper, telephone, river water, tramline bridge, ran a current that did not respect the manners of meetings. Claire stood at the Columbia bench, hands braced on wood, the iron key cooling under her palm, the brass key warming in her pocket. Jonathan watched her with the calm attention of someone who had learned that love is the most effective kind of anchor and the least theatrical. Ready? Eva asked, not looking up from the small rig she had assembled. An induction ring no larger than a bracelet, a battery the size of a paperback, 3 scavenged radios set to frequencies that agreed to be unfashionable. Ready? Claire said. Lopez took his post at the door, not to keep people out, but to greet interruption, as a fellow professional. Whitaker stood at the window, a man in a tie rehearsing mutiny. At the agreed minute, Claire spoke to a room that was 2 rooms in one. Anna. The reply came on all 3 radios at once, not sound so much as a shape and signal, the way some names arrive with their own music. Here, Anna said, voice paper with distance and unslept nights. You timed the drift perfectly. The plate's awake. Geneva votes at 2, Whitaker said. They'll own the word accord before we can teach it to mean anything. Then we define it first. Eva said, not binding law, binding promise, a counteraccord. Accord, Jonathan said softly, trying the syllables like a coin. Agreement in sound. Exactly, Claire said. We take the ritual public, not on paper, but on field. Anchor/witness/conductor/city. We demonstrate it cannot be centralized because it was never centralized. Anna breathed out on the line. Custodians. Eva glanced up. Say that again. Custodians, Anna repeated. Not owners, not regulators. People who stand in the doorway and make sure both worlds say please. Custodial network, Whitaker said, tasting the bureaucracy in the words and discovering, to his surprise, that he liked it. Distributed governance. Nothing to seize, everything to accompany. Lopez looked at the ceiling like a cop conferring with God. We'll need a sign, something the cities can do without breaking bones, something that speaks in the same grammar everywhere. 3 minutes, Jonathan said. Claire nodded. At 2100 hours, the cities will decide. Tonight? Anna asked. Tonight, Claire said. Eva returned to the rig. We still need a way to talk without going through their servers. No email, no phones, just field. Jonathan turned the brass key in his fingers. The air between the benches thickened, as if a warm front had shivered through the room. He held the key slightly above the wood, not touching. The old oscilloscope's line narrowed to a hair. The coil muttered to itself like a cat pretending not to be affectionate. Try the small one, he murmured. Eva slid the bracelet-sized ring closer. Unplugged. Claire touched 2 fingers to the iron key and thought the word hello in a purely technical way. The ring trembled. A faint note no one heard, but all of them felt where the skull meets the neck. Anna, Claire said. Here. The ring answered, Anna's voice miniaturized and astonished. I'm in your room. Lopez blinked. We just invented a legal radio with a cat toy. Field telephone, Eva said, which means we can write without writing. Whitaker turned from the window. Then let's write. The first draft of the accord fit on 2 pages because it had to. Eva wrote the clauses in a hand that had cowed generations of undergraduates and made peace with chalk. Claire leaned in to sharpen the language where ethics require sharpness. On the ring, Anna suggested the grace notes museums learn from cathedrals. Invocation, humility, a little bit of Latin under the tongue whether you intend it or not. The custodial network, unincorporated, unseizable, unattractive to budgets. Would recognize that each city is a party to any experiment conducted within it, and no experiment occurs without its presence as witness. Affirm that anchor/witness/conductor/city constitutes the minimal protocol for any crossing, analog or field. Forbid summoning in closed rooms. Require open rooms, benches, thresholds, lamps, where the city can answer. Limit cost. Stop at 4, start at 1, end at 2. No one is currency. Publish nothing that makes exploitation easier than decency. Acknowledge that memory is not property. It is participation. They signed the draft with names that would mean little in Geneva and everything to each other. Claire Anderson, Eva March, Anna Kovarakova, Jonathan Hale, and, at Lopez's insistence, witness, the city of New York. Whitaker added his initials like a man placing a small stone on a grave he intends to visit again. Now what? Lopez asked. Now we teach it to the cities, Jonathan said. The vote in Geneva took place at 1407 after a short delay to fix a translation that had rendered custody as parenthood. The final text granted the Commission exclusive temporary stewardship over all nodes, data, instruments, and human interfaces. It passed by a margin that would look decisive in a press release. At 1419, Morrow returned to the microphone. We will notify the American and Czech facilities immediately, she said, not knowing that the facilities had already notified each other. In New York, Whitaker's phone vibrated with 6 messages and 1 instruction that had the tone of command accidentally disguised as a suggestion. He turned it face down and studied his coffee instead. At 1503, an unmarked car began circling the block. At 15:17, a man in an overcoat pretended to enter the building and did not. "Tonight," Eva said to no one visible, "we don't survive them by speed. We survive them by grammar." At 20:58, the lab shifted into ritual. Lights down to instrument. Breath matched on 2 and then 4. Keys on with like punctuation in the right paragraph. Lopez rechecked the hallway and let it know, politely, that it would behave. Whitaker stood where the door would have to greet him before it greeted anyone else. "Anna," Claire said into the ring. "Here," Anna replied, the word arriving as if the air itself had chosen to speak. "Prague's ready." Eva nodded. "We proceed on witness." They did not touch each other. They did not pray. They took their places. "Anchor," Claire said, palm warming the iron, the bench responding like a line finding its meter. "Witness," Lopez said in the secular voice of a man who has stood at too many thresholds and learned that the only oath that matters is "I saw." "Conductor," Jonathan said, hands above the wood, the half-inch of air humming where the city likes to walk. "City," Eva said, and flicked the ring from receive to listen. At 2100 hours, the room thickened with coherence. The coil's tone rose to the precise note that lamplight learns in winter. The oscilloscope's present and echoes settled into one line as calmly as a river. Claire spoke not to Prague or to Geneva, but to the space that carried both. "We propose an accord." On the ring, Anna's voice. "We propose an accord." Jonathan lifted his head. Eyes went in a way that belonged to health and not despair. "We propose an accord," he said to the bench, to the door that was not a door, to the lamps that have always known more than they were built to confess. The city answered with silence of the right kind, the kind that means we heard you and are not hurrying our yes. Lights dimmed in Manhattan, soft as a breath, then held. Across the ocean, Prague's tram lines thrummed and then settled as if a hand had smoothed a sheet. In Paris, a bridge shivered. In Cairo, market stalls' bulbs blinked and did not ruin anyone's change. In Kyoto, a vending machine paused before remembering its manners. Buenos Aires let a block go dark like a wink, and then relit with pride. Marseille left one quay in dusk and made it beautiful. 3 minutes. Not longer. Long enough. On the bench, letters tried themselves again on the phosphor line. Not the old word this time. A new one the cities could be expected to choose. With Eva laughed once, the private kind. Not over. Not under. With Claire felt the ache behind her eyes resolve into a clarity that did not hurt. "Then it's signed," she said, and the word surprised her by being true. The light returned, not brighter, but happier. The coil purred. The ring cooled as if someone had finished a conversation and was putting the phone back in its cradle. "Now what?" Lopez asked, because honest men like to be told the next right thing. "We hold the line," Whitaker said before anyone else could, "and we hold it with." Morrow received the grid report at 21:12 Geneva time. Simultaneous low amplitude, non-harmful dimming, observed across 6 monitored cities at 2100 hours local. Duration 3 minutes. The note at the bottom annoyed her. Public response neutral to positive. Increase in social media posts referencing calm. She set the paper down and looked at the map. The amber dots did not move. The world is not obligate to swagger when it is winning. "Draft a communique," she told her aide. "We acknowledge the event. We reiterate stewardship." In the corridor, a junior analyst from Lisbon forwarded a photograph to a private address. A quay in her city gone to soft dusk. 3 minutes long. No harm done. A fisherman smiling like someone had remembered his name. They named themselves a custodial network because the work required humility. The list of first members fit on a page and felt like a continent. Claire and Eva in New York, Anne in Prague. Sloan in New York by way of moral debt to the dead. The Lisbon archivist who had disliked the map. A municipal electrician in Marseille who had once saved a cat from a transformer and decided that kindness was a technical skill. A nurse in Cairo who knew which corridor light could be trusted. A tram driver in Prague who had learned the rhythm of 3-second patience and wanted to share it. The network had no logo, no server, no budget, nothing to seize. It had benches, lamps, bracelets that hummed when you said hello, and a rule about doors. Leave them ajar when you can. Their first act was small and therefore powerful. They published a protocol where it could not be owned, handwritten, photographed, copied into notebooks that travel in pockets better than white papers do. They left a copy in a book drop, another under a coffee cup, another in an envelope addressed to no one at City Hall. They taught the ritual to people who would not betray it by thinking it dramatic. Caretakers, librarians, janitors, kids who had learned patience because the world had not offered them many other choices. The cities learned the words, or rather, the people who the cities did. At 2300 hours, Jonathan woke with particular stillness of someone who has been returned gently. He looked at each of them in turn, and then at the bench. "We didn't win," he said. "We agreed." Claire squeezed his hand. "That's the only victory that lasts." He smiled, and the years wrote themselves honestly into his face again. "Tomorrow," Eva said, but the room did not shiver at the word. It had learned that tomorrow was a friend who sometimes canceled and often arrived early. "Tomorrow," Whitaker echoed, and in his mouth it was not an alibi, it was a plan. Lopez locked the door with the easy arrogance of a man who believed in hinges. Before he turned out the lights, he glanced at the window. The city looked back with the tired affection of an old friend. For 3 seconds, the emergency strip along the floor glowed without power, as if practicing responsibility. The lab slept. The bench remembered. The keys cooled. The ring dreamed in copper. And somewhere under Gramercy, the oak grain where history had burned 2 words and been thanked for it, another word settled beside them with the right humility. With the accord would be argued tomorrow in rooms with microphones. Tonight, it lived where important things have always lived first. In rooms that remember, in hands that promise, in cities that have learned to dim their own lights so they can hear people say yes. Chapter 25. Lamps of Cairo. Heat lives in Cairo the way history does. Everywhere, even at night, even in winter. After midnight, the city loosens its collar. The Nile becomes a dark ribbon keeping confidences. The bridges drape light in long, deliberate beads. Street vendors negotiate a final transaction with the air. Cats take minutes. The electricity grid hums like an exhausted singer who still knows the song. Noura Fard walked the hospital corridor with a cup of tea that had long since surrendered its heat. The fluorescent lights were too bright for the hour. On nights like this, she preferred the side hall with the older fixtures, softer light, better manners, less ambition. She checked her patients with the quiet attention that nurses perfect. A glance could be a diagnosis. A hand on a shoulder could be anesthesia. At the end of the hall, the emergency generator room stirred in its sleep. The power company had issued another advisory about load balancing. The monitors in the ICU blinked their agreement and carried on. Noura hated the advisories. They were things you could not hold against an illness. She trusted patients more than grids. Patients want to live. Grids want to be right. Her phone buzzed once. A message in a small, private group she had joined 2 nights ago, at a cafe table where a man had drawn a lamp on a napkin and told her that cities had begun to keep promises. Custodial network. Cairo anchor at 1 o'clock. Witness present. Conductor in range. We listen. Noura typed with her thumb. ICU corridor. 2 minutes. I can witness. She added a small lamp emoji and felt ridiculous and correct. Across town, on the rooftop of a low building that smelled of tar, mint, and old decisions, Mahmoud Salim adjusted a junction box as if asking it to choose kindness. He had been an electrical engineer for 18 years and a believer in polite miracles for most of his childhood. Tonight, the box required both skill sets. He tightened the ground screw that had learned laziness and looked across the city. Minarets and advertising boards quarreled about light. He loved them both. His radio, modified with an induction loop about the size of a bracelet, hummed the way copper does when it knows a secret. He pressed the push-to-talk. Noura, I have the ring. I have the roof. If the city wants a whisper, I can hear it. Her reply arrived in his ear and in his bones at once. Witness standing by. He smiled to himself. Then we proceed on courtesy. At Columbia, at a bench that had learned humility, Jonathan woke without starting and sat as if the air had asked him to. New York lay outside the window like a chorus that had decided not to interrupt. Claire felt a move before she saw him. He was thinner than last week and stronger in a way the scale could not measure. "Where?" she asked, already reaching for the keys. He closed his eyes. "Cairo," he said, and when he breathed the word it carried the smell of diesel, mint tea, hot dust, clean linen. "The lamps are old there. They remember more than they emit." Eva flicked the ring to listen. The coil murmured. The old scope's line narrowed, then began to thicken in a second, slower rhythm, as if another city's pulse had been added to the waveform. Whitaker stood in the doorway, a sentry with no weapon but timing. Lopez checked his watch and did not bother pretending he was in charge of time. "Anchor/witness/conductor/city," Claire said softly. Words now moved like levers. They did work without showing off. They did not touch. They did not impose. The bench took their hands like an old friend receiving a confession it had been waiting for. In Cairo, Noura slipped into the side corridor, the one with light that forgave. She pressed her palms to the rail along the wall and felt it vibrate, faint, insistent, like a cat purring against bone. A patient in room 12 turned in her sleep. The monitor sighed and returned to its numbers. Mahmoud balanced on the roofline with the elegance of men who have long conversations with gravity. He placed the ring on the metal lip of the junction box and kept his hand half an inch above it. "We are present," he said to the city that had taught him fairness with late buses and early dawns. "Do as you like, but be gentle." The hum arrived not as an invasion, but as a host. Street lamps along the narrow street below dipped, then held at a softer grade. The cheap neon of a juice stall decided to learn manners and dimmed without sulking. In the hospital, a line of overheads along the south corridor went amber one by one, as if a hand were passing. Noura exhaled. Her headache, which she referred to as the shift nurse's tax, cleaned itself and sat down. On the Columbia bench, Jonathan looked suddenly young and very old at once. "She's here," he said, meaning not a person, not this time, but the city as a she, stubborn, unembarrassed, proud of her own stubbornness. "What does she say?" Claire asked, keeping the question small, so the room could hold it. He listened. When he spoke, the vowels had changed slightly, warmed by another alphabet. "She says, I remember without your permission because I had to. If you ask, I will let you hear." Noura checked the oxygen line on a patient whose breath had a habit of arguing with itself. On the monitor, the waveform flattened and then recovered, a small drama performed for attentiveness. In the bed, the woman made a sound like a doorstop, half moan, half objection. Noura leaned in. "Habibti," she said softly. "Stay with me." The emergency generator room hiccuped. A substation 2 blocks away chose to practice discipline and threw a fussier breaker. The corridor lights blinked twice in a rhythm. That meant think before you sweat. Noura heard the generator begin to gather its pride under the floor. Mahmoud's radio spat static and then remembered language. "I have a load shift on Khazar El-Aini," he said. 50 cycle noise. Not dangerous. Unpleasant. 2 patients on the south line, Noura said. 1 ventilator, reading sensitive. She did not add that the woman on that ventilator was 40, that her fingers press imaginary fabric in her sleep, that there was a small photo of a boy of 10 taped to the 4-pole. Details are how you keep yourself from becoming a policy. Understood, Mahmoud said. He didn't ask for permission. He asked the junction box with a screwdriver. The box answered with a tone. On the Columbia bench, the old scope wrote the faintest M over its line, as if mocking coincidence. Eva looked up. "We're coupled. Claire, your cost?" 2. She meant the ache behind her eyes, the pressure like a hand at the back of the skull. It had learned courtesy. It asked before it insisted. Jonathan's voice went lower, the way men speak in mosques and museums. "Ask her," he said. Claire closed her eyes and made a sentence so simple any city could forgive it. "We will not take. We will stand with." In Cairo, the south corridor lights went to a twilight that made faces kind. The ventilator sensor, which had been trained to panic at minor variations, discovered equanimity. Its graph smoothed. The generator chose to wait. 3 seconds. 6. 9. It did not engage. Mahmoud frowned at the meter's needle. It was doing something meters are not trained for. It hesitated, as if listening for a better number. He opened an auxiliary line that the city had forgotten, and the engineers had chosen not to remember. Power found it like water does. Politely, with relief, "Done," he said into the ring. "We moved the load into a pocket that likes it." Neura checked the patient's breath. The graph, which earlier had pretended to be a cliff face, became a hill. The woman's hand loosened. The imagined fabric did not need to be held so hard. From somewhere above the ceiling, a sound like a kettle began, made its point, and stopped. The corridor smelled momentarily of dust that had said too much and was embarrassed. Neura rested her forehead against the cool of the window glass and allowed herself what the custodians insisted was part of the protocol, a 30-second gratitude. At Columbia, the coil purred. The room felt taller. Lopez watched the door and felt absurdly that if anyone barged in, he could point to the instruments and say, "We're busy being human. Come back when you bring tea." Whitaker's phone vibrated with a message from Geneva. He did not read. A draft, a demand, a schedule. He turned the phone face down and looked at the ring. "City?" he asked, surprising himself with reverence. Jonathan's eyes were wet. She says, "I do not dim for you. I dim with you." 3 minutes. The hum tapered, as if the city were teaching them how to end, without drama. The corridor lights in Cairo stepped back up to ordinary obedience, but for a second longer than necessary, they held the generous softness that the hour deserved. The Jew stall's neon reconsidered vulgarity and gave in. It flashed once and then decided to be broken until morning. The hospital's generator decided not to be heroic and stayed quiet. Mahmoud removed his hand from the ring and wiped his palm on his trousers, the way men do who will not admit to wonder. He looked at the Nile, at the ripples where light argues with water and loses beautifully. "Shukran," he said to the city. "Thank you." Neura texted the group. Event complete. No injuries. Ventilator stabilized. Corridor acknowledged. She added a small lamp again. It felt less ridiculous. In New York, Claire let go of the iron key. The bench cooled under her touch. Her headache retreated to its corner like a dog that knows where its bed is. She looked at Jonathan. The pallor had softened to something like luminosity, not the supernatural kind. Simply the kind you see on faces after kindness. "Cost?" Eva asked her, clinical and affectionate. 2 back to 1, she said. "I could do that again." "You will?" Whitaker said. "Before someone writes a memo that forbids it, you'll do it again." Lopez nodded. "And we'll translate the memo into a lamplight the city knows how to ignore." The ring crackled, a sound like sand approving. Anna's voice came through, a continent dry and exact. "I heard the cadence." Prague responded in sympathy. 3 seconds, precisely at your midpoint. Jonathan forced himself to his feet with the economy of a man learning how to be multiple without breakage. He stood at the window, the city under him like a dog that has decided to trust. "They're learning each other's grammar," he said. "Cairo has a talent for ending well." Claire laughed quietly. "That's generous for a city that never ends." "Exactly," he said. "Before dawn, Cairo did what it always does. It decided to be morning regardless of the hour." On the roof, Mahmoud rechecked the junction box and wrote a note on the inside of the metal panel with a marker where only curious engineers and angels might read it. Anchor/witness/conductor/city. Stop at 4. Start at 1. End at 2. With, he replaced the panel. He took a photograph of nothing in particular and sent to a group that officially did not exist. A slice of sky, the metal lip, the ring beside his wrench. The photo looked like any picture a man might send his friend after a long night at work. It contained a treaty. In the hospital, Neura made her final round before handover. The woman in room 12 slept without argument. The photo of the boy looked less like proof and more like reminder. Neura adjusted the blanket and did something she learned not to apologize for. She pressed 2 fingers against the bed rail and whispered, "Witness," so low that only the corridor heard. On Broadway, the city shivered in the first honest cold it had allowed all week. The Columbia lab was sleepy with triumph it refused to boast about. Eva documented the event with a precision that makes science worthy of the people it tries to describe. Whitaker drafted a message he would not send to Geneva because it satisfied him to be eloquent in private. Lopez slept sitting up with his badge on and did not snore. Jonathan drank water the way men in old photographs do, grateful, deliberate, amused that the world still turns. Claire leaned beside him. They said nothing for a full minute. It counted more than many meetings. "What did she feel like?" she asked finally. He considered the question as if it deserved an old language. Heat that forgives, stone that refuses to apologize, and therefore does not need to, a choir that is not rehearsed and sings well because it knows the words. "She liked you," Claire said. "She tolerated me," he corrected gently. "She liked us." He looked at the bench, at the ring, at the window where the city had rested its hands. "We have to go," he said, surprising himself with the certainty. "Where?" Eva asked from her chair. Without looking up, she had the gift of hearing turning points through paper. "Not far," he said. "Just aside." He gestured vaguely in the direction of Gramercy, of the door that is not a door, of the plate with its north and its shadow. "The nodes will call again. We should be in a room that remembers how to listen." "Later," Claire said. "After coffee. After you eat." He nodded obediently. "After coffee. After I eat." He paused. "After we write to Cairo." They composed a message together, the way field people write, plain and exact. "To the custodians of Cairo, we witness with you." Your corridor remembered gently. "Thank you for teaching us how to end. We will hold with you when asked." New York. Mahmoud read it on a rooftop crowded with laundry lines that made flags out of ordinary shirts, and smiled with a tiredness that made sense. Nura read it standing in a doorway that had recently decided to be kind, and nodded, and put her hand to the rail again as if a pulse could be transmitted through metal if you let it. The city took the message and placed it somewhere usefully inaccessible, to electrical rooms, to cats, to children who will hum the cadence without credit. That evening, the International Commission issued a notice. It said, "Minor non-harmful fluctuations were observed in several urban centers last night. They are under study. Please do not be alarmed." It did not say, "Your cities have been speaking to one another." It did not say, "They asked permission and were granted it." It did not say, "We were not invited and it was good for us to stay outside for a change." The notice mattered less than a lamp-dimmed 3 seconds in a stairwell, where a boy descended and felt suddenly brave for the length of a landing. It mattered less than a nurse's hand on a bed rail, than a screwdriver making a box less lonely, than a word shared across copper that insisted on being both old and new at once. Cairo kept its lamps. New York kept its benches. The river kept its insistence on moving. The cities learned a new etiquette. They dimmed not to frighten, but to tell each other they were there. And in a notebook in a lab that had become a north, Claire wrote a sentence she did not intend to show anyone yet. The opposite of control isn't chaos. It's company. She underlined company once and tucked the notebook under a coil that had fallen asleep with dignity. Outside, night practice morning. The grid, human, electrical, moral, held. And the lamps of Cairo, without fanfare, did the oldest work on earth. They made it possible to see one another long enough to choose decency. Chapter 26. The Paris Interference. Parisians say that dawn belongs to bakers and ghosts. That morning, the same moved like metal, the color of half-polished coins. The lamps along Pont Neuf were still awake, reluctant to surrender their modest brilliance to the day. In the windows above Rue du Temple, condensation drew patient maps of memory that no architect had intended. Dr. Elodie Marchand had been awake for 32 hours. Sleep was the only luxury she denied herself with conviction. Her lab at the Institut du Monde Électrique, once a lecture room for students of pure physics, now a cluttered sanctuary of forbidden circuitry, was a chaos of copper, paper, and light. She stood over a device the size of a record player, a replica of Tesla's resonance disk built from fragments smuggled in through channels that could only exist between insomniacs. The plate hummed faintly, its rings etched with concentric scripts like the grooves of forgotten language. When she touched it, the vibration deepened. "Encore," she whispered, as though urging a musician to repeat the note. Across the lab, the oscillograph stuttered, tracing twin waveforms, one blue, one white, then merged them into a single trembling line. Her assistant, an earnest graduate named Jacques with hands too young for cynicism, looked up from his terminal. "It's pulsing again." Same pattern as before. 16 seconds early. Elodie frowned. Early compared to what? Compared to every other note on record. Then we're not in record anymore, she said. At Columbia, half the world away, the lab was a mirror in different light. Claire leaned over the bench while Eva translated the day's incoming data. The ring on the desk hummed intermittently, like a heart skipping beats. Paris is out of sync, Eva said, eyes scanning the feed. They're transmitting before the signal exists. Claire looked at Jonathan. He was sitting still, too still, eyes unfocused as if he were reading invisible subtitles. Jonathan, she said softly. He didn't answer. The air around him shimmered faintly, a static mirage. Jonathan. He blinked once, then twice. I heard violins. From Paris? He nodded. From 1890. Eva exhaled. That's not possible. He smiled faintly. Neither am I. Elodie adjusted the dials, unaware that her name was now being spoken across an ocean. Increase amplitude by 2, she said. Jacques hesitated. The field's unstable. So is genius, she replied. The lights flickered. The city's hum shifted key, the faint tremor of power lines translating into a deeper frequency. Something older than voltage. Elodie felt it through her palms, through her chest. Jacques, she whispered, do you feel that? He nodded, pale, like standing under a thunderstorm that hasn't decided to fall. On the screen, the waveform folded inward, dividing itself into layers, echoes that did not fade, only multiplied. For a second, the image stabilized. A figure, half shadow, half light, standing beside an antique coil. Jacques took a step back. Who is that? Elodie's lips parted. It's him. Tesla? No, she said. The other one. The apparition's outline wavered, then spoke. The sound was not external. It came from inside their bones. Return to measure. The light surged, and the voice dissolved into harmonics. Elodie gripped the table. We're not the source anymore, she said. We're the echo. At Columbia, alarms flare across the monitors, data streams corrupting, timestamps reversing. Eva cursed under her breath. The Paris node's folding time signatures. It's creating recursive memory loops. Whitaker, arriving with the morning paper and bad news his face, froze at the sight. Translation? Claire, Paris is remembering ahead of itself. Jonathan rose from the cot like a man pulled by gravity that had chosen another axis. His skin glowed faintly again, veins traced with light. She's playing it wrong, he murmured. The rhythm is reversed. Ooh, the city. He reached for the brass key, fingers trembling. If she holds that note too long, the past won't recognize the present anymore. Eva snapped Jonathan don't. But he already had. The contact was instantaneous. The ring blazed. The oscilloscope burst into white. Claire heard the sound, not of electricity, but of memory collapsing into itself, like a library inhaling all its books at once. Anchor, Eva shouted. Claire grabbed his wrist, grounding him. The iron key burned cold beneath her palm. I've got you. Stay here. Jonathan's voice fractured into 2 tones. She's in both centuries, he said. She doesn't know which one to keep. In Paris. Elodie collapsed to her knees as the room exploded in light. The disk on her table lifted half an inch, spinning slowly. The air crackled, and then in the shimmer, she saw faces. Crowds, carriages, early trams, and beyond them, steel towers still under construction. The Eiffel Tower and scaffolding, the smell of oil and rain in first light. A man in a dark coat stood on the bridge, looking up, notebook in hand. Tesla, beside him. Another man, younger, dressed the same but wrong for the century. Jonathan Hale. Their reflections overlapped. 2 time signatures playing the same song out of key. Return, Jonathan's voice said from the light. Tesla turned, eyes fierce. Forward, he replied. The light collapsed into silence. Elodie gasped, crawling back to the bench, shaking. The disk was dark again, but on its surface, the engraved glyphs had changed. A new word had appeared, impossibly etched. Cowder. Listen. At Columbia, The instruments went still. Claire's heartbeat thundered in her ears. Jonathan lay on the floor, chest rising slowly, eyes open but far away. "Talk to me," she whispered. He blinked once, and his voice returned in a whisper. She heard it. "Who?" "Paris." She changed the song. Eva stared at the readings. The timestamp gap's gone. They're back in sync. Whitaker exhaled. What the hell just happened? Claire helped Jonathan to his feet. "The city corrected itself," she said. It listened. That night, Elodie sat by the window of her small apartment overlooking the Isle St. Louis. She had wrapped the copper plate in linen, set it beside her desk like a relic. Outside, the lamps along the quay dimmed once, then returned, steady, proud. She typed a message to a contact she had never met. To the custodians, New York. Paris has awakened. The interference resolved itself through listening. The bridge holds. The past is intact. For now. A pause. Then, almost shyly, she added, "Tell him I saw him." When the reply came, it was unsigned. Only 2 words glowed on the screen before fading. "We heard." Chapter 27. The Harmonic Cities. Morning began without deciding where it belonged. In one hemisphere, dawn. In another, dusk. And somewhere between, the world discovered the luxury of being awake in several places at once. For the first time since the residence, every city on the custodian's list, New York, Prague, Paris, Cairo, Buenos Aires, Kyoto, Marseille, London, Reykjavik, Mexico City, and 2 still unnamed, recorded simultaneous fluctuations at exactly 2100 hours local time. Not destructive, not random, melodic. Eva called it the harmonic event. Whitaker, who preferred the language of memos, called it a synchronization anomaly. Claire, standing by the bench, called it what it felt like, a choir. Jonathan simply listened. The lab's old instruments hummed, the coil barely audible, the scope drawing delicate ripples across its green face like breath patterns of an invisible patient. Outside, Manhattan's skyline pulsed in soft rhythm. No blackout, no surge, just a heartbeat shared among steel and glass. Claire leaned forward. They're speaking together. Eva glanced at the readings. Not speaking. Tuning. Whitaker looked over her shoulder. And with the audience? Jonathan shook his head, with a refrain, in the hallways of Geneva's International Commission building. Things were less poetic. The soundproof doors couldn't keep out the argument. Every monitored network reports simultaneous signal bleed, shouted a voice through static. We're getting resonant overlap in at least 9 national grids, if this continues. It's stable, interrupted another. No damage, no outages. That's not the point. Dr. Evelyn Morrow entered the room and closed the door behind her, the movement quiet enough to restore discipline. "Gentlemen," she said, "if the phenomenon is global, it's political by definition." A silence of bureaucracy followed. Morrow approached the wall map. The amber dots had multiplied, blinking in near-perfect synchrony. "We call this the harmonic cities," she said. "And we must establish the concordance protocol before they decide the terms of cooperation themselves." One of the analysts frowned. "Cities don't decide, Doctor." Morrow smiled faintly. "That's what we used to believe." At Columbia, Eva scrolled through data feeds in 3 languages. Power grid signatures across continents. Same intervals. 3 seconds low, 1 second recovery, uniform phase shift. Claire asked, "Meaning?" "It means the cities are aware of each other." Eva said, "They've synchronized without human input. The resonance has become self-referential." Lopez frowned. "You mean self-aware?" Jonathan's voice came from the window. "No, mutually aware. They're not becoming something new. They're becoming each other." Whitaker muttered, "That's the same thing to an agency." The ring on the bench flickered once. Anna's voice emerged, breathless, excited. "New York, can you hear me?" "We hear you," Claire said. "It's everywhere," Anna said. "The tram lines in Prague, the cathedral bells, they all aligned at 2100 hours. People stopped in the street. They didn't know why. They just paused. It was beautiful." From Cairo, Mahmoud's voice followed through the secondary channel. "Same here. The lamps dimmed, The bridges sang. My instruments recorded harmonic intervals in the current. It's not random, it's music. Eva glanced at Jonathan. You said, once every city dreams of returning. Maybe this is what return sounds like. Jonathan nodded. Maybe it's what forgiveness sounds like. By evening, the phenomenon had become impossible to hide. News outlets ran footage of synchronized dimming across continents. Cities pulse in unison, read one headline. Global frequency or coordinated hack? Asked another. The commission issued a statement. No cause for alarm. The network remained stable. But the word network was a mistake. People began to gather at 2100 hours, standing in public squares, waiting for the soft hush that rolled across their cities. They filmed it, sang under it, prayed inside it. Children called it the heartbeat hour. For 3 minutes every night, the world forgot to be separate. At 2100 hours in New York, the lights dimmed once more. Claire and Jonathan stood at the window together. You can hear them, can't you? She asked. He nodded slowly. All 12, each one with its own tone. They're aligning, forming chords. But something's missing. They're supposed to be 13. Eva turned from the bench. 13. Jonathan's eyes unfocused slightly. Tesla's notes mentioned it. 12 visible nodes, 1 hidden. The 13th was theoretical, the unifying harmonic. He called it the return frequency. Whitaker leaned against the wall. And where is it? Jonathan's voice softened. Nowhere yet. Maybe it's not a place. Maybe it's a person. The air between them went still. Claire swallowed. You mean... He smiled faintly. Maybe that's why I'm still here. In Geneva, Morrow stared at her monitor. Her assistant entered quietly. Ma'am, there's an unscheduled alignment event across all monitored nodes. How long? 3 minutes, exactly. Morrow closed her eyes. They're choosing the interval. The assistant hesitated. Should I activate concordance? Morrow exhaled. Not yet. Let's see what kind of God we're arguing with. At Columbia, the harmonic wave began as a hum too low to hear and too sincere to resist. The lab filled with soft pressure like the moment before rain. The coil vibrated. The keys rattled gently against the bench. Jonathan's reflection in the window shimmered between light and shadow, between 1890 and now. Claire held the iron key, grounding them both. What do they want, Jonathan? He smiled, not entirely his own. To be heard, to be forgiven, to stop being monuments to what we built wrong. Eva whispered, Then what are we? Conductors, he said, of understanding. For 3 minutes, the lab was silent except for the hum that joined continents. Then, as the light returned, the monitors printed a single line of text, unprompted, untyped. The world is listening. That night, the custodial network expanded without intention. Messages spread in ways email couldn't measure, through shared songs, power fluctuations, even dreams. In Marseille, a longshoreman saw his ship's floodlights flicker in Morse code spelling with. In Kyoto, a street musician found that his violin resonated at 2100 hours without strings being touched. In Buenos Aires, a mural painted decades earlier began to reveal hidden pigment under the dimming lamps. 12 circles and a 13th faint outline. Eva compiled every report, her expression unreadable. The field's creating feedback loops between human memory and physical environment. It's rewriting our relationship to time. Whitaker muttered. Then the commission will call a threat. Jonathan smiled sadly. They'll be right. To control memory is the only threat left. Claire placed her hand over his. Then we protect it. He looked at her, eyes clear, voice almost tender. That's why you're the anchor. Later, when the night was quiet again, Jonathan sat alone at the bench. The brass key lay before him, its edges worn from years that no longer agreed on when it happened. He touched it, and the faint hum of the cities returned, softer now, more human. He whispered, 12, not 13. Not yet. Outside, New York pulsed once, as if answering gently. Chapter 28. The Concordance Protocol. In Geneva, the morning began with confidence, the most fragile weather of all. Screens glowed, Corridors filled with voices rehearsed for authority. The International Commission for Memory Infrastructure had convened what called the Global Synchronization Briefing. No one used the word experiment. Experiments admit uncertainty. Protocols do not. Dr. Evelyn Morrow stood at the head of the table, hands clasped behind her back, eyes steady on a screen showing a map of 12 amber nodes pulsing in rhythm. "Gentlemen," she said, "and colleagues, our opportunity is singular. For the first time in recorded history, the world itself is listening. Today we answer." She pressed a key. The map brightened. Lines connected the nodes in a lattice that looked suspiciously like a cage. "This," Morrow continued, "is a concordance protocol, a controlled resonance designed to stabilize the harmonic frequencies and bring them under unified governance. At 2100 GMT, we will trigger the global field alignment." A young analyst raised a tentative hand. "Doctor, the natural synchronization seems self-balancing. Why intervene?" "Because self-balancing systems," Morrow said, "eventually decide they don't need us." The room approved with silence. At Columbia, the news arrived not through official channels, but through intuition. Jonathan woke before dawn, whispering in two tenses at once. "They're tuning wrong," he said. "They're trying to turn a choir into a single note." Eva read the encrypted bulletin minutes later. "Concordance protocol. Scheduled tonight. Universal phase lock. Geneva will push a master frequency to the global grid." Claire frowned. "They'll flatten everything that makes the nodes distinct." "Exactly," Eva said. "They want control, not harmony." Whitaker rubbed his forehead. "Can we stop it?" Jonathan looked at the bench. "Not stop. Counter-tune." Anna's voice crackled through the ring. "We've confirmed the launch parameters. They'll use the European Power Interconnect as carrier wave, 0.8 Hz modulation. The entire planet will hum the same note." "Can they do that?" Claire asked. "They shouldn't," Anna said. "But they will." Mahmoud joined from Cairo, voice rough from too little sleep. "If they force amplitude, we'll get frequency shear. Cities could lose alignment, grids, water systems, even memory clusters. The field might reset to silence." "Silence," Jonathan repeated softly, "is extinction." Claire turned toward him. "What do we do?" He smiled faintly. "We listen louder." At 1800 hours Greenwich Mean Time, the custodial network came alive. Messages flickered through copper, light, rumor, and dream. In Buenos Aires, a violinist left a concert early and stood beneath a street lamp, waiting for a signal she couldn't name. In Kyoto, a tram driver slowed his route to feel the track hum. In Marseille, a dock worker placed his hand on the hull of a sleeping ship. Each of them heard the same sentence in a frequency too human to record. "Hold the line." At Columbia, Eva and Claire configured their instruments for resonance reversal. "We'll let the concordance start," Eva said. "When the grid hum peaks, we phase shift half a second late. If we're lucky, we'll create an interference pattern, one that restores individuality instead of erasing it." Whitaker watched her fingers dance across the controls. "And if we're not lucky, then the world forgets itself." Jonathan stood between them, hands open, eyes closed. The faint shimmer had returned to his skin. "I can feel them preparing. 12 cities waiting for instruction." "Tell them to wait," Claire said. "I don't command them," he replied. "I am them, only long enough to translate." At 2100 hours Greenwich Mean Time, Geneva pressed execute. Around the planet, the hum began, low, powerful, artificial. Street lamps flickered in identical rhythm. Hospital monitors synchronized. Cathedrals and factories shared the same pitch. In New York, the windows rattled softly. Claire felt the vibration through her ribs. "That's not harmony. That's coercion." Eva watched the reading spike. Amplitude increasing, 80, 90. Jonathan now. He placed his palm on the brass key. The iron glowed cold. The coil screamed once, then steadied. Across the ring, Anna, Mahmoud, Elodie, and others joined the countertone, each city responding through its own channel. Prague through tram lines, Cairo through bridges, Paris through bells. The lab became an orchestra pit for the planet. Frequency offset engaged. Eva shouted, "We're splitting the wave." Jonathan's voice layered into two registers. Anchor. Claire pressed her hand to the key, grounding him. The air thickened. The lab lights dimmed to copper. On every screen, the global waveform divided. One artificial, one organic, each refusing to devour the other. For 3 seconds they fought. Then the pattern found something impossible. Balance. The hum softened. Across continents, cities exhaled. Geneva's control panels went blank. Morrow's team stared at the monitors. "What happened?" someone whispered. She looked at the dead map, then at the ceiling, as if expecting the world itself to answer. "Nothing happened," she said quietly. "And that's the miracle." Outside the window, Geneva's lights dimmed, not by order, but by consent. In New York, the lab smelled faintly of ozone and dust. The coil lay silent. The ring cool again. Eva slumped into a chair, breathing hard. We canceled their note. Whitaker smiled and kept the song. Jonathan stood by the window. The city outside was still alive, but quieter, wiser. "They won't understand what failed," he said. "Only that control was impossible." Claire stepped beside him. "And the 13th node?" He looked at her, tired and luminous. "Closer." She frowned. "Closer to where?" "To home," he said. "Later." The custodial network compiled their final report, handwritten, unfiled, and signed. Event. The concordance protocol outcome. Stabilized through distributed counter-resonance. Cities self-regulated. No casualties. Observation. The field now breathes without us. Recommendation. Continue listening. Claire added a line at the bottom before folding the paper away. When the world sang the same note, it forgot. When it learned harmony again, it remembered. Outside, Manhattan dimmed for 3 seconds, long enough for everyone who had ever doubted connection to look up and believe in it for a heartbeat. Somewhere deep in the hum, Jonathan heard a 13th tone forming. Soft, waiting, human. Chapter 29. The 13th Node. Silence came differently now. After the concordance, the world did not sleep. It listened. No one could explain why. But for the first time in memory, every clock ran exactly on time. Airplanes landed smoother. Subways arrived without apology. Even the noise of cities seemed to inhale and exhale with patience. To most people, it was coincidence. To the custodians, it was breath. And to Jonathan Hale, it was the sound of home calling through the static. He stood by the window of the Columbia lab. Dawn pressed against the glass like a ghost that had learned discretion. The city below shimmered faintly in pale gold. "They're quiet," he said. Claire nodded. "Resting." "No," Jonathan said softly. "Waiting." Eva was already awake, surrounded by the night's printouts. "We've tracked 12 stable nodes. The 13th remains theoretical. But whatever Geneva did yesterday, your counter-resonance, it left a gap, a frequency without coordinates." Whitaker sipped cold coffee. "A missing note." Jonathan smiled faintly. "A waiting note." At 9 o'clock, a message arrived on the encrypted channel, and signed as always. From Prague node cross-measure detected. Signal beneath 0.4 hertz. Untraceable. Feels personal. Eva frowned. "It's below measurable frequency. That's heartbeat territory." Claire looked at Jonathan. "Yours?" He didn't answer. The ring on the bench began to hum. Softly at first, then stronger, like a whisper at the base of a cathedral dome. The coil glowed faintly, its current alive again. Jonathan turned toward it. "It's not mine. It's all of us." The fields found what it was missing. "And what's that?" Claire asked. He looked at her, eyes clear, calm. "Choice." The first ripple came from Prague. Tram lines thrummed at 0.4 hertz. Then Cairo, the bridges pulsing faintly. Paris followed with a single chord from unseen bells. By 10 o'clock, every node vibrated in the same quiet rhythm, the same as a human pulse. Eva stared at the data. The network's mimicking biological frequency. "It's alive." "Alive and incomplete," Jonathan said. "It needs closure. The 13th node must form." Whitaker asked, "Where?" Jonathan closed his eyes. Where first crossing began. Claire whispered, Gramercy Park. He nodded once. Tesla's plate. The burnt oak table. That's the origin, the hinge between centuries. Eva leaned forward. You mean the 13th node is here? Jonathan shook his head. No, it's what happens when I go there. By evening, the custodial network was awake. Messages flowed across continents. Coordinates, voltage readings, blessings. Mahmoud from Cairo. Bridges ready. Lamps dim when called. Elodie from Paris. Bells will hold tone B-flat if needed. Anna from Prague. Trams waiting at midpoint. No resistance. Claire looked at the stream of messages. They all know. Eva's eyes softened. They all care. Whitaker looked at Jonathan. You're sure this isn't suicide? Jonathan smiled. It's continuity. At dusk, Gramercy Park held its breath. The benches glowed faintly in the half-light. The oak table, moved here from Colombia, restored, reverently placed under the trees, waited like an old friend remembering its first argument with destiny. Claire and Jonathan stood across from each other. Eva and Whitaker adjusted the small field generators in silence. This is where you disappeared, Claire said quietly. He smiled. No, this is where I arrived. He reached into his coat pocket and withdrew the 2 keys, iron and brass, worn smooth by years that had learned to fold over each other. He placed them on the table, aligning their teeth like notes on a stave. Anchor, he said. Claire took a breath. Witness, said Eva. Here, said Whitaker. The air thickened. The lamps along the park fence dimmed of their own accord. Across the city, traffic slowed. In Prague, bells rang softly without being struck. In Cairo, the Nile caught the light and held it. The hum began, a sound that was not heard but remembered. Jonathan placed his hands on the keys. 12 cities are listening. The 13th must answer. Claire whispered, What do you need me to do? Let me go, he said. The light rose around him, gentle as a dawn that refuses to hurry. For a heartbeat, Claire saw both centuries overlapping. Men in waistcoats, the smell of ozone, Tesla's blue coil singing, her own reflection standing beside the same bench 130 years later. The 2 images aligned perfectly. Jonathan turned toward her, face young again, eyes infinite. Tell them we learned the word. What word? He smiled. Then he touched the keys together. The light expanded, silent and absolute, all around the world. At that instant, every city dimmed. 3 seconds of quiet that felt like forgiveness. When the glow receded, the table was cool, the keys lay still, and Jonathan was gone. At Columbia, the instruments registered one final frequency spike, 0.4 hertz fading into 0. Eva read the line aloud. Conductor signal terminated. Field stable. Whitaker lowered his head. He did it. Claire stood motionless, her hand still on the oak. Not gone, she whispered. Connected. She looked up. The lamps flickered once, as if agreeing. That night, the world reported the event. Global 3-second blackout. No cause found. Power companies blamed solar wind. Governments blamed hackers. Only the custodians knew the truth. It wasn't failure, it was memory breathing. Anna wrote in the network log. 13th node established. Coordinates undefined. Location, human heart. Claire walked home through streets softened by new quiet. Every window held a trace of warmth. Every face she passed seemed briefly illuminated from within. At the corner of 23rd Street, she looked up. Gramercy's trees shimmered faintly, the lamp still dimming in the rhythm of a heartbeat. She whispered, Safe travels, Jonathan. For a moment, the light bent gently toward her, acknowledgement, not farewell. Chapter 30. The Return Frequency. Morning arrived with a hush that did not belong to weather. New York wore the day like a well-fitted coat. No wrinkles, no apology. Traffic moved with improbable courtesy. A bus driver waited 3 extra beats for a woman, who ran with coffee and a book under one arm. On Broadway, a vendor counted change and found a 10 tucked among his ones, and could not remember who had given it to him. He pocketed the surprise with the care one reserves for a child's first lie that is also a kindness. Claire noticed it first in the reflection of a storefront. Her own face, a fraction of a second ahead of her body, not a trick of glass. Something gentler, as if the city had learned to anticipate the shape of her and wanted to smooth the way. When she turned, the feeling folded back into ordinary time, leaving behind a faint pressure of attention at the base of her skull. Inside the Columbia lab, the old oscilloscope traced a pulse, so slow it felt like an apology, 0.4 hertz. The line drifted, steadied, and then did a thing instruments rarely do. It seemed to wait. Eva stood at the bench with the posture of a person pretending to be rested. "We've run the diagnostics 4 times, she said. "No artifact. The field's copying a human heartbeat." "Whose?" Whitaker asked, coming in with 2 coffees and a stack of unread emails that wanted to be called decisions. "Not one," Eva said. "Many. Average, smooth, considerate. It's the beat cities keep when they've been asked to remember." Claire put her hand on the oak. The grain warmed under her palm with the affection of furniture that knows you by name. "He did it," she said softly. The node formed. Lopez, in the doorway, chewed the end of the pen he would never use to write tickets again. "Then why do I keep getting calls from people who remember things that didn't happen?" "Because remembering isn't a ledger," Eva said. "It's a conversation." She touched the ring. It hummed, the smallest of low. The anomalies began as rumors and then became rituals. At 2100 hours, 3 seconds of dimming returned as always, the world's nightly bow. But now, small mercy survived the light's return. A crosswalk signal that held for a father late with a stroller. A hospital elevator that refused to close on a patient who needed one more breath. A violinist who found his instrument in tune without touching the pegs. None of it dramatic, all of it exact. Claire kept a list in a notebook, not because lists endure, but because they teach humility. Bodega on 113th. Clerk remembers selling roses to a woman who carried none when she left. Staff room at 2 a.m. Coffee machine produces 2 cups for 1 request. Second left untouched. Night custodian says it tasted like Sunday. Bench at 116th. 3 initials in the paint no one recalls carving. Initials match those in a 1901 photograph of the same corner, wrong bench. Right yearning. Micro sutures, Eva called them. Tiny repairs where time snagged. Or tiny seductions, Whitaker countered. People are calling the blackout the calm. Half my colleagues slept better last night than in a decade. The other half think this is step 1 in planetary hypnosis. "And you?" Claire asked. He took too long to answer. "I think the only thing more dangerous than control is meaning. People will surrender, either if you make the pitch right." "Then we keep the pitch honest," Claire said. The ring rattled on the bench as if eager to agree. At noon, Anna's voice arrived from Prague without static. "We had a street today that forgot to end," she said, with the calm of someone who knows how to ration wonder. "A short lane near Old Town. Everyone walked an extra 30 feet before realizing they had passed their door. They turned back laughing. Later I measured. The block is the same length it has always been, but for 1 hour it felt longer. The city wanted them to have more time." Mahmoud chimed in from Cairo. A ferry paused under Khazar El Nil. Not broken, resting. People on deck took photos in silence. The captain says he doesn't remember deciding to do it. He added after a beat, "The fuel readout gained a fraction of a liter when we docked. No leak. A gift returned. Elodie from Paris." A baker apologized to a child for running out of croissants and then found a tray he swears he had already sold. He gave them all away. The ledger will complain, and the street will disagree, and the street will win. Are we romanticizing anomalies? Whitaker asked, eyebrows raised. "Of course," Anna said. "It's what a civilization does when offered a future that is also a memory." Lopez scribbled on a legal pad he had confiscated from his former life. "And the commission? Busy issuing notices that insist on the word minor," Eva said. "Minor fluctuations, minor reversals, minor miracles." She slid a printout across the bench. "ICM advisory. Maintain usual operations. Treat reports of time anomalies as stress responses. Encourage journaling. Discourage speculation." Claire smirked. "Encourage journaling," she repeated. They're on to us. Near sunset, a woman stopped Claire just outside the lab. The woman's hair was gray in a way that looked like a decision rather than an accident. She held a paper bag against her chest and spoke with the uncertain courage of a stranger addressing a preacher. My husband died last year, she said. I'm not here to argue with it. But yesterday, for 3 seconds, our hallways smelled like his cologne again. Not a bottle. Him. I didn't cry. I just said hello. I thought you should know. Thank you, Claire said and meant it. I can't promise it will happen again. Oh, I hope it doesn't, the woman said brightly. He had terrible taste, but I had missed saying hello. When she left, Claire leaned against the wall and remembered a bench in Gramercy and a man touching 2 keys together and teaching the world how to greet itself. She looked up, in the reflection of the lab door, for the length of a breath. She saw Jonathan sitting at the bench across from her, sleeves rolled, face patient. She didn't turn. When she blinked, the reflection returned to glass. Anchors don't chase, she told the door, and smiled because she hated speaking like that and could not stop. That night, the lab dimmed instrument light, and the city tuned itself as if for a performance no one would review. Eva calibrated the scope at its lowest sensitivity. The green trace entered a long, slow oscillation, and then, impossibly, letters formed on the screen, faint as dust. Within, Claire touched the glass. He's writing, she whispered. Or the field is, Eva said. Or the cities are. She shook her head, unwilling to collapse the miracle into a diagram. I don't know how to footnote this. Lopez whistled, too soft to offend science. If that shows up on a commission monitor, we'll all get promoted to defendants. Then it won't, Whitaker said, and reached over to flick a switch that disconnected the last cable that connected the lab to anything it didn't trust. Claire wrote the word by hand, the way people do when they intend to keep a promise beyond the life of a machine. Within, is that the epilogue? Eva asked half a dare. It's the next chapter, Claire said. We're living inside what we used to stand beside. At 2100 hours, the 3 seconds came. The lab inhaled. The city bowed. The world remembered. When the light returned, small differences remained like fingerprints left on a polished table. On the bench lay the iron key. No one had put it there. The brass key sat beside it, edge to edge, teeth misaligned in a way that meant conversation. How? Whitaker began. Don't, Eva warned, because she was a scientist, and sometimes the bravest thing science does is refuse explanation long enough to love a fact. Claire placed her hands over the keys. The oak warmed. Her skull ached and then accommodated, the way a violin string learns to bear pitch without complaint. If I ask a thing, it has to be a thing the cities can answer. Ask. Lopez said, more prayer than instruction. Claire closed her eyes. Is he safe? She did not say. The ring answered with a sigh of copper. A faint tone rose, one she learned in Cairo, a cadence of ending well. Then another, Prague's patient tram bell. Then Paris, not a bell, a breath held inside one. New York last, the hum of 1,000 apartment refrigerators agreeing without collusion. Eva watched the scope. The line thickened to 2, merged to 1, steadied. If I were not me, she said, I'd call that yes. Claire exhaled. Then we continue. In the days that followed, the return frequency surfaced where it was needed and then withdrew the way good counsel does. A firefighter stepped into a stairwell and felt confident before he had a right to. The fire was smaller than expected. A subway musician chose the second verse first and earned rent in 12 minutes. Later, he could not write the song the same way and felt no shame about it. In a classroom, a child's hand rose before the question was asked. The answer arrived like a friend. No headlines. Plenty of gratitude. The commission, forced to acknowledge the unmeasurable, created a task force to study socioelectric anomalies in urban perception. The first recommendation: issue guidelines for resident etiquette. Do not drive during the 3 seconds. Do not run medical scanners during the 3 seconds. Do not propose marriage during the 3 seconds unless you can cope with the truth. Whitaker read the memo and laughed into his coffee. They're teaching table manners to acquire. Good, Eva said. It beats a cage. Anna sent a photograph from Prague. Tram rails gleaming at dusk. A child crouched to place his ear on the steel, eyes closed, listening to something older than a lullaby. Elodie sent a sound file, a room tone recorded at 3 a.m. in the marais that carried, under its silence, the suggestion of bows on strings. Mahmoud sent nothing and everything. A screenshot of a power meter reading minus 0.00 for one improbable instant. Claire put their messages on the wall. Not data. Testimony. On the fourth night, Claire returned to Gramercy alone. Snow had threatened, and then chosen elegance instead. Cold air without decoration. The bench where words had burned held itself with the composure of an elder who has forgiven the family and intends to enjoy the evening. She sat, hands open on her knees, and waited without expectation. 3 seconds came and went. The lamp above her softened, found its brighter self again. Somewhere a dog insisted on its own opinion, and was granted it. Jonathan, she said, the way you might say a name to a lake. Nothing at first. Then, and only because patience knows more doors than insistence, something arrived. Not a figure, not a voice. A pressure, like the moment before a page turns by itself because the story has decided it is tired of waiting for you. Are you in pain? She asked quietly. The lamp dipped once. No, are you alone? A longer pause. The lamp did not move. And then, from the park's far corner, another lamp answered with a brief hello. Another near the gate. Another beyond the fence. The city had the courtesy not to make it theatrical. Claire smiled. Then we are not alone. A wind came up, light as rumor, and arranged her hair as if practicing kindness. She thought, without meaning to, of the oak's grain, of with and within, of 12 cities, and the one that was not a city at all so much as a habit of attention. I have work tomorrow, she told the lamps, because work is how affection proves itself. We're drafting a protocol for hospitals. The world is very careful when it is busy being brave. The nearest lamp dipped, 3 seconds long. Approval. She stood. The bench was warm where she had been, and not because of her. She did not look back when she left. Anchors don't chase. When she reached the lab, Eva had left a note on the bench in the square, neat hand, single sentence. We don't steer the river. We keep it honest. E. Whitaker had underlined honest and added, and stubborn. W. Lopez, perhaps unwilling to be left out, had drawn a tiny badge with a smile and written, within custody. L. Claire put her own initial beside the word within and the bench side like what that is agreed to carry one more small truth without cracking. Tomorrow? She asked the room. I have it now. The old oscilloscope brightened its phosphor, as if clearing its throat for a story. The coil purred. The ring turned itself a fraction on the towel, as if it had decided to get comfortable. The lab, their north, held. Tomorrow, she said again, and the city answered in the only grammar that matters at the end of a long day. A light dimmed, a hum deepened. A promise kept with the dignity of not requiring witnesses and the generosity of having them anyway. Outside, the skyline blinked once. No headlines followed. The return frequency went on breathing where breath is most useful, in corridors, on rails, under bridgework, in side stairs that last longer than politeness and mean something better than victory. And somewhere in that ordinary vastness, the 13th node, unlisted, unlocatable, undescribed, turned its page and continued. Chapter 31. The Calm. It began as a rumor, the kind the world pretends not to believe. A suggestion passed through the invisible lattice that tied 12 cities and one heartbeat together. On the 7th night, at 2100 hours, do nothing. No proclamation. No signature. Just that, at first, no one could trace its source. Some said it started in Prague, in a tram operators union chat room. Others swore it came from a nurse in Cairo who posted a message that vanished before anyone could share it. Someone in Buenos Aires claimed it arrived through a power outage, encoded in the flicker of a single streetlight. Wherever it began, it spread the way kindness does, quietly, efficiently, unarguably. By the second day, entire networks of strangers agreed to pause their machinery, switch off screens, step outside, not for protest, not for prayer, just to listen. The commission panicked, of course. Memos ricocheted across Geneva, unauthorized movement, unexplained coordination, global disobedience risk. Morrow read them, eyes tired. "You can't legislate silence," she said and turned off her phone. At Columbia, Claire arrived early. The air smelled of rain and copper. Eve was already at the bench, calibrating nothing in particular, an old habit she refused to break. Lopez leaned in the doorway, badge still on out of nostalgia. Whitaker brewed coffee strong enough to qualify as intent. At 20:45, the lab went still. Claire looked at the others. "We don't guide this one," she said. Eva nodded. "We just witness." Outside, New York exhaled into a dust the color of brushed steel. People stepped onto balconies, sidewalks, rooftops. Cars eased the curb. On the East River, ferries idled midstream. In the subways, engineers held trains between stations by instinct. It was not organization. It was agreement. At 2100 hours, the first lamplight dimmed. The calm began. 3 seconds. Then 5. Then the full measure. Skyscrapers cooled their windows. Traffic lights blinked to amber and stayed there, a gesture of caution and grace. The city's noise folded inward like a lung at rest. Even the air changed texture, denser, more deliberate. Claire closed her eyes. Behind her eyelids, she saw not darkness, but a geography of light. 12 points circling a 13th, each breathing in time. She whispered, "He's here." Eva smiled without opening her eyes. "They all are." Across the ocean, in Cairo, Noura paused mid-shift in the ICU, one hand resting on a patient's shoulder. The monitors went still, but the heartbeats continued. In Paris, Elodie stopped on Pont Marie, her violin in its case, and listened to bells that were not ringing. In Prague, Anna stood by the tram rails, feeling the steel hum like a giant's cat. In Kyoto, a temple bell remained silent, but the pond beneath it rippled with unseen rhythm. In Buenos Aires, a dock worker raised his face to the wind and heard, faintly, the note he'd once called forgiveness. And in New York, Claire heard all of them. In Geneva, the Commission's control room filled with alarms that no one had triggered. Power grids offline. Communications paused. Global throughput 0. Every monitor displayed the same reading. 0.4 hertz. Stable. Dr. Morrow stood at the window and watched a reflection vanish against the city's dark glass. Her assistant whispered, "Shall we issue a statement?" She thought for a moment. Then quietly, "Yes, say this, we consent." 2 minutes into the calm, the planet's electromagnetic field adjusted by an imperceptible degree. Astronomers later reported that the ionosphere hummed in resonance with the Schumann frequency, 8 hertz divided by 20. To physicists, it was noise. To poets, it was proof. To the custodians, it was Jonathan breathing. Claire felt it in her ribs, the way grief sometimes pretend to be music. She pressed her hand to the oak. The grain beneath her palm pulsed once, slow and steady, as if to say, "I kept my promise." Tears came without demand. She didn't wipe them away. Eva, eyes still closed, murmured, "This is what heartbeats sound like when the world decides to share it." Whitaker, trying to hide his emotion behind irony, said softly, "Some memo this'll make." Lopez chuckled once. "They can call it whatever they want. We'll know its name." At exactly 21:03, lights returned, not abruptly, but with the patience of a tide returning to shore. Engines restarted. Screens relit. The hum receded, leaving behind a silence that did not feel empty. Across continents, applause broke out spontaneously. Hesitant at first, then joyous, as if people needed to prove they still knew what sound was for. In some places, church bells rang. In others, trains whistled. Everywhere, people smiled without understanding why. Claire opened her eyes. The lab was bright again, ordinary in all the ways that now mattered most. "Did we record it?" she asked. Eva nodded. "Every decibel. Every drop in voltage. And none of it will ever happen again." "Good," Claire said. "It shouldn't. That's how miracles stay honest." At dawn, the world's news feeds filled with one phrase. The calm. No one agreed on what it was, but everyone remembered it the same way. The night nothing happened, and everything was right. The Commission issued its final communiqué. The Concordance Initiative is hereby concluded. Further study deemed unnecessary. Recommendation: maintain listening. It was the first official order in history to do nothing and to mean it that evening. As the sky dimmed naturally and no one expected otherwise, Claire stood again at the window. She looked at the reflection of the city, still imperfect, still beautiful, and said, "You did it, Jonathan." A faint shimmer across the glass. Not a ghost. A reply. "We did." The city lights bowed once, precisely 3 seconds in gratitude. Epilogue. 1 year after the calm, the city had learned to carry its patience without bragging. New York was still itself, late, loud, particular. Yet a small mercy seemed to cling to its corners, as if every intersection remembered the longest 3 seconds of the world and kept a little of that breath for daily use. Claire turned the key at the Gramercy gate and stepped into winter light. So thin it felt voluntary. The park wore its quiet like a well-tailored coat. Children tested the gravel paths with the seriousness of scientists. A dog negotiated with its human and won. The lamps, even in daylight, kept a dignified attention, as if ready to dim if anyone needed a sentence finished kindly. The oak table stood where it always had, as if it had been born there, on its surface, softened by time and hands. 2 words were visible to anyone willing to read with more than their eyes, with the first promise, and beside it, as if the wood had decided to speak again after a long silence within. The letters weren't carved so much as agreed upon by the grain. Claire set the iron and brass keys on the table. Habit, not requirement. They warmed slightly, cheek to cheek. She felt the familiar pressure at the base of her skull, an ache that had learned manners over 12 months. Not pain. Presence. "Hello, Jonathan," she said. A breeze crossed the park that wasn't weather. The lamps leaned into it, without moving. 3 seconds softened the daylight. Or perhaps that was memory performing its honest work. Either way, the moment held. She opened her notebook. The first pages were filled with last year's urgencies. The recent ones held smaller things, microsutures, as Eva liked to call them. A commuter who missed her train and found the courage to keep a promise instead. A violinist who played the second verse first and taught the room a better form. A child who put his ear to tram rail and heard kindness coming. She wrote a new line. The opposite of control wasn't chaos. It was company. She underlined company once, as if it needed reminding like the rest of them. Footsteps on gravel. Eva arrived with 2 coffees and a folder that had refused to become a report. She set both on the bench and sat with a sigh that belonged to professors and saints. "Annual audit?" Eva asked, nodding to the table, to the keys, to the impossible that had become etiquette. "Annual low," Claire said. They didn't need to say the rest. The commission had gone quiet by design. Geneva's final directive, maintain listening, had held, mostly because it asked for the one thing bureaucracy does best when properly terrified. Nothing. Dr. Morrow had resigned into a consultancy that consisted of reading old books and leaving good margins. On her last day, she mailed the custodians a single-page letter. Stewardship was the wrong word. "Thank you for teaching me the right ones." The custodial network never incorporated. It persisted as notes tucked under cups, bracelets that hummed just enough, and people would learn that thresholds deserve chaperones. Anna sent tram vibrations every solstice. Elodie mailed a score titled 3 Seconds in B-flat, which orchestras performed with applause withheld until the silence ended. Mahmoud never sent anything but photographs of junction boxes with neat handwriting inside the lids. Anchor/witness/conductor/city. Stop at 4. Start at 1. End at 2. With Whitaker arrived late, immaculate on principle, and placed a newspaper on the table. The headline below the fold: Hospitals adopt resident etiquette. Voluntary 3-second pause decreases error rates. He tapped the margin. "Tell me we didn't do policy," he said, pretending to complain. "We did manners," Claire said. "They make better law." Lopez followed, out of uniform for a year, and still built like a door you trusted. He carried a paper bag with something that smelled like a bakery's apology. "From a place that used to burn the bottoms," he said. "No more." He sat, glanced at the table words, and added softly, "We've kept it honest. The ring, resting on a folded towel, is always rotated a fraction, the way small animals do when they decide to be comfortable. The coil in Claire's memory purred even though the lab was across town. The oscilloscope's green line, if she pictured it, would have thickened, merged, steadied. They shared the coffee, the pastry, the quiet. A jogger paused at the gate, puzzled by a feeling that this corner of the city was already thinking about him in a useful way. He smiled without knowing why and ran on. Any anomalies? Whitaker asked after a while, voice low out of respect for a park that had hosted too many confessions to enjoy loudness. Only the best kind, Claire said. A school that schedules tests after 2100 hours. A dock crew that pauses loading when the lamps dim and gets fewer injuries for reasons no one needs to prove. A theater that printed a program note. If the lights soften for 3 seconds during tonight's performance, do not applaud. You are being accompanied. Eva added. And a city council that rephrased a housing plan to include a single line. The stairwells will be loved. Lopez laughed. Now that's enforcement I can get behind. They fell into a companionable silence, the sort that accumulates interest. Winter light slid along the table's edge, and then decided to stay a moment. Somewhere a siren remembered it could be softer without losing urgency. Do you still see him? Eva asked gently. Not see, Claire said. Recognize. She tapped the word within with her fingertip. In the escalator that paused for an old man without asking. In the letter from a widow who said the hallways smelled like his cologne, and she told him a joke and wished him gone so she could sigh properly. In my own skull, when I make a better choice by half a breath. She closed a notebook. He's not before us or after us. He's with us, because he chose to be within what we already were. Whitaker pushed the pastry bag toward her. Magnanimous. Take the last one. Consider a finding. She did, because small obedience keeps the world orderly. A child approached, curious about the table words, tracing them with a mitten. What does it say? He asked, not to anyone in particular. It says we learn how to listen, Claire said. To who? To each other, Lopez offered. And to the place we're standing, Eva added. The child nodded, as if this were obviously the right answer, and ran back to his guardian with the gift of having understood something correctly the first time. The lamps warmed. A cloud passed. 3 seconds might have thinned the light. They did not count. Counting was for other days. Claire gathered the keys. The iron was cool and honest. The brass had kept a memory of her palm and improved it. She slid them into her pocket and felt the reassuring weight of continuity, where currency used to live. Walk. Eva asked. In a minute, Claire said. She stayed a little longer, because anchors wait. She placed her hand flat on the oak, and this time she asked nothing. The table answered anyway, not with words but with the modesty of wood. It held. Wind moved, out of season, out of reason, but within grammar. Across town, the lab's old oscilloscope would be idling in its quiet chlorophyll glow. The coil would be asleep with dignity. The ring would hum when needed and practice humility when not. Elsewhere, a baker would slide a tray from an oven and find the bottoms unburned. A fairy would linger half a beat to let a late lover make it. A tram would hold its door. A city would dim without apology. Ready, Claire said at last. They rose. At the gate, she looked back. The words on the table seemed smaller from a distance, which pleased her. Important things should receive when unattended and return when asked. Domination is for machines. As they stepped out, the city met them like a friend arriving precisely on time. The crosswalk learned their pace. A driver 3 lanes away decided, without knowing why, not to honk. At a corner fruit stand, the vendor discovered 1 extra orange and set it aside, certain it had already been bought by someone who needed it later. Tomorrow, Eva said. Tomorrow, Claire answered. Above them, a single lamp dipped for 3 seconds, the right length for agreement. They did not look up. They didn't need to. It was enough to keep walking inside a world that had remembered itself. The keys in Claire's pocket shifted, a small choreography of metal and promise. She smiled, not at the sky, not at the street, but at the exact distance between them, the only address that had ever mattered. The world had not been changed. It had been reminded of itself. Thank you for listening. This was The Man Who Never Left by Arthur Blackwood. Subscribe to the Inktail channel for more full audiobooks. The journey continues on the Inktail channel.